Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
"I'll give you this armor for free," Viserys said nonchalantly. Aelios, who had braced himself for a steep price, was stunned by Viserys' generosity. He had never expected such a valuable gift. This was Valyrian steel armor, far more precious than a Valyrian steel sword. However, as one of the three Triarchs, Aelios knew better than to believe in a free lunch. He understood that Viserys must have an ulterior motive. "Prince, your generosity is beyond words, but I am truly unworthy of such a gift," Aelios responded, still trying to comprehend the situation. Viserys smiled, recognizing Aelios' sharp instincts. "Lord Aelios, you're too modest. In fact, I do have a favor to ask." Aelios felt a wave of relief. This made more sense. "I've discovered a route to the ruins of Valyria," Viserys began, "which allowed me to obtain this set of Valyrian steel armor. I recovered it from the bones of a dragon lord. In truth, we found at least a dozen dragon lords wearing such armor, but they were all surrounded by monsters." "Monsters?" Aelios echoed, recalling the strange remains he had seen on Viserys' ship. Viserys had previously described to Aelios the terrifying visions from his dragon dreams, embellishing them with vivid details from his imagination. The physical evidence of the armor gave his story credibility, even if he had stretched the truth. "I plan to explore the ruins of Valyria on a larger scale," Viserys continued, "but now isn't the right time. Is there anything I can do?" Aelios asked eagerly. The people of Volantis, who proudly called themselves Valyria's eldest daughter, held those who returned from the ruins in high esteem. Any venture into those cursed lands was met with reverence and support. If there was even the slightest chance to join Viserys on such an expedition, Aelios was determined not to miss it. "For now, I'm postponing any exploration of the ruins," Viserys said, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "Why? Is it a lack of manpower or supplies? Volantis can provide whatever you need," Aelios offered. "Neither," Viserys replied, shaking his head. "We're currently facing an invasion by the Dothraki, so the exploration of Valyria will have to wait until that crisis is resolved." Viserys' words struck a chord with Aelios. Though the people of Volantis had not taken the Dothraki threat seriously, they had grown accustomed to paying off the Dothraki, as they always had. Recently, however, the frequency of Dothraki raids on Volantis borders had increased, and the city's leaders had begun to collect protection money. But Viserys had other plans. He was ready for war. "Isn't it a disgrace, Lord Aelios, that the proud remnants of Valyria are being extorted by a band of barbarians?" Viserys' words stirred a flicker of anger in Aelios, but thoughts of the Dothraki's lightning-fast cavalry cooled his enthusiasm. "Prince, you can't say that," Aelios began, though his tone lacked conviction. "Lord Aelios," Viserys said, pressing his advantage, "I promise to share the route to the ruins of Valyria with you in the future, but in return, I ask that Volantis support me in my battle against the Dothraki." Aelios was about to respond, but Viserys cut him off. "I don't need Volantis to send troops. I just need some supplies to support my efforts." Aelios considered this for a moment before replying, "I can't make this decision on my own, but I will do everything in my power to help you." "Understood," Viserys nodded, "but I'll be taking this set of Valyrian steel armor with me. It's heavy, and I'll need it for the coming battles." Aelios had no objections. After all, Viserys was preparing for war, and he had promised to share the route to the ruins of Valyria, a treasure far more valuable than any single piece of armor. Aelios knew how to prioritize. In addition, Viserys promised to promote a non-aggression agreement between the Four Daughters Confederation and Volantis. The credit for brokering such an agreement would be substantial, a gesture that clearly demonstrated Viserys' sincerity. As a Triarch of the Elephant Party, representing the interests of those who despised war, Aelios was overjoyed. In gratitude, he immediately handed over the red dragon egg that had been a cherished heirloom in his family to Viserys. In Aelios' eyes, the route to the doom, the Valyrian steel armor, and the political favor were worth far more than the dragon egg, making it a fair trade. Viserys, however, didn't linger in Volantis for long. That very night, he had his fleet replenish fresh water, make minor repairs to the warships, and set sail the following morning. During the voyage, Viserys received a letter, a message from the Red Viper in King's Landing. More than 6 months earlier, the Red Viper had taken up a position as an advisor on foreign affairs in the capital. The messenger raven carrying the letter had been specially trained by Viserys, enhanced with blood magic to ensure it could find its intended recipient no matter where they were, not just specific locations. This was why Viserys received the letter even while at sea. After removing the envelope from the raven's foot, Viserys read the first sentence, which struck him like a bombshell. Jon Arryn is dead. According to the Red Viper's account, Jon Arryn had died suddenly, most likely poisoned by his wife, as had been suspected before. The plot that followed held little surprise. With Jon Arryn out of the way, Robert Baratheon was eager to set out for the north to retrieve his old friend. The Red Viper likely accompanied Robert on his journey to Winterfell. However, he also warned Viserys that Robert was becoming increasingly suspicious of the Free Cities. The other stag, through the Onion Knight Ser Davos Seaworth, quickly reached a conclusion that contradicts Varys' reports. Although the Iron Throne currently has no plans to move against Tyrosh, Stannis Baratheon has tightened his grip on Driftmark and Cracklaw Point. He has taken the heirs of House Velaryon and House Celtigar to Dragonstone, treating them more like hostages than lords. House Velaryon and House Celtigar have long been staunch allies of the Targaryens, with House Velaryon even intermarrying with them on several occasions. Their family lineage is notable, having even produced dragon riders, making them a point of interest. The Baratheons fear that Viserys' growing influence could inspire these houses to rekindle their old loyalties, so they are taking precautions. The Red Viper cautions Viserys to be vigilant, warning that once Robert Baratheon returns with Ned Stark, he may well turn his attention and his army toward Tyrosh. Viserys wasn't concerned. In the original story, when Daenerys married the Horse Lord, all Robert did was shout that someone should be sent to assassinate him. Now, with Viserys stirring the pot in King's Landing, starting a war wouldn't be an easy task for Robert, especially considering the state of his treasury, so empty that even a mouse would leave it in tears. What's the point of fighting a war when Robert can barely afford it? Will he pay with his fat reserves? Besides, Robert won't live to see that day, and Viserys knew he needed to speed things up. After Robert's death in the original story, Cersei had extended an olive branch to Ned, even offering her body as a bargaining chip. Any rational politician might have seen this as a reasonable move. If Ned Stark didn't care who sat on the Iron Throne, he could have simply settled into his role as a father-in-law and lived in peace. But the problem was this was Ned. Now Viserys had given Cersei another option. Dorne was stronger than the North and held a strategic advantage. It could contain both the Stormlands and Dragonstone, and Viserys trusted that the Red Viper could handle it. After receiving the Raven's message, Cunnington went to the harbor to meet Viserys in advance. From Daenerys, he learned that Viserys had asked for 800 men to be prepared for a funeral, which immediately made Cunnington uneasy. Viserys had taken all his elite forces with him this time, and nearly half of the 2,000 men were lost. It must have been a fierce battle, and to Cunnington, it seemed Viserys had been defeated. To minimize the impact of the loss, Cunnington had already evacuated civilians from the naval port and was waiting there with the healers. Despite this, some civilians lingered in the distance, anxious for news of their loved ones in the fleet. Among them was Lara, the lover of a captain named Virgil. Shortly after Virgil had left, Lara discovered she was pregnant and was eager to share the news with him. Cunnington and Daenerys watched from the dock. The fog was thick, limiting their visibility to just 200 or 300 meters. Cunnington glanced back at the harbor's lighthouse and instructed young Cunnington, "Go tell them to light the beacon." "Yes, father," came the reply. After another quarter of an hour, a black-sailed warship with a red, three-headed dragon on its mast emerged from the fog. 2 more followed, then 3. The people on the shore counted, but the 16th ship didn't appear. One of the ships was clearly a captured vessel. Losing so many ships in a battle would be a grim victory. Cunnington's thoughts turned to the looming threat of the Dothraki, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. Ships could be replaced. Targaryens had lost entire fleets before. As long as Viserys was alive, that was what mattered. Lara prayed silently, hoping that Virgil, a skilled captain, had survived. Soon, Viserys' flagship came into view, and Connington and Daenerys moved forward to greet it. As they approached, their eyes widened at the sight of the hull's shocking scars, deep, pitted dents stained with dark red blood. Connington couldn't fathom what kind of battle could have inflicted such damage. The other healers and soldiers standing by for the reception wore the same bewildered expressions. While they could understand the impact craters, the large patches of blood left them unnerved. But for now, no one had answers. As the warship's door opened, Connington quickly ordered the soldiers to bring stretchers for the wounded, and he and Daenerys rushed to see for themselves. What they found only deepened their confusion. All the injured soldiers were missing limbs. While severed limbs weren't uncommon on the battlefield, it was a rare and strange sight in naval warfare. Even more puzzling was that nearly every soldier was in this condition. There were hardly any knife or sword wounds. Connington suddenly noticed another fallen soldier, whose wound was an unmistakable laceration, not from a blade, but something far worse. Did the prince go hunting with his fleet? But what kind of monster could cause such carnage? Connington muttered, his mind reeling. Although they had already been informed that Viserys was safe, both he and Daenerys were still anxious, not having seen him yet. "There's the prince," young Connington suddenly shouted, spotting Viserys in the distance, carrying a wounded man on his back. His words drew the attention of the soldiers around them. Seeing Viserys personally carrying the wounded, and even the dead, left them all feeling a surge of emotion, as if something heavy was pressing on their chests. Connington hurried forward to relieve Viserys of his burden, but the prince refused. Seeing Viserys' dedication to his men, Connington felt a deep sense of satisfaction. If Viserys could care for his soldiers like this, there would be no doubt they'd follow him to the ends of the earth. Soon, all the wounded and dead were brought ashore, and Regis began posting the names of the fallen soldiers. Those who didn't see their loved ones on the list sighed in relief, either heading to the healer's hall or waiting anxiously nearby. Lara, standing in front of the list, scanned it with a pounding heart. When her eyes found Virgil's name, she froze, her body turning to stone. The sounds of crying and the waves crashing on the shore faded into a distant hum. Meanwhile, with the wounded finally tended to, Connington seized the moment to ask Viserys where he had been. "Let's discuss it back at the keep," Viserys replied. With that, Viserys, Daenerys, and Connington climbed into the carriage, while young Connington rode alongside on horseback, guarding them as they made their way back. When Connington and Daenerys heard Viserys' story, it felt as if they were listening to a myth. A kraken 20 to 30 meters long, whales and sharks summoned by magic, the horn of the Valyrian dragon, and Euron of the Iron Islands? It all sounded too fantastical to be true. But Viserys didn't dwell on the details. Instead, he turned to Daenerys and asked, "Dany, you should be able to make fire by now, right?" "Make fire?" Connington and his son exchanged bewildered looks. They could understand each word Viserys spoke, but when combined, it became something beyond their comprehension. They watched as Daenerys nodded in response. She extended her hand, and an orange-yellow flame, about the size of a ping-pong ball, ignited in her palm. The warm glow lit up their faces, and Connington jumped in surprise. Even young Connington, standing outside the carriage, noticed the bright flame and grew wary. "What?" he called out. "No, nothing," Connington replied, realizing this was no mere parlor trick. As a seasoned sellsword and former hand of the king, Connington had seen much in his time. He knew that ordinary fire mages could create flames, but they needed materials prepared in advance. Yet here was Daenerys, summoning fire from thin air, the flame steady in her hand. But what Viserys showed them next was even more astounding. He extended his hand, and a fist-sized red flame appeared in his palm. The flame began to shift and change shape, first forming a dragon, then a griffin. The fiery creatures danced in the eyes of the onlookers, leaving Connington utterly speechless. Daenerys, on the other hand, watched with admiration. She knew that Viserys had previously been able to create a flaming snake with fire, but now his abilities had greatly improved. She suspected that the red comet had something to do with it. Viserys extinguished the flames and turned to the Conningtons. "You've all seen the red comet, haven't you? The long night is coming. But fortunately, magic is returning. In the future, magic will be our weapon against the long night." He then asked Daenerys, "Did you bring the Moonsinger scroll?" "Yes, I have," she replied, pulling out a small scroll and handing it to Viserys. He, in turn, handed it to the Conningtons. "Start practicing with this. If you don't understand something, just ask me. Only after you've trained can you properly wield magic." Connington took the scroll, astonished as he realized that Viserys was offering to teach them magic. Connington accepted the scroll and then knelt on one knee, saying, "Thank you, Prince, for this gift." "Practice well," Viserys instructed. "Yes, Prince," Connington replied, carefully tucking the scroll into his coat. After a moment, he asked, "Prince, did you say that the long—" Connington gazed at the tiny shoe before him, filled with a strong desire to send troops immediately. However, he knew that Tyrash's strength alone was insufficient to challenge the Horse Lord. The so-called Four Daughters Alliance was fragile at best, and a hasty attack would only invite greater retaliation, further endangering the lives of ordinary civilians. Viserys' decision to pass the shoe to him was clearly a signal to prepare for military action. Cambron, too, recognized Viserys' intentions. In fact, Cambron had long harbored dissatisfaction with Viserys' capture of Tyrosh, considering the slave uprising strategy dishonorable. If Viserys insisted on going to war with the Horse Lord, the outcome would be grim. Cambron even began to contemplate leaving Tyrosh. After a moment of silence, Viserys finally spoke. "Lord Selyn, you are a good mayor. I am aware of the situation, and I will fulfill my duties." At this, Selyn knelt and bowed once again. "On behalf of the people of Lorraine Town, I thank you. You are the sun that shines upon us all." After Selyn departed, Connington quickly sought out Viserys to inquire about his decision. Viserys, perceiving Connington's concerns, did not answer directly. Instead, he asked how many troops and supplies would be needed to wage a full-scale war against the Dothraki. This question reassured Connington. It meant that Viserys was still thinking clearly. Considering that the Dothraki are primarily cavalry and far more familiar with the vast grasslands than we are, we need at least 3 times their number, over 150,000 troops. Additionally, we would require at least 3 million gold dragons for supplies. Factoring in logistics, we would need about 200,000 laborers, Connington advised. Viserys nodded. The estimate was sound. Connington, once the hand of the king, had indeed thought of everything. Both young Connington and Dany awaited Viserys' decision with anticipation. Deep down, Dany wanted to send troops to repel the Dothraki, but after hearing Connington's analysis, she realized it was reasonable. 3 million gold dragons equaled Tyrosh's entire tax revenue for 5 years. Even with the profits from tobacco, it would take more than 2 years to raise the funds, and Tyrosh alone could not support an army of hundreds of thousands. The only hope would be if the Four Daughters Alliance united. Tyrosh couldn't handle it alone. What Connington didn't know, however, was that Viserys had already thoroughly tracked the movements of the various Dothraki Khalasars on the grasslands. He just hadn't had the chance to share this information yet. Unfortunately, he had less than 3,000 cavalrymen at his disposal. If he had 10,000 or 20,000, he wouldn't waste time negotiating with the Dothraki. He would march straight to the Horse Lord's tent and make him bow. So he asked again, "If I had full control over the Dothraki, how much of an army and how many supplies would I need? Full control, Cunnington asked, clearly puzzled by what Viserys meant. Viserys looked at the Cunningtons and said, "As I mentioned, the age of magic is upon us. You could say that I have eyes on the Dothraki Sea, and their movements are no secret to me." Cunnington tried to grasp Viserys' words, recalling how Aegon the Conqueror, atop the Black Dread, had kept the armies of the Seven Kingdoms in check during his conquest. But Viserys didn't have a dragon. Could it be some kind of magic? Though uncertain of how Viserys knew the Dothraki's movements, Cunnington relied on his experience to answer. The Dothraki's greatest strength is the advantage of location you mentioned. If we can negate the Dothraki Sea as a barrier, we would only need an army of equal or even smaller size to defeat them. As for military expenses and supplies, perhaps 1,000,000 gold dragons would suffice. Despite his excitement, Cunnington recognized that Tyrosh alone still lacked the necessary troops. Viserys then pulled out a map and pointed to a location in the northwest of the Two Lakes region. "Here, this is where the Dothraki are camped. There are about 3,000 of them. If I can wipe them out, will that convince the other free cities to join the war against the Dothraki?" 3,000. Cunnington quickly calculated the impact on both sides' morale if they managed to destroy these 3,000 Dothraki. After a brief moment, Cunnington said, "If we can eliminate these Dothraki with minimal losses, it will greatly boost our morale and serve as a significant deterrent to the Dothraki. It should also shift the Free City's stance toward them. Summon all officers above the rank of sergeant, all officials above the rank of foot soldier, and all nobles to the throne room. And bring the Dothraki with you," Viserys ordered. "Oh, and the ambassadors from the other free cities as well." "Prince, are you certain about this?" Cunnington asked, despite his deep respect for Viserys' strategic mind. "Didn't I tell you? I have my eyes on the Dothraki Sea. They won't escape," Viserys replied confidently. After receiving Viserys' summons, Tyrosh's upper echelons gathered at the Archon's palace. Among them were the wind-blown sergeants, the bureaucrats, and officers Viserys had promoted from the ranks of former slaves and Tyrosh's old nobility. They were already aware of Jacko's visit to Tyrosh some time ago, and though they had their own speculations, Cunnington had remained tight-lipped, revealing nothing. Viserys had now called them together to discuss the looming threat of war with the Dothraki. "Those damn Dothraki!" Darsen exclaimed angrily. Originally from Tyrosh, he had been appointed as the deputy commander of the guard, a position far superior to his previous life as a sellsword. The job offered safety and a good salary, and the thought of the Dothraki disturbing his peaceful existence infuriated him. But then he noticed Kago's cold stare. "I didn't mean it that way," Darsen stammered, quickly backtracking. Kago said nothing and walked straight into the council chamber. Although he was a Dothraki by birth, he had long abandoned the life of a barbarian. If Tyrosh were threatened, his own interests would be at risk. To Kago, Viserys was the most powerful call imaginable. Like many of the wind-blown sergeants and officers, he had married into a Tyroshi family. They were no longer mere mercenaries. Tyrosh's affairs had become their own. "Yes," Viserys confirmed. "This long night could last for a generation, which is why I've urged you to stock up on supplies, especially food." Cunnington nodded, feeling fortunate to be following Viserys. Although he had never experienced the long night, he had endured long winters, during which his lands had gone nearly 3 years without a decent harvest. With the battle having not only left Viserys unscathed but also seemingly strengthened him, Cunnington felt confident in bringing up another concern, the Dothraki. Recently, there had been numerous Dothraki raids in the Two Lakes region. Shortly after you left with your fleet, a man claiming to be from Khal Drogo's Khalasar arrived, demanding, or rather, attempting to extort, supplies from us. As Cunnington spoke, Viserys looked puzzled. He had dealt with Illyrio, yet the Horse Lord was still causing trouble. And now, this Drogo had the audacity to make demands? It made Viserys realize that something was amiss. In the original story, after Daenerys became pregnant, the Dothraki had predicted that her child would become the stallion who mounts the world. At the time, Viserys had dismissed it as mere flattery, given how well Daenerys and Drogo were getting along. But now, with Drogo reappearing, the prophecy seemed to be taking on a life of its own, despite the fact that Drogo and Daenerys had never even met in this timeline. Seeing Viserys deep in thought, Cunnington decided to proceed with his report. Prince, we have an official from the Two Lakes region waiting to see you. They are requesting help to protect our people from the Dothraki. Would you prefer to meet with the Dothraki envoy first, or the official from our region? Prince, shall we see the official first, or the Dothraki? Viserys paused in thought before responding. Of course, we should see our own people first. Send him to the side room. Yes, Prince. After Viserys left, young Cunnington turned to his father and asked, Father, do you think the prince will order the troops to go out? Cunnington, looking concerned, replied, Judging from the prince's attitude, he likely will. Moreover, the prince has always wanted to establish a more centralized alliance. If we show weakness against the Dothraki, the alliance that we've just formed will be in jeopardy. Young Cunnington, sensing his father's pessimism, inquired further, Father, you don't seem to want the prince to go to war with the Dothraki? Cunnington sighed deeply. The Dothraki sea is vast, and most of the Dothraki are united under a single call. The four free cities might be able to face the call with all their strength, but certainly not now. We must find a way to persuade the prince not to act rashly. Young Cunnington nodded, recalling the silent sister Lymera's teachings on the importance of patience. Accompanied by Dany, Viserys quickly changed into his black, three-headed dragon robe and arrived in the anteroom adjacent to the throne hall. The anteroom was an informal space for receiving visitors, with red, three-headed dragon banners on a black background lining the walls. For unsullied stood guard. The Cunningtons were already waiting there, and to Viserys' surprise, so was Cambron. Having heard of Viserys' return to the military port, Cambron had come upon learning that the prince would be receiving officials in the Great Hall. Like Cunnington, Cambron did not favor going to war with the Dothraki. His house was involved in the fur trade, which would suffer enormous losses if relations with the Dothraki soured. Because it was a simple reception, only a few people were present in the Great Hall. The official who had come was named Selin, a man in his 40s responsible for several villages in the northwest of the Two Lakes region. Selin's face bore fine lines around his eyes and mouth, and his clothes were dust-covered from his long journey, particularly frayed around the edges as if caught on something during his travels. He looked a bit disheveled. Selin was one of the first officials to be promoted by Viserys. Though they had never spoken before, Selin held great respect for the young ruler. Not only had Viserys reduced the tax rate to 30%, but he had also eradicated the bandits in the Two Lakes region within a year. During that year, the people of the Two Lakes had experienced the greatest happiness and peace, with the sound of children's laughter often heard in the fields. Now, Selin hoped that Viserys would protect them and drive the Dothraki away. The moment Selin saw Viserys, he fell to his knees and pleaded, Prince, I come before you bearing the blood and tears of the people of Lorraine, begging for mercy and protection. All the emotions he had been holding back suddenly erupted into sobs as he haltingly described the suffering of the common people of Lorraine town to Viserys. Ashes and tears now blanket the land of Lorien. These Dothraki are demons who have crawled out of hell. They rape daughters before their fathers and wives before their husbands. Tears streaming down his face, Selin reached into his cloak and pulled out a small shoe. Viserys gestured to the unsullied beside him, who took the shoe and handed it over. The tattered shoe, no bigger than a hand, drew the attention of everyone present. It was the shoe of a child, perhaps 4 or 5 years old. Made of rough hemp with a pointed toe, it was unisex, but its size clearly marked it as a child's shoe, small enough to fit in the palm of a hand. The inside of a shoe was stained with dark red blood, a stark reminder of the tragedy its owner must have endured. Viserys could even smell the faint scent of rusted iron. Prince, shoes like this are scattered all over Lorraine town, and the Dothraki are making more of them every day. As Viserys examined the shoe, his eyes glinted with a cold light. The soul within him, from another world, stirred up many painful memories. Yet he managed to remain composed, noting that Selin was a shrewd man who knew how to tug at the hearts of those in power. Dany, seated nearby, had a clear view of the shoe. She could see how deeply it affected Viserys, whose violet eyes had reddened slightly. Viserys handed the small shoe to the Unsullied beside him, instructing him to show it to Connington and Cambron. This gesture from Viserys bolstered Selin's confidence. As the group made their way to the throne room, they discussed the situation in hushed tones. The throne room itself had been completely transformed, a project overseen by Connington. It was now adorned with dragon motifs and modeled as closely as possible after the throne hall of the Red Keep in King's Landing. While the Iron Throne was unattainable, the original Archon's throne had been elevated by 3 feet, and its back was raised by 1 meter, with a 3-headed dragon pattern carved into it. The walls were draped with alternating black and red Targaryen banners and blue and white striped wind-blown banners, the latter featuring a new 3-headed dragon emblem that everyone agreed was quite imposing. In addition to the dragon imagery, Connington had incorporated elements of the Faith of the Seven, as well as statues of other gods, such as the Red God and the Moonsingers, at Viserys' suggestion. The Windblown prided themselves on tolerance and assimilation, values that had led to their growth. Now numbering 11,000, they were the largest mercenary group in the disputed lands and even the entire free cities. Though officially a mercenary company, the Windblown had effectively become a permanent fixture in Tyrosh. With 4,000 soldiers, they had far surpassed their previous size, and their sergeants and officers had naturally risen to become Tyrosh's new elite. In the council chamber, nearly 50 people, comprising Tyrosh's old nobility, led by Cambron, the Windblown's new elite, and the talented individuals Viserys had promoted from the ranks of slaves, gathered to discuss the Dothraki threat. As they waited for Viserys to arrive, whispers filled the room. In any war, there are always those who advocate for peace and those who favor conflict. Darcent was clearly in the former camp, a staunch advocate of peace. We're on an island anyway. The Dothraki can take what they want. Sending an army would only cost us more. His words were quickly met with opposition. But what about the taxes? Dick retorted sharply. Do you really think a small island can support Tyrosh's 300,000 people? As a nobleman of Westeros, Dick understood that while a lord might live in a castle, he couldn't ignore the needs of the peasants under his care. If he did, they would flee, leaving his castle worthless. To him, the so-called free cities were just larger castles that required more help to maintain. Though he kept his thoughts on the free cities to himself, he ran a hand through his red and blue hair, stood, and addressed those around him. Everyone knows how vast the grass sea is. The Dothraki, well, they're all horsemen. We can't catch up with them. And as for Drogo, you all know he commands 50,000 warriors, all cavalry. There's no way we can win this battle. I'm not afraid of 500,000, let alone 50,000. No wonder the prince never takes you anywhere. Ha! Coward! Regis, fresh from the battlefield and full of energy, glared at Darcent and shouted, "Who are you calling a coward?" Darcent shot back, though he knew deep down he was one. Still, he couldn't afford to show it here. "Ew!" shouted Geralt, the dark-skinned man, as he stood up. Among the wind-blown officers, there was now a chain of contempt. At the top were those who had fought alongside Viserys against the pirates and during the slave uprising, a testament to their bravery and loyalty. Next were those who had joined him at the Battle of the Dragon's Flame Fortress, the last group to be added to the Windblown. The room erupted into noise as the arguments escalated, but some remained calm. The unsullied officers, like Conwyra, were focused only on following Viserys' orders. Others, like Virgil, who had died in battle, hadn't thought about anything beyond the battlefield. For them, Viserys promised to reduce their military service by 1 year for every 3 heads taken was all that mattered. They were only interested in killing, indifferent to who the enemy was. Then there were men like Cambron, who had no real influence. When the time came to fight, they would simply collect their pay and be done with it. Viserys had kept him alive only to prevent the nobles of the other free cities from overreacting. In the Great Hall, it became clear that the war party held the majority. Just as the group began discussing strategies, the guards outside announced, "The Regent Prince is here." Everyone stood up as Viserys entered, accompanied by Dany, Jon Connington, and the others. All eyes were drawn to the black robe he wore, reflecting the admiration they held for him. This young man, who had proven his strength in one-on-one combat just over a year ago, had now grown into a commanding figure. Though the mercenaries lacked the literacy to express their admiration with eloquent phrases like dragon among men or divine presence, their respect was unmistakable. Especially for Cambron, Viserys had arrived at the palace a year ago as Hoyt's escort, and now he is the master of the house. Viserys ascended the high throne and addressed the assembly with a calm authority. "Please sit." His tone was measured, and though he dispensed with the formalities, his sheer presence ensured that no one dared to challenge him. The hall fell into a hushed silence as they awaited his words. Regis, who had once expressed a desire to learn combat from Viserys, had since become a fervent advocate for war. Sensing his eagerness, Viserys gave a slight nod, signaling him to speak. "Prince, are we going to war with the Dothraki?" Regis asked, his voice charged with anticipation. "Prince, are we going to war with the Dothraki?" Regis asked, though all eyes were fixed on Viserys. Viserys surveyed the room, noting the faces full of expectation. Even without detailed explanations, the military merit system he had established was enough to stir the ambitions of many who saw war as a path to fortune. Yet, something about the situation struck him as unusual. Instead of answering Regis directly, Viserys gestured for him to sit and called for Jacko to enter. "The Dothraki envoy has arrived." The crowd turned, curiosity sparking as they anticipated the arrival of the Blood Rider to the mightiest call. Moments later, Jacko entered the hall, a man with intricate tattoos on his face, gold earrings, a gold nose ring, and his chest and arms partially exposed. His presence was jarringly out of place, like a donkey that had wandered into a theater, clashing with the grand and refined atmosphere around him. The envoys from Myr and Lys looked apprehensive at the sight of the fierce Dothraki, but Jacko remained unconcerned. As he stepped into the hall, he was momentarily taken aback by the grandeur of the scene. These people who live in stone houses can actually create such a beautiful place, he thought, comparing it to the Nine Towers manse in Pentos, which now seemed inferior. He was delighted, finding the enormous three-headed dragon banner and the tall statues far superior to anything in the Dothraki. Sensing the gaze of the crowd upon him, Jacko quickly masked his surprise, proudly raising his head like a strutting goose as he fixed his eyes on Viserys' throne. The sight of Viserys, with his silver hair and black robes, filled him with envy. He longed to sit on that throne himself. "Greetings, Prince Regent," Jacko said casually, his eyes darting around the room. Viserys, noticing Jacko's flippant demeanor, spoke up sternly, "State your business." "Prince Regent, there's been a shortage of food on the grasslands recently, and Khal Drogo has asked to borrow some grain," Jacko replied, completely omitting the so-called apology that had been expected. His provocative tone and dismissive expression stirred unease among the audience. Kenwyra and the other officers of slave origin quietly placed their hands on their sword hilts, ready to strike at Viserys' command. "And what else?" Viserys asked, his tone still flat and controlled. Jacko sneered inwardly, thinking this Viserys was easily manipulated. He continued, "Our great Khal Drogo hopes to form an alliance with you. He wishes to marry your sister, Daenerys." At the mention of Drogo's name, Dany frowned, her expression filled with disgust. Ever since Illyrio had first introduced her to the idea of Drogo, the very name had made her feel physically ill. The thought of being tied to a man she considered a beast, a savage, was unbearable. Her revulsion had only grown with each mention of the Dothraki. For the envoys from Lys and Myr, the proposition seemed like a straightforward solution: trade Daenerys for peace. If it were their own houses, They would have eagerly washed their daughters clean, eager to use the marriage to gain political capital. But now, they were mere spectators, their opinions irrelevant. They quickly noticed, however, that the officers of Tyrosh were on the brink of a violent outburst. "You fool! How can the blood of the Dragon Lord be mingled with that of a beast?" Maris, who stood closest to Dany, rose to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Jacko. It was clear to all that Viserys' advisors had already accepted Dany as their future queen, and Jacko's so-called marriage proposal was nothing short an insult. Maris was the first to speak out, but her outrage quickly spread, and almost everyone in the hall rose in protest. "How dare you? You deserve to burn in hell. Filthy barbarian, go back to where you came from. Do you think my sword isn't sharp enough?" The outrage was palpable. The officers, along with the bureaucrats, were even more furious than the soldiers. To them, the idea that this barbarian would dare try to take away their young mother was an affront beyond tolerance. Jacko, now faced with a hall full of armored men glaring at him with deadly intent, felt a wave of anxiety. He had never expected such a violent reaction to his proposal. Suddenly, he found himself at a loss, his bravado crumbling. Desperately trying to regain his composure, he reminded himself of the 50,000 roaring warriors waiting behind him and attempted to recover his confidence. Jacko looked up at Viserys and issued a threat, his voice with a forced bravado. "Prince Regent, I come with a desire for peace. Do you want to hear your people continue to wail under the Dothraki machetes?" His neck stiffened, and his tone was so agitated that his thick gold earrings and nose ring quivered with each word. Viserys observed the scene before him, noting with satisfaction that under his rule there were no cowardly generals among his ranks. "Who will go with me?" Viserys asked, his voice calm but resolute. Jacko's heart sank. This was turning into a disaster, one that he might not survive. "Prince, let me go with you. My crossbow is nearly rusted." Dick stood up eagerly. "Master, please, let me fight for you, for Daenerys," another shouted. The room surged with emotion, leaving Jacko overwhelmed by the fervor of the crowd. "Prince, no one knows the Dothraki's tactics better than I. Let me go with you to fight them." Kago's voice was low, yet his towering presence made him impossible to ignore. Though once a Dothraki, Kago had decided to put down roots here. He no longer saw himself as one of them. If he failed to prove himself in this war, he knew he would never truly belong. Jacko recognized him instantly. "Kago, you shameful Dothraki, serving the milkmen." Jacko spat. Kago unsheathed his curved blade and approached him. "I'm talking to the prince, so why are you interfering? What are you doing?" Jacko demanded as he and his entourage drew their weapons. The air grew colder as the metallic chorus of unsheathing swords filled the hall, the glint of steel reflecting off the walls. Suddenly, Jacko and his men found themselves surrounded, their hands and feet frozen in place. "Stop!" Viserys' command rang out, forcing everyone to halt and retreat. For a brief moment, Jacko felt a flicker of relief, believing he had escaped danger. But Viserys' next order made his blood run cold. "Kago, cut off his nose." "No, you can't do this." Jacko protested, but his words fell on deaf ears as his guards were swiftly subdued. He himself was held at spear point, unable to move as Kago advanced toward him. Paralyzed with fear, Jacko could only watch as Kago approached, his sneer deepening. "Kago, you are a disgrace to the Dothraki. The horse god will spit on your soul." Kago smirked. "I believe in the Seven now." With that, a blinding pain shot through Jacko as part of his nose was sliced off. He gasped for air, but the blood that poured out choked him, filling his nasal cavity and lungs. He coughed violently, struggling for breath. Kago casually tossed the bloody piece of flesh to the ground and crushed it underfoot, a cold, final act of dominance. At this point, Jacko was in so much pain that he could not speak. He could only cover his nose and glare at Viserys with murderous intent. Blood flowed from his fingers, forming several crimson lines down his arm until it dripped from his elbow. His upper and lower lips opened and closed like a gasping fish, and he barely managed to stand with the help of the guards. "I don't like killing envoys. You can go back," Viserys said, waving his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Jacko wanted to utter a harsh retort, but the pain silenced him. The guards outside rushed in and escorted him out of the hall and the palace. Only the bloodstains on the ground served as evidence that Jacko had been there. Viserys turned to the officers, who still looked unsatisfied. "Cago," he called. The throne, specially designed by Connington, amplified Viserys' voice, making it loud and clear with a long, lingering echo. Cago stood up and walked to the center of the throne room. "You and I will lead the cavalry as the vanguard." "Yes, my lord." "Conwira." "My lord," Conwira responded, stepping beside Cago. "You will lead the 2,000 unsullied." "Yes, my lord." "Dick, Geralt, you will each command 500 longbowmen." Viserys continued issuing orders, assembling a force of 5,000 troops. His goal was to annihilate the 3,000 Dothraki cavalry under Jacko's command. Only then could he inspire enough confidence among the free cities to launch a major battle against the Horse Lords. "Prince, what about me?" Regis asked anxiously. "You don't need to go this time. You're too tired." "Prince, I'm not tired." "Execute the order." Firmly refused. Regis had no choice but to relent. After everyone had dispersed from the throne hall, Jon Connington approached Viserys. Having just returned less than half a day ago, he was already preparing for another war. Even the strongest man would struggle under such strain. Although Viserys' intelligence suggested they should win, Jon Connington was still concerned about his health. "Prince, why don't you let me lead this campaign? I think you need to rest." Viserys looked at him and said, "Ser Connington, I appreciate your concern, but this is our first battle against the Dothraki, and it's crucial. We must win this battle decisively, or the alliance will crumble. After this, we'll be in a full-scale war with the Horse Lords, and we need to give our allies the confidence to see it through." As Jon Connington listened, he studied Viserys' face and saw no signs of fatigue. He let out a sigh of relief. Is it the blessing of the late king? He wondered. The Targaryens are truly fortunate to have such a resilient leader. "Okay, I'll start preparing now. We can deploy the troops in 2 days at most." "You've worked hard," Viserys said with a nod. It took Jon Connington 2 days to gather the supplies needed for 5,000 troops. Even with reserves prepared in advance, he had to work nearly around the clock to accomplish it in such a short time. When Viserys expressed his concern, Connington felt a bit embarrassed. In his mind, his own efforts were insignificant compared to what Viserys had endured. In Daenerys' room, Viserys carefully placed the 2 newly acquired blue and red dragon eggs among the black, silver, bronze, green, and yellow ones. As Viserys nurtured the eggs, the 5 previously obtained dragon eggs glistened like jewels in the sunlight. The golden yellow dragon egg, which had been stolen by pirates, had also been fully restored through blood magic. "I hope I can fight alongside you one day," Viserys mused. "There will be a day. The red comet has already appeared. Soon, we will be able to hatch the dragons," Daenerys replied. "When the dragons hatch, can we go back?" Dany asked, a note of longing in her voice. As more Westerosi joined the Windblown, her desire to see the homeland she had never known grew stronger. Dragonstone, King's Landing, the Riverlands, Harrenhal. These names, once meaningless to her, had become places of deep significance, where she and Viserys were born. No, the dragons will still be very young when they hatch. It will take at least a year or 2 before they can be of any real use to us. However, Viserys knew that once the dragons hatched, the balance of power would shift. His influence would grow rapidly alongside the dragons. When the lords of Westeros saw the dragons, the Baratheons' claim to the throne would lose all legitimacy. Even the lands of the stag, falcon, wolf, and fish would be engulfed in flames. It would not be an idle threat to raise 3 dragon banners in every household. Jacko and his men, driven out of Tyrosh, no longer carried their former arrogance. They resembled refugees fleeing disaster, stripped of their pride. Their horses had been seized by Viserys, forcing Jacko and his guards to sell their braided locks of hair just to afford a few boat tickets and some donkeys to escape the city. After 3 days of torment, Jacko had become numb to the pain in his nose. His men covered his face with a plain white cloth, but the blood seeping from where his nose had been stained the cloth black and red, like a dirty, worn-out handkerchief. "Go! It's one of ours," one of Jacko's men said, hearing the faint sound of bells. Following the sound, they found Dothraki scouts wandering the Two Lakes region. The Dothraki, maintaining their tradition of fighting in the Great Grass Sea, used large numbers of scouts to both gather intelligence and conceal their own movements. "Call them over." Jacko's voice was strange and distorted, a result of his missing nose. The summoned Dothraki scouts didn't recognize their leader at first, but one of Jacko's guards confirmed his identity. "Send word to all the wandering warriors to return. I will lead you to burn everything here," Jacko commanded, his rage boiling over. He then ordered one of his personal guards to ride to Drogo and summon him with his army to the disputed lands for revenge. For several days, Jacko endured the agony of his missing nose as they traveled. He swore to exact the most brutal revenge on Viserys. However, blinded by his fury, Jacko failed to notice the golden eagle circling overhead. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as Jacko and his men left Tyrosh, they were tracked by Viserys. Without realizing it, Jacko had become a guide for his enemy. When Jacko finally arrived at his camp, the sky had already turned as black as velvet. He had chosen a slope for his camp, strategically positioning it to provide shelter from the wind. The surrounding area was flat, and during the day, the guards at the top of the slope would have an unobstructed view, turning the slope into a natural watchtower. Nearly 3,000 of his men were spread across the hillside, like a large pancake. Confident in their reliance on scouts, the Dothraki hadn't bothered to set up any barricades, certain that they would detect any approaching enemy long before they posed a threat. If the enemy was weak, they would pounce like wolves. If stronger, they would flee, leaving behind a trail of horse manure. Jacko's return caused a stir in his Khalasar, and the Dothraki chieftains who had received word of his arrival rushed out to meet him. As he entered the camp, the familiar scent of horse manure gave him a sense of security after the long, grueling journey. The Dothraki were a people closely intertwined with their horses, and despite their nomadic lifestyle, the air in their camp was tolerable, a mix of animal and human scents. After raiding several villages and towns, the camp wasn't just filled with horse manure. It was also teeming with women and children taken captive. Hearing the cries of the women and the lewd laughter of the Dothraki warriors, Jacko felt a surge of excitement. As he passed through the camp, the Dothraki warriors bowed to him, slightly easing the sting of the humiliation he had suffered in Tyrosh. However, many of the warriors, under the cover of night, hadn't yet noticed that their had lost his nose. "Before midnight, before midnight, have all centurions in my tent," Jacko ordered in a hoarse voice, struggling to adjust to speaking without his nose. The air he breathed felt dry, lacking the moisture his nasal passages once provided. Meanwhile, Cago, himself a Dothraki, was well acquainted with the habits of the Dothraki mercenaries. With the aid of the whistling crows, they had managed to detect the Dothraki scouts in advance, allowing him and Viserys' 1,500 light cavalry to approach Jacko's camp unnoticed. To maintain their secrecy, they had to eliminate at least 40 Dothraki scouts along the way, nearly half of whom were killed by Viserys himself. In Cago's eyes, Viserys was the call he was destined to follow. As far as he knew, no call in Dothraki history had shown more power than Viserys. "Prince, the hill ahead is Jacko's camp," Cago warned, though he didn't know that Viserys' golden eagle had already scouted it. "Send a raven to Conwyra. Have him block the western exit," Viserys ordered. Yes, Viserys was determined. He intended to take 3,000 Dothraki heads, not only to send a strong message to the 4 free cities, but also to cement his authority within the Confederation. In Jacko's tent, 20 centurions had gathered. Unaware of what had transpired in Tyrosh, they believed Jacko would soon lead them on another raid. Done. These milkman women are too fragile. I barely had any fun before they died. Try their men. They're no different from the women. Better be cautious. We could sell them in Slaver's Bay instead. To the Dothraki, the people of the 2 lakes were nothing more than lambs for the slaughter. These villagers weren't protected by the 3 free cities. They were left to fend for themselves, abandoned to the whims of the Dothraki. The Archon of Tyrosh, the Prince of Lys, and the Lord of Myr sent nothing but tax collectors, as if the people were born to bear heavy taxes and suffer Dothraki raids. The civilians captured by the Dothraki, penned like livestock, had long since grown numb. Suddenly, someone whispered, "Ko is coming," and the Dothraki centurions, who had been speaking loudly, fell silent. But they quickly noticed something unusual. Jacko had donned a golden mask. It was newly made, a bit rough around the edges, but gave him the semblance of a nose. With his limited understanding, Jacko couldn't fathom why the golden nose didn't feel as good as the one he'd lost. But he had no choice. The 2 bloody holes in his face had destroyed his image. To preserve his dignity, he had ordered the creation of the gold mask on the spot. He glared at his centurions with murderous intent and declared, "The damned milkman rejected the Khaal's generosity. Not only did he refuse to support the people of the noble horse god, but he also refused to marry his sister to the Khaal. We will make that arrogant fool taste our curved swords." Jacko's words immediately ignited the fury of the Dothraki in the tent. As the most powerful Khaal in history, Drogo held an almost divine status among them. To some, he was nearly the embodiment of the horse god. Viserys' defiance was seen as an unforgivable insult. Yes, let's show him. How dare he reject Khal Drogo's kindness? I'll carve the flesh from his bones. Jacko continued, "I have sent word to the great Khal Drogo that I will create the greatest carpet of milkmaid's blood before his army arrives. Kill them all! Kill them all!" The Dothraki roared in unison. For a moment, their cries seemed to shake the very walls of Jacko's tent. In recent days, they had nearly exhausted the loot and supplies they had plundered. Restlessness had begun to spread, with nearly half the Dothraki growing impatient. Now, not only could they continue their spree of looting and killing, but they also had an even stronger reason to do so. As they reveled in the anticipation of a new round of bloodshed, a faint tremor suddenly rippled beneath their feet. The tent, which had been like a pot of boiling water, quickly cooled as if doused with a bucket of ice. The Dothraki, raised alongside their horses, recognized the sensation immediately. It was the unmistakable sound of galloping hooves. And, judging by the intensity of the vibrations, there were at least 1,000 riders approaching. Viserys had demonstrated his dragonbone bow to Kago just 10 minutes ago. 9 arrows seemed to meld with the night, and with a sharp, piercing sound, it struck down the necks of a Dothraki warrior one after another. Effortless. Kago, who had always prided himself on his skill with bow and horse, felt as though he had witnessed a miracle. What did it mean to shoot 9 arrows in quick succession, each hitting its mark? Even the mightiest Dothraki warrior couldn't achieve such a feat. This led Kago to think that Viserys was the stallion destined to mount the world. Viserys had wanted to impress Kago, but he also had other plans. Soon, they led 1,500 light cavalry to the top of the slope. The 2 men looked down at Jacko's camp, waiting for news from Conwyra. "Prince, that must be Jacko's tent," Kago said, pointing to a tent surrounded by torches and braziers, practically marking his territory. "Where do they usually keep the civilians they've captured?" Viserys asked. "Next to Jacko's tent. Only the Khalasar's leaders are allowed to distribute things." Kago hesitated, realizing that Viserys might not appreciate the truth about the loot. "Understood. Try to protect the civilians as much as possible." "Yes, my lord." Viserys soon received word from the messenger raven that Conwyra had reached the desired location. The note in his hand burned with a quiet flame, like a freshly plucked flower, and Kago was momentarily distracted. "Light the fires," Viserys ordered, and hundreds of torches flared to life within the silent ranks of the cavalry. From a distance, the slope seemed ablaze. He looked down at the Dothraki camp below, confident that victory was within his grasp. Now he had a face called Jacko's 50,000 warriors. Viserys had never taken the nomads' army seriously. The Dothraki were known to disdain armor and live in tents. In other words, they were not very formidable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been halted by the 3,000 unsullied at Qohor. Now, Viserys could say he had the entire map open before him. The Dothraki army held no secrets from him. With 5,000 cavalry, he could march straight to the Dothraki holy city. But something puzzled him. Why would they sought an alliance by marriage? He couldn't understand it. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't dwell on it. When the war is over, I can ask it to the Horse Lord himself, Viserys thought. Prepare to charge. A cavalryman stood on his horse, waving a torch to signal the orders. Within moments, the 1,000 cavalrymen split into two formations, like twin fire-breathing serpents, rapidly advancing on the Dothraki camp. As Viserys' army emerged like ghosts from the darkness, Jacko was thrown into complete disarray. Some Dothraki warriors managed to leap onto their horses, only to find themselves lost in the chaos. Others couldn't locate their mounts at all. The eerie, piercing cry of a golden eagle cut through the night like a sharp needle. The Dothraki's fighting spirit and discipline were even worse than Viserys had anticipated. Before his army could fully engage the scattered camp, the Dothraki were already trampling over each other in a panicked frenzy. Some tried to flee in the opposite direction, but they hadn't gone far before they encountered a darker presence. "Unsullied! It's the Unsullied!" The panicked Dothraki shouted, desperately trying to control their horses, but they found themselves trapped. Hundreds of Dothraki cavalrymen were packed together, vulnerable and exposed in front of Conwyra's defensive line. A sudden chill swept through the air, and when they looked up, a deadly rain of steel descended upon them. Under Conwyra's command, the Unsullied hurled their spears with lethal precision. Horses whinnied in terror, and riders screamed in agony. As Jacko prepared to charge, his eyes locked onto a familiar figure, Viserys. Jacko had never seen such a strange weapon before. He had always believed that the spears used by knights were only for thrusting, and that swords were needed for slashing. But to his shock, Viserys wielded his unusual weapon with deadly versatility, stabbing, slashing, and hacking his way through the battlefield. No one could stand against him. No one could even slow him down. Jacko couldn't comprehend how Viserys' army had arrived so suddenly, as if his scouts had simply vanished in a thin air. For a fleeting moment, Jacko even lost the courage to mount his horse and face Viserys in battle. No, a Dothraki can only die on his horse. Jacko roared, grabbing a yellow warhorse that had lost its rider. The horse's owner had been preparing to clean it, so it wasn't even saddled, but Jacko didn't care. He was Drogo's co, the strongest co in Drogo's army. No one could match his riding skills. Unsheathing his curved blade, Jacko prepared to charge Viserys. But then, Viserys revealed a power that shattered his courage. With a single swing of his strange weapon, Viserys lifted a burly Dothraki centurion off the ground. Yes, lifted him. The centurion dangled from Viserys' spear like a rag doll or a piece of rotten meat. Even Drogo would have praised the centurion as a worthy warrior. Yet, here was Viserys, lifting him effortlessly with his spear, a display of strength no human should possess. But Viserys wasn't done. He held the centurion's corpse high above his head, then flung it with the force of a fisherman casting a line. The 100-pound mass of flesh hurtled through the air and slammed into Jacko, knocking him off his horse. Dazed and disoriented, Jacko realized his golden mask was gone. As his vision cleared, he found Viserys spear at his throat, the cold smell of blood and steel filling his nostrils. He felt as if his lungs and soul had been pierced. "My lord, no, I mean Prince," Jacko stammered, his voice trembling as he tried to mimic the respectful tone of a merchant. But fear gripped him tightly. Above, the dark clouds parted, and the moon emerged behind Viserys, casting a shadow over Jacko that felt as heavy as a mountain. Bang! Jacko's cheeks twitched uncontrollably as Viserys, rather than killing him, ordered him to be taken away. With their commander captured, the remaining Dothraki were unable to mount any effective resistance. Kenwyra led the Unsullied, moving like a massive steel rake across the slope, scouring the battlefield twice. Meanwhile, Cago led the cavalry in pursuit of the fleeing Dothraki. As night deepened, the stench of blood began to permeate the air, so strong it drew wolves from miles away. Under the officers' commands, Viserys' army systematically decapitated the fallen horsemen. The pile of severed heads grew higher and higher, eventually forming a small hill. The yellow soil eagerly drank the blood that seeped into it. Jacko stood atop the hill with Viserys, teetering on the brink of a nervous breakdown. He had once beheaded others without hesitation, but now the heads being severed were those of his own people. Even more disturbing was the mechanical efficiency of the beheadings, resembling a gruesome assembly line. Some soldiers stripped valuables from the bodies. Others carried them, while still others performed the cutting and collected the heads. Adding to Jacko's bewilderment, Viserys ordered the Dothraki warriors' braids to be cut off, though their purpose remained unclear to him. At dawn, Kenwyra presented Viserys with the final count. "Master, we have beheaded 2,741 and captured 272 alive. The bodies have been collected and are ready for disposal." Viserys took the bow and arrows Kenwyra handed him, and Cago offered him a lit torch. Lighting the arrow, Viserys shot it into the pile of Dothraki bodies. The burning arrow traced a path of orange light through the air before sinking into the mound of corpses. As soon as it made contact, yellow flames erupted, engulfing the pile like a python swallowing its prey whole. Jacko stood dazed, the scene before him hollowing him out like a shell devoid of a soul. He looked utterly lost. In a single night, more than 3,000 of his people had perished. Not only the elite warriors he had handpicked from his Khalasar, but also those given to him by Khal Drogo. He knew that, even if he returned, there would be no mercy for him. Viserys watched the pile of burning corpses and commanded, "Cut off their thumbs and big toes, and throw them into the fire." The coldness of his order sent a chill through Jacko's heart. "Yes, my lord," came the reply. Moments later, the screams of the prisoners echoed across the camp. For Dothraki, losing their thumbs and big toes was a crippling punishment, stripping them of their ability to run, jump, or control the reins. In the harsh conditions of the Grass Sea, such injuries would almost certainly lead to infection, rendering them completely useless. This was Viserys' punishment. As Jacko watched hundreds of severed thumbs being tossed into the flames, his fear of Viserys peaked. It was the primal fear of prey confronting a natural predator. When Viserys turned and walked toward him, Jacko's body began to tremble uncontrollably, his muscles nearly seizing from sheer terror. In the original novel, after the Horse Lord became incapacitated, Jacko had been the first to seize the opportunity, leading over 10,000 men away and declaring himself Khal. Ambitious and shrewd, he was acutely aware of danger. Now, as the scent of steel and tobacco reached him from Viserys, his legs weakened, barely able to support him. "Prince," Jacko stammered, his voice quivering. "I won't kill you," Viserys replied calmly. "Go back and tell Drogo that if he still considers himself a warrior, he should not make life difficult for the poor civilians. Let him fight me one-on-one. If I lose, everything I have is his. If he loses, I won't take his life. But he must agree never to cross the forest of Qohor." At Viserys' demand, Cago's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Forbidding the Dothraki from crossing the forest of Qohor would effectively have their territory, cutting them off from the more fertile lands, akin to the Huns losing the Chilian and Yenji mountains. Viserys' terms were severe, But Jacko was too focused on surviving to concern himself with the implications. Yes, yes, Prince, Jacko stuttered, his voice trembling. He was given 2 horses and watched as Viserys let him ride east with a group of crippled. At that moment, Kago stepped forward and asked, "Prince, do you really intend to fight Drogo?" Viserys smiled and responded, "Do you want to be a call?" Kago hesitated, confused by the question, but something long dormant ignited within him. A flame rekindled in his heart. The vast Dothraki sea of grass rivaled the size of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Viserys knew he couldn't directly govern such an immense territory. Instead, he planned to support his own allies and influence Dothraki affairs from a distance, a strategy that would yield greater benefits. The animal skins from the grass sea would become valuable strategic materials under his control. By planting this seed of ambition, Viserys had awakened Kago's desire, but he left his question unanswered. Mounting his horse, Viserys took with him more than 3,000 capture horses and over 2,000 severed heads, returning to Tyrosh. He intended to use those heads to construct a monumental cenotaph. Ves Dothrak, the largest city of the Dothraki, was unlike any other city. It had no walls and sprawled across a vast area around the mother of mountains and the womb of the world. Its crude buildings, made of wood and stone, were tall yet rudimentary, with some even constructed from special grasses. Despite intricate carvings, there was little that could be called artistic. These structures were built by slaves captured by the Dothraki. News of Jacko's defeat sent shockwaves through Ves Dothrak. The loss of 3,000 warriors cast a dark shadow over the city. At that time, Furcals ruled the Great Grass Sea, and Drogo had summoned them, though their combined strength was still inferior to his own. The Khals, along with their sons, Kos and Blood Riders, gathered in a massive circular wooden building that served as the Dothraki's Great Hall of the Council. A large circular skylight dominated the center of the hall, designed not only for lighting, but also because the Dothraki believed that all their deeds must be witnessed by the sky. This hall hosted the most important meetings and ceremonies. It was here that the Mother of Dragons had eaten a horse's heart, and where Viserys had been crowned in molten gold. As the Khals assembled, Drogo had yet to appear. A burly Khal named Ogo spoke first, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You return with only 300 men, and they're all crippled. Are your people blind, or are all your horses lame? How dare you show your face here?" He sneered at Jacko, whose face was wrapped in coarse cloth, mocking his shameful return. Abandoned his Khalasar. Jacko, once Drogo's had been a warrior of unmatched strength, second only to Drogo himself. But now, he was stripped of the status and power needed to stand among the Khals as an equal. He had lost not only his warriors, but also his quasi-blood riders, who were now crippled and useless. Faced with Ogo's mockery, Jacko could not muster a single word in his defense. "Jacko, can you tell us about the battle that day?" asked another Khal, an elderly man with gray hair named Motho. He commanded a Khalasar of aged Dothraki, making his Khalasar one of the weakest. Yet, Motho held a certain level of respect among his people. After all, even the youngest and strongest Dothraki would eventually grow old. Upon hearing Motho's request, Jacko's dull eyes suddenly flickered with fear, as if the vision of that towering, burning pile of corpses had resurfaced before him. "Jacko, are you deaf?" Ogo barked impatiently, annoyed by Jacko's silence. Among the Dothraki, social standing was brutally clear. Whoever commanded the largest Khalasar, the most warriors, and the fiercest fighters had the loudest voice. Perhaps Ogo would have once shown Jacko respect, but now, Jacko was nothing more than a defeated man, a dog without a spine. Etiquette no longer mattered. Jacko didn't dare to protest. His throat dry, he swallowed mechanically, though there was no moisture left in his mouth. "That day, I had my warriors stationed on a hill," Jacko began, his voice trembling. "We sent out at least 300 scouts, but not a single one returned with a warning. This Viserys, he uses sorcery. His army appeared on the hilltop like ghosts, and we had no time to react. There was also a force of Unsullied who cut off our retreat. As Jacko recounted the events, the expressions of the calls grew more solemn. Though he had been defeated, both he and Drogo had once commanded great respect for their abilities. To see such a formidable co, now reduced to terror, disturbed them deeply. The Dothraki's greatest strengths lay in their scouts and their mobility. If these were neutralized, they would stand no chance against the milkmen clad in iron armor. The Dothraki were not ignorant. They understood the advantages of armor. But long-held customs and limited resources had prevented them from mass-producing armored warriors. Without these, their traditional methods of warfare were at a dire disadvantage. Oomph! You've been beaten, Jacko. You're no longer a proud Dothraki. You're nothing but lamb-men. A lamb-men without bones. Ogo sneered, his words dripping with contempt. He knew exactly how much ground 300 scouts could cover. For Viserys to have slipped past that many without detection was unthinkable. Jacko must have sent out ugly scouts, unworthy, incompetent warriors, and that, in Ogo's mind, was the cause of his defeat. Could there have been a traitor? Suggested a thinner call, voicing a possibility that was easier for them to accept. A traitor? Jacko echoed, bewildered. He couldn't understand why there would be one. As far as he knew, the men he trusted should have been loyal. Knock, knock, knock. While the Dothraki leaders continued their discussion, a steady rhythm of footsteps echoed through the hall, accompanied by the faint jingling of bells. The men turned toward the doorway and saw a large, muscular figure entering. As the figure passed through, his broad frame blocked the light, casting the hall into shadow. The men quickly rose to their feet, and the sound of bells filled the hall. The calls bent slightly in respect, while their Kos, blood riders, and sons knelt. The man was Drogo. His long, black braids, reaching down to his thighs, swayed gently with each step, adorned with golden bells that gleamed like stars. Even silver bells were a rare honor among the Dothraki, and the bronze bells Drogo had once earned as a boy had long been discarded. Drogo was the greatest call of all, undefeated in battle. To the Dothraki, he was the living embodiment of victory and courage. Thump, thump, thump. As Drogo ascended to the throne at the center of the hall, his 3 blood riders took their positions behind him. Sitting on the throne, Drogo looked as though he had been born to rule from that seat. The stone throne, inlaid with precious gems, only enhanced his imposing presence. It was then that the others noticed something unusual. A milkmaid stood beside Drogo's blood riders, an oddity in the midst of such a gathering. After a tense silence, Drogo finally spoke in the harsh, guttural tones of the Dothraki language, his voice carrying the weight of authority. Jacko, tell me why you have returned alive. The sound of Drogo's voice sent a shudder through Jacko's body. Trembling, he replied, Great call, Drogo. Viserys sends you a message. At the mention of Viserys' name, the Dothraki chiefs perked up, their interest piqued. Jacko took a deep breath and said, Viserys sends a message. We are not to harm his people, and he challenges you to single combat. If you defeat him, he will surrender everything he possesses. But if you lose, the Dothraki must never cross the forest of Qohor. Insolent boy, a voice erupted from the crowd before Jacko could finish. The speaker was a Khal in his 40s, with a few strands of gray in his hair, yet his presence radiated the vigor of youth. This was Zekko, who frequently led his horses to graze near the outskirts of Qohor, territory directly impacted by Viserys' challenge. Viserys' actions were a direct affront to Zekko's interests. Moreover, Zekko considered himself well-versed in the ways of the free cities. He believed that these people, who cowered behind their walls, lacked the courage to face the mighty Dothraki warriors in open combat. To Zekko, Viserys' proposal was not only a violation of Dothraki interests, but also an insult to their honor. However, it seemed Jacko wasn't finished. Viserys also said that if he wins, you must cease accepting gifts from Pentos or any of the free cities. Kill him. How dare he challenge Drogo? Does he really think he's invincible? Who does he think he is? He's just a coward hiding behind armor. The calls erupted in anger. Whether their outrage was genuine or performed for Drogo's benefit, they knew they had to show it. At that moment, the milkman Drogo had brought into the hall knelt before him, speaking urgently. "Great call, Drogo. You must not fall for his tricks. This Viserys is without honor. He strikes from the shadows. He used this tactic to steal Tyrosh, to sneak up on Pentos. He even dabbles in witchcraft. I saw him kill over 200 pirates in an instant with dark magic." The speaker was Luas, a survivor of House Targaryen. When Viserys and the Red Viper Hoyt attacked Pentos, Luas had been there, trading with merchants. He managed to escape unharmed and now sought the Horse Lord's power for revenge. He was adamant that Drogo should not agree to a one-on-one fight with Viserys. In truth, this was also why Drogo had brought Luas to the gathering. Drogo himself was reluctant to face Viserys in single combat. His undefeated record came from thoroughly understanding his enemies, and Viserys' strength remained something of an enigma. When Luas mentioned Viserys' alleged use of witchcraft, the faces of the assembled Khals paled. The Dothraki had a deep-seated fear and hatred of witchcraft, and the mere suggestion of it was enough to unsettle even the bravest among them. "Khal, you must not accept this challenge. A demon lives within him." Kohalo, one of Drogo's blood riders, spoke up from behind. Bald, with a hooked nose and a mouth full of broken teeth, Kohalo's appearance was far from endearing, yet his loyalty to Drogo was unquestionable. Under Drogo's deliberate manipulation, Viserys had been transformed in the minds of the Dothraki into a figure akin to Gul'dan, a sinister sorcerer with insidious and cruel methods. They believed their Khal could defeat Viserys in open combat, but they feared that Drogo might fall victim to treachery or dark magic. Drogo had cleverly cultivated this image to preserve his own prestige. By portraying Viserys as an evil sorcerer, Drogo could avoid a direct confrontation without losing his honor. However, as Khal, he still needed to protect the Dothraki's honor and interests. Sensing the moment was right, Drogo finally spoke. "The lives of more than 3,000 Dothraki warriors cannot go unavenged. The honor of the Dothraki must be upheld, and Viserys must pay the price." "Yes, make him pay the price," the Dothraki shouted in unison, their excitement building, though there was an undercurrent of absurdity to it all. At that moment, the old Khal Motho spoke up again. "Great Khal Drogo, I have a suggestion." "Speak," Drogo replied, though in truth, Motho was also part of Drogo's orchestrated plan. "We can send one or more of our warriors to fight him. Then, we can renegotiate the terms for the victor's reward," Motho proposed. Drogo didn't respond immediately, instead looking up at the sky as if deep in thought, contemplating Motho's suggestion. "Khal Drogo, I will fight for you," Kohalo declared, stepping forward. "Khal Drogo, my son will fight for the Dothraki." Ogo exclaimed, pushing his son forward. "Khal Drogo, I will fight for the Dothraki," another warrior shouted, followed by a chorus of volunteers. The Dothraki were fired up. The thought of Viserys as a sorcerer no longer intimidated them. If they were to die, they knew others would avenge them, and they saw this as an opportunity to win even greater rewards for their Khalasars. Deep in their hearts, they believed that no sorcery could stand against the unstoppable force of Dothraki Ironhooves. The meeting was over. For Drogo, the loss of 3,000 men was neither insignificant nor catastrophic. It was a loss he could tolerate, but one that required an explanation to maintain the loyalty of his followers. As the one directly responsible for the defeat, Jacko no longer had a place among the living. After conferring with the other Dothraki leaders, they decided that Jacko would be exiled from Viz Dothrak. The reasoning was simple. Weapons and killing were forbidden in the Holy City unless someone had first violated the customs and rules of the Dothraki. Jacko had committed no such transgression within the city, but as one of Drogo's most powerful Khos, his failure was unforgivable. Even so, Drogo felt a twinge of emptiness after ordering Jacko's execution. Can that woman truly give birth to the stallion who will mount the world for me? Drogo asked, sitting in his tent, addressing a man with a black hood and a medium build. This man was a priest of the Black Goat, captured by Drogo's forces after they sacked a landman town near Lazar. The Dothraki scorned the Black Goat faith, and over the years, they had looted countless statues of foreign gods. However, the priest had proved his worth with his exceptional healing skills, so Drogo kept him close. Eventually, the priest began to display what he claimed were prophetic abilities, including a prophecy about this stallion who will mount the world, which rekindled Drogo's interest in Daenerys. "Great call, Drogo," the priest replied, lifting his gaze to meet Drogo's eyes. His eyes were peculiar, with square pupils like a goat's. Through those eyes, Drogo glimpsed a disturbing vision, a world where the grass had withered and the sea of grass was littered with corpses. Even the Dothraki were shown resorting to cannibalism. Then, a man with purple eyes, white hair, and olive skin appeared, leading the Dothraki to find enough food to... The vision faded as the priest's pupils returned to their normal round shape. "Call Drogo. That woman is a descendant of Valyria. The blood of the Dragon Lords flows through her veins. You know the Dragon Lords. They rode dragons and ruled the skies. Only such a woman can give birth to the stallion who will mount the world." Drogo didn't entirely believe the prophecy or the vision, but he was inclined to trust most of it. On one hand, the priest had already accurately predicted several events, including Jacko's defeat. On the other hand, the Red Waste was spreading, and the Dothraki's food supply was dwindling day by day. The grim vision might very well become reality. Because of this, Drogo did not put all his hopes on his upcoming battle with Viserys. He agreed to Viserys' challenge, partly because the destruction of Jacko's forces had caught him off guard, and he needed time. Mobilizing tens of thousands of troops was not something that could be accomplished with a single command. Viserys' challenge provided Drogo with the necessary delay to gather his strength and prepare for what was to come. "Show me if I can win this war," the Black Goat priest said with a knowing smile. "Everything in the vision will come to pass, dear Call. Of course, you will win. If you were destined to lose, the man with silver hair and purple eyes would never have appeared in the vision," he reassured Drogo. In Tyrosh, Jon Connington was greatly relieved to receive news of Viserys' victory. To celebrate, he organized the officials and citizens of Tyrosh to gather at the harbor, where they worked through the night to construct a triumphal arch. Although time was short, and the arch's main structure was made of wood, Connington spared no expense in adorning it. He ordered the craftsmen to wrap the arch in gold leaf, silk, and even inlaid it with precious stones and ivory, making it appear magnificent. To further enhance its grandeur, he placed 2 dragon statues on either side. "Father, when did that gate appear?" a child asked from his mother's arms. "That is the triumphal arch that Lord Griff built to welcome Prince Viserys. This time, Viserys defeated the Dothraki army, and they will never dare invade us again," the father replied with admiration. Though Viserys was not yet a king, it was reassuring to have a leader who could fight and win. "Father, when I grow up, I want to fight alongside Prince Viserys," the child exclaimed, wriggling excitedly in his mother's arms. But before the father could respond, the child's mother interrupted. "What fight?" She rolled her eyes and gave her husband a stern look. As a mother, she knew all too well that war meant death, and she didn't want to lose her only child to the battlefield. Meanwhile, among the crowd near the military port, a few outsiders stood out. Among them were 2 individuals who looked almost identical, likely brothers, with curly brown hair and sharp eyes. They were Garce and Garrett, sent by House Tyrell to make contact with Viserys. "They only defeated some Dothraki. Why is there such a big fuss?" Garce remarked dismissively. To him, the Dothraki were no different from the savages of the Red Mountains or the Mountains of the Moon. Defeating them didn't seem like much of an achievement. "But look at how excited these people are. They support him wholeheartedly," Garrett observed, gesturing toward the jubilant civilians. He then reminded his brother, "Father told us to meet with this Viserys. Be careful with your manners." The news of Viserys' victory had spread quickly throughout Tyrosh, and even reached the other free cities. The triumph had captured the imagination of the people, further solidifying Viserys' reputation and support. To celebrate the victory, Viserys instructed Jon Connington to organize a grand victory parade, knowing it would boost the morale and fighting spirit of his army. Having once lived the life of Sellsword, Viserys had always envied the regular soldiers who fought for their country. While the Sellsword's life offered more freedom, he had always admired those soldiers who, after a victorious battle, returned home to be embraced by their families and neighbors. Unlike the cold reward of a payment, these soldiers found true meaning in their fight. As Viserys stood aboard the warship, he could clearly sense the shift in his soldier spirits. Seeing the excitement on the shore, even these battle-hardened, bloodthirsty men displayed a mix of eagerness and shyness. The sight of the cheering crowds was a new and welcome experience for them. Viserys' resounding victory had significantly bolstered the morale of Tyrosh's soldiers and citizens. He had even arranged for the envoys in the palace to witness the event firsthand. His triumph over the Dothraki, achieved at minimal cost, was undeniable. The envoys quickly dispatched news of the victory to Myr and Lys, confirming the outcome. With this verified report, the leaders of Myr and Lys would be less inclined to consider compromise with the Dothraki. Instead, they would likely come to Tyrosh to discuss preparations for a larger-scale conflict. Half a month ago, Tyrosh's harbor was transformed into a scene of both horror and triumph. 30 towering pyramids made of human heads lined both sides of the main road, each nearly 3 meters high. Merchants and pedestrians passing by were initially terrified, but when they learned that these gruesome displays were made from the heads of defeated Dothraki, they felt a profound sense of security. Now we don't have to worry about the Dothraki raiding our caravans anymore. Lord Viserys is a good Archon, remarked a blonde merchant as he gazed at the pyramids. Yes, Viserys is practically a patron saint of merchants. It's said that he wiped out the infamous pirate leaders in the disputed lands shortly after he arrived, and now he's defeated the Dothraki. Another merchant chimed in. Hey, how many times do I have to tell you? Viserys is not an Archon. He's a regent, corrected a third. The harbor buzzed with merchants praising Viserys' deeds, but there were also murmurs of doubt. I don't think it's that simple. The Dothraki will retaliate sooner or later, one merchant warned. Those who frequently traveled across the Great Grass Sea knew the true power of the Dothraki, particularly of Khal Drogo, who is now the most formidable Khal in history. To them, the war between Viserys and the Dothraki was far from over, and the Great Grass Sea remained a dangerous place. So the war isn't over yet? Of course not. Can't you see the ships from Myr, and even Pintos in the harbor? Those are the ships of noble lords, here to see Prince Viserys. They're here to discuss the next phase of the war with the Dothraki. Make way! Make way! Suddenly, the merchants heard the shouts of a coachman behind them. They turned to see a procession of magnificent carriages entering the city, causing everyone to step aside. That's the carriage of House Rogaire. One of the merchants recognized the lead carriage. Since Fields Rogaire had gradually taken control of the military and become Lys's top noble, he had redesigned his family crest to feature a dragon atop a crescent moon. Behind the Rogaire carriage followed the carriage of Tragar Ormalin, another influential member of the Confederation Council. Inside one of the carriages, Chanelli peered out the window, her face turning pale at the sight of the grisly pyramids. So many heads. How many enemies has Prince Viserys slain? Chanelli muttered in shock. Looks like there are 6 or 7,000, maybe even 10,000, Fields estimated, judging by the height of the pyramids. Viserys had been strategic in constructing these mounds. He had ordered the craftsmen to create a tapered, elongated base and then use a special adhesive to inlay the Dothraki heads. This clever trick made it appear as though an enormous number of enemies had been killed, amplifying the visual impact and making the scene even more imposing. So, the prince plans to declare war on the Dothraki. Chanelli asked. Fields sighed deeply. Of course, if the prince intends to reclaim the Iron Throne, he needs a secure and stable base. The Dothraki stand in his way. Fields gazed toward the Tyrosh palace, his thoughts drifting. He had an unshakable sense that nothing could impede Viserys' path. Neither House Freger of Bravos, nor the Company of the Cat, nor the pirates, nor Cambrin, nor even the Dothraki would be able to stop him. Initially, Fields had thought Viserys would need at least 2 or 3 years to consolidate his power after capturing Tyrosh. However, Viserys had drastically accelerated the process with his invention of the cigarette. While inexpensive, cigarettes had become a hard currency as valuable as gold. When Fields recruited alchemists for Viserys, all he had to mention was that cigarettes would be provided, and they flocked to him, some even coming from the Alchemy Guild in King's Landing. Viserys always finds a way had become one of Fields' guiding principles. As time passed, it became clear that Viserys had risen to be the most powerful figure in the 9 free cities. His influence stretched across Tyrosh, Pentos, and Lys. This was especially evident after Viserys appointed Jorah Mormont as the head of the Windblown's branch in Lys. Tragar Amalin felt the shift in power acutely. His concubine, Lyness, began treating him coldly and frequently met with Jorah, as if rekindling their past relationship. Though Tragar dared not express his frustrations publicly, he quietly began plotting to diminish Viserys' influence. In secret, Tragar contacted the Golden Company, whose business in the disputed lands had suffered, and began forming an alliance with Myr to oppose Viserys. On his opulent private ship, Tragar dismissed all the servants, leaving only himself and 2 others. One was Cassius of Myr, who had played a key role in the siege of Tyrosh on Myr's behalf. Cassius, adhering to the principle of use it as much as you like, had since taken charge of all matters related to Tyrosh. The other was Harry Strickland, a captain general of the Golden Company. Strickland hardly looked like a warrior. His round head, large ears, and sparse hair gave him more the appearance of a bureaucrat than a battle-hardened commander. As a financial officer, he was known for his cautious approach to warfare, always calculating the perfect moment to engage. Even in the original story, John Connington had little respect for Strickland, especially when he backed down upon realizing he might face Viserys. If not for the substantial rewards offered by Tragar and Cassius, Strickland likely wouldn't have involved himself in this conflict at all. Now that Viserys has defeated Drogo's most powerful foe and is poised to start a war with the Dothraki, he'll undoubtedly look to consolidate his power even further. This means we'll likely have to relinquish a significant portion of our military strength, and perhaps even more authority. If we want to maintain our current position, we must stop him from going to war with the Dothraki, Tragar observed, pinpointing Viserys' strategy with precision. But Viserys' impact on the region extended far beyond military matters. He's already damaged Myr's interests without even going to war, Cassius added. Myr, the central hub for the slave trade in the disputed lands, was feeling the effects of Viserys' policies. By introducing a slave tax in Tyrosh, Viserys had increased the cost of using slaves, forcing Tyroshi slave owners to hire free men instead. This shift had significantly reduced the demand for slaves in Tyrosh. The desire to overthrow Viserys was strong among those who had suffered under his policies, but that ambition remained a distant dream. The harbor of Tyrosh still displayed thousands of bloody heads, a grim reminder of Viserys' unassailable rule. As for the Golden Company, they were hit particularly hard. The existence of Viserys' confederation had slashed their business in half. Mercenary groups, large and small, had been forced to close their operations in Tyrosh. Not only was there no new business, but they were also losing personnel. Veterans who once would have joined mercenary groups were now lured away by the Windblown, who offered generous compensation. Even some members of the Golden Company, whose contracts had expired, opted to join the Windblown instead. This exodus of talent didn't affect just the Golden Company. Nearly half of the mercenary leaders across Essos were cursing Viserys in private. But when they saw the severed heads on display in the harbor, they all chose to keep their grievances to themselves. Mercenary groups wouldn't start a conflict with such a formidable force without a compelling reason, particularly one as fiercely capable as Viserys. A consensus quickly emerged among them. Under no circumstances should Viserys and the Horse Lord be allowed to fight. If Viserys won, he would claim the lion's share of the spoils. If he lost, they would all suffer the consequences. Didn't Drogo express interest in marrying his sister? We could offer him a generous dowry and remove the Horse Lord as a threat, Cassius suggested. But you know how the Targaryens are. They marry their own siblings, probably to keep their bloodline pure, Traegar countered. We should at least try, Strickland interjected. Viserys is fixated on reclaiming the Iron Throne, right? Which is more important to him, the Iron Throne or his sister? The two men exchanged glances, their expressions showing tentative agreement. Traegar and Cassius hoped to defuse the looming Dothraki invasion through diplomacy, believing it could give them leverage over Viserys and prepare them for the day when they could remove his influence entirely. Viserys, however, sought to use war to eliminate the Dothraki threat once and for all, further consolidating the power of his confederation. Perhaps you should consider an alliance with the Dothraki? Strickland suggested, his voice tinged with malice. You could approach the Horse Lord personally, signaling that you have no desire to participate in the war. After all, it's commonly said that a good day is a day without Viserys. The Golden Company was indeed interested in weakening or even toppling Viserys, fully aware of the origins of the derisive title, the Beggar King. They knew that if Viserys became strong enough, he might turn his wrath on them. Therefore, they had no intention of seeing him rise to power unchallenged. However, all their schemes and bravado evaporated the moment Traegar, Cassius, and Strickland disembarked and saw the grisly spectacle Viserys had ordered to be constructed. The sight of the towering human-headed pyramids, each 3 meters high, left them speechless. Traegar, who had little experience in war, was visibly shaken, while even the battle-hardened Strickland turned pale. The sheer visual impact of the scene far exceeded anything they'd heard in reports. It was as if they could smell the stench of decay from the Dothraki heads, though, in reality, they had been salted to prevent any odor. In a room within the Tyrosh Palace, a servant helped Viserys and Daenerys prepare for their audience. Dany, through her owl, surveyed the palace from above, her thoughts drifting back to 2.5 years ago. She remembered the nervousness she had felt when she first laid eyes on the magnificent Sea Lord's palace. Back then, Viserys and Dany had been just two among many nobles waiting for an audience with Sea Lord Ferrego. Now, an entire hall of dignitaries awaited their arrival. The drastic change in their circumstances made it all feel like a dream. But before the official meeting, Viserys needed to see Fields and the others. At this moment, in a secondary hall not far from the throne hall, a gathering of what could be called Viserys' inner circle was taking place. Among those present were Connington and his son, Fields and his sister, Hoyt, Dick, Maris, and Spider Weber, who led the Tyrosh branch of the Windriders as Viserys' deputy. Cago commanded the Tyrosh cavalry, while the Black Gerold and Red-backed Gerold oversaw the Dragonfire Fortress. Yura led the List division of the Windblown army. Unbeknownst to them, Viserys' power had already begun to grow. Bit by bit, he and Dany had risen from a small courtyard that could have been easily broken into their current status as rulers of the disputed lands. In this hall, however, there was a woman most were unfamiliar with, yet her beauty bordered on the flirtatious Sharera Seastar. Apart from Fields, who had met her twice, no one else knew her. Sharera seemed uninterested in making friends, sitting quietly in the corner with a large book in her hands, accompanied by a maid. Right now, Tyrosh has a combined force of about 20,000 men, and if you add the Windblown to that, it's just over 30,000. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't go to war with those Dothraki, said Dick, who was engaged in a discussion with Yura. Yeah, even if there are 30,000 cavalry with the advantage of weapons, they might be able to defeat the Dothraki, young Connington agreed. Everyone present understood Viserys' strategic intent, to defeat the Dothraki, become the master of the Kingdom of the Four Daughters, and clear the path for reclaiming the Iron Throne. However, of the 30,000 men, less than 5,000 were cavalry. If they were to fight the Dothraki, the infantry and archers would play a very limited role. This is not to say that the infantry and archers were ineffective, but after the Dothraki suffered in Qohor, their combat style had evolved. They would run if they couldn't win, easily outmaneuvering infantry with poor mobility. One had to understand that apart from Viz Dothrak, the Dothraki had no worthwhile targets. The city itself was completely barren. You couldn't simply march your army there and expect them to graze on grass. The distance from Tyrosh to Viz Dothrak was immense, almost equivalent to marching from House Martell's Dorne to House Frey's River Run. The supply line alone would be enough to break anyone. Only cavalry could make a difference in such a battle. To claim that anyone could defeat the Horse Lord's 50,000 cavalry with less than 5,000 was more than optimistic. But there was another variable on everyone's mind: Viserys. They believed he might have a clever strategy. With this in mind, the officers began to point and gesture at the map, searching for a way to defeat the Horse Lord. Just then, Regis rushed in and solemnly announced to the group, "Prince Viserys is here." Upon hearing this, the officers quickly straightened their clothes, trying to look more composed and alert. A few of the younger officers, in particular, appeared nervous. They were all exceptional individuals, handpicked by Viserys from among the slaves. Due to their youth and outstanding performance, they had been allowed to attend this meeting, though only as observers, without the right to speak. One of them was Millen, who had originally followed Viserys as a mine slave and had participated in the successful uprising at the palace. After being granted the status of a free citizen, he chose to join Viserys' army directly. Another was Daemon, a tall young man. Although his individual military training was only average, his intelligence had set him apart. He had quickly risen through the ranks and was now leading 100 soldiers after passing the recruitment requirements. In addition to these two, there were 5 other young men, all around 18 or 19 years old, with similar backgrounds. Soon, Viserys entered the hall with Dany, and everyone bowed to them. "Prince." The voices of the crowd blended together, expressing their readiness to serve at his command. Everyone except Sharira bowed, but Viserys didn't seem to mind. After all, who could blame him for showing deference to someone of her status? Viserys took his seat at the head of the table, signaling for everyone to sit and begin the discussion. "Commander, how many cavalry does Pentos have now?" Viserys asked, addressing Hoyt by his former title, even though Hoyt was now the Prince of Pentos. Hoyt responded with a hint of helplessness. "There are less than 1,000, and only 300 of them have been trained for less than 3 months. Viserys nodded in understanding. It takes several months to a year to train a competent cavalryman, and achieving proficiency in both archery and horsemanship would take 2 to 3 years, if not 3 to 5. In other words, Pentos could currently provide only 500 to 600 fully trained cavalrymen. Combined with the fewer than 4,000 cavalry under his own command, Viserys knew the numbers were still insufficient. Turning his gaze to Fields and Yura, Viserys asked, "How many cavalry does the List Division of the Windblown Regiment have?" Yura spoke up first. "Prince, the List Division only has 200 cavalry. Most of the Windblown Regiment's cavalry had been assigned to Viserys' command to secure the Two Lakes region, leaving the division in Lys with a much smaller force." Fields then spoke up, "Prince, Lys is only about 800 cavalry, and these troops can only be mobilized with the consent of the Magister's Council, meaning Traegar and the others must agree." Cunnington busied himself calculating the troop shortfall and the supplies that would be needed. As for the others, they were simply waiting for the command to either fight or hold back. According to Viserys' intelligence, Myr had 2,000 cavalry. If he could persuade Traegar and Myr to go to war with the Horse Lord, he would have 7,000 to 8,000 cavalry under his command. By recruiting some Sellswords, he could bring his cavalry force up to nearly 10,000, giving him a strong chance to defeat, or even capture, the Horse Lord. Nomads like the Dothraki excelled at frequent, small-scale skirmishes. Unlike larger societies that supported miners and craftsmen, the Dothraki didn't have to sustain a large population of laborers. Out of 10,000 people, only 3,000 could be mobilized for battle. But with the Dothraki's total numbers reaching around 400,000, an 8% mobilization rate would be terrifying even in the industrial age. In the best-case scenario, Viserys could defeat Drogo in a decisive battle. In an even better scenario, if Drogo trusted in his martial prowess, Viserys might have the chance to personally best this threshold of the world's mightiest, as proclaimed by the Ser Barristan Selmy and George R.R. Martin. Should that happen, the Dothraki would likely fracture, and Viserys would rise as a powerful figure capable of leading the Dothraki, turning their energies inward and away from the west. However, Viserys had a nagging feeling that the Horse Lord wouldn't play into his hands so easily. To prepare for the worst, he knew he had to convince the nobles of Myr and Lys to commit to a full-scale war against the Horse Lord. Viserys then signaled for the young officers who had been listening to leave the hall, retaining only the core members. He pointed in the direction of Sharera and said, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Sharera Seastar, daughter of Aegon IV." The remaining attendees were well-informed and familiar with Aegon IV and his noble bastards. However, Viserys' words were hard to believe. How could someone from over 100 years ago still be alive and look so young? Connington and Fields exchanged uneasy glances, their thoughts filled with disbelief. Fields, in particular, had harbored some romantic fantasies about this beautiful woman with mismatched eyes. But the realization that she had lived for over a century sent shivers down his spine. The others, too, quickly abandoned any inappropriate thoughts. Sharera, however, seemed entirely unaffected by their stares. To her, they were all just children. Sharera stood up and addressed the group. "Prince Viserys has asked me to remind you of something important." The room fell silent as everyone listened intently to the ancient being that Viserys had vouched for. You've all seen the Red Comet. It heralds not only the return of magic, but also the appearance of the Savior. Shira's gaze flicked to Viserys and Dany. The significance of her words was not lost on the sharp minds present. "Who is the Savior?" Regis blurted out, but Sharera chose to ignore his question. "What I want to tell you is that the Long Night is real, and so are the White Walkers. Both are clearly documented in the legends passed down through the ages and in the ancient books of Illyria. However, not everyone will choose to follow the Savior. Since you've made your choice, you must also be prepared to face death at the hands of the minions of darkness." A chill ran down everyone's spine at her words. "Savior? Minions of darkness? I will now pass on a magic I have mastered to each of you. You must strive to gain a certain level of proficiency within 6 months to a year," Sharera continued, her tone cold and detached. Her manner was as enigmatic as her words. Explanations were not something she felt inclined to offer. Cunnington's mind drifted to the old legends of the Targaryen court, particularly those about Shira's mother, Serenei of Lys. Aegon IV had called her Sweet Serenei, but to others she had always seemed distant and aloof. Now, seeing Sharera, Cunnington could clearly see the resemblance, the same cold, otherworldly air. Then, with a sharp, decisive tone, Sharera delivered even more startling news. "Viserys and Daenerys will soon hatch dragons." The revelation hit everyone like a thunderclap. The very thought of a dragon being born again left their minds reeling. Viserys had known for over half a month that he had been identified by Benero as the reincarnation of Nissa Nissa. He had planned to spend more than 3 months gathering the necessary strength and resources to hatch a dragon. With just over 2 months left, this announcement was a calculated move to solidify his army's loyalty before the impending battle. "All right, everyone, proceed to the throne hall," Viserys instructed, rising from his seat. "And remember, this information is to remain strictly confidential. In less than 6 months, dragons will return to this world." Compared to the last time Jacko was received, the number of attendees in the throne hall had more than doubled, from fewer than 50 to over 100. The unsullied guards patrolled every corner of the palace with precision, like well-oiled cogs in a machine, ensuring absolute security within its walls. Anyone who had visited the palace before could see the changes. Though the palace was no longer as ornate or varied as it once had been, it now exuded a simple yet grand atmosphere. This was especially evident when they entered the throne room, where 17 three-headed dragon banners, each over 4 meters long, hung proudly, stirring memories in all who saw them. The Targaryens had returned. The predominantly black banners made the throne room even more solemn. The three-headed dragon banners will surely fly over King's Landing again, Fields thought to himself. With the impending hatching of the dragons, his confidence in the counterattack on Westeros even surpassed that of even Viserys. The sight shook Chanelli slightly, and Hoyt and the others, who had been away from Tyrosh for some time, felt a similar stirring. The members of the Dragon Party now understood one thing clearly. Once they defeated the Horse Lord, no one would be able to stop Viserys. However, not everyone shared this optimism. Traegar and Cassius saw things differently. To them, the Watch and the three-headed dragon banners were mere displays of Viserys' military might, and they were determined to prevent him from going to war with the Dothraki. The throne room was now divided into 3 factions. The Dragon Party members, the Myrish nobles who opposed the war with the Dothraki, and the remaining nobles, who held no strong opinions and made up nearly half of the crowd. Some of these nobles were only noble by birth and had seen more of the world, but that didn't necessarily mean they had the ability to lead it. However, they were born social butterflies. Even in unfamiliar surroundings or among those from different free cities, they could quickly form groups and engage in conversation. As the room buzzed with quiet chatter, many praised Viserys' watchtower. Some young nobles even saw him as a role model. Look at how magnificent those pillars adorned with human heads are. It's time to show those Dothraki some respect. I wish I could have gone with you, Prince, to fight the Dothraki. Come on, you. You just slow the Prince Regent down. The young were always optimistic, but among the more experienced nobles and officials, a vague sense of worry lingered. Darcent was a prime example. Despite the sight of over 3,000 human heads displayed before him, he still lacked the courage to support going to war with the Dothraki. The Horse Lord commands an army of 50,000. Even if 3,000 fall, that still leaves over 40,000, an all-cavalry force. Once these Dothraki riders disappear into the grass sea, they'll vanish like marmots, impossible to catch. Darcent grumbled, his frustration evident. For a man who had built his fortune with a sword, admitting fear of battle was a deep humiliation. After his previous embarrassment in front of his windblown comrades, he had learned to tread carefully. However, he raised a point no one could ignore: the Dothraki's unmatched mobility. Even when combined, the cavalry forces of the 4 major free cities barely numbered 10,000. While they might hold their own in a direct confrontation thanks to superior equipment, in open terrain, they stood little chance against the Dothraki. Furthermore, the lack of unified command among the Free Cities' forces was a glaring and potentially fatal flaw. But now we have no choice but to fight, one officer muttered. That Drogo claims to be the strongest call, and after losing 3,000 men, he won't let it rest. That's not necessarily true, Traegar interjected, catching the attention of those who were reluctant to fight. As far as I know, Khal Drogo's primary aim was to form an alliance with Prince Viserys, the regent, but he was rejected. Traegar's words subtly shifted the blame for the conflict onto Viserys, a cunning move that did not go unnoticed by the members of the Dragon Party. "So what do you propose, my lord?" asked young Connington, the youngest member of the Dragon Party, unable to hold back his curiosity. "Of course, my concern is for the well-being of the Confederation. If war breaks out, countless civilians and soldiers will perish." Traegar's response was measured, but it carried a weight that resonated with some in the room. Young Connington wanted to argue further, but he quickly realized his oratory skills were no match for Traegar's. Traegar pressed on. "My friends, if we can avoid war by paying a small price, it's a price worth paying to spare so many from the horrors of battle. On the other hand, if we insist on dragging civilians into a conflict, it will lead to disaster." His words began to sway some of the centrists in the room. Even young Cunnington felt himself being swayed, though a nagging feeling told him something was off. Just then, a voice echoed through the hall, announcing the arrival of Viserys and Dany. The Lord of the Confederation, Regent Prince Viserys, Prince of the Undulls and the First Men, and Daenerys, Princess of Essos, have arrived. Viserys and Dany walked past a crowd of nobles, military officers, and officials, flanked by their entourage. The crowd parted to make way for them, all eyes drawn to the regal pair. They were both dressed in black robes adorned with a red, three-headed dragon on the back. But it wasn't just their striking appearance that captured everyone's attention. It was the confidence they exuded, the unmistakable aura of those who wield power. Even those who had seen Viserys recently couldn't help but stare, their presence commanding respect and admiration. Taking his place on the throne, Viserys surveyed the room from the highest seat. His voice, deep and authoritative, resonated through the hall. As you all know, there was a minor conflict between Tyrosh and the Dothraki a few days ago. According to the rules of the Confederation, the 4 major cities must unite to address the threat posed by the Dothraki. I invite you to share your opinions. Fields was the first to stand. Prince, I believe we should organize an army and work together to confront the Dothraki invasion, he declared. Traegar couldn't suppress a sneer. To him, Fields' stance was nothing short of betrayal. Given the opportunity, he would find a way to remove Fields from Lys's power structure. The Dothraki have plagued Pentos for years. We pay them a fortune every year, more than enough to fund a war. Hoyt added, clearly aligning himself with Viserys. But soon, dissenting voices emerged. Traegar exchanged a glance with Cassius before speaking. Prince Viserys, he began, using Viserys' title to subtly imply equality. I believe the Confederation, in its current state, is not equipped to go to war with the Dothraki. Traegar knew he was on Viserys' turf, and chose his words carefully. Rather than openly proposing a marriage alliance with Dany or offering a substantial dowry, he reiterated the concerns he had previously voiced to young Cunnington. Have you considered the plight of the small folk? Traegar continued, his voice laden with concern. The Dothraki horses move like the wind. A farmer working in his field could be suddenly abducted or slaughtered by Dothraki raiders. A peaceful village could be burned to the ground overnight. An intact family could be torn apart in the blink of an eye. Have you thought about all this? As Lys's merchant prince, Traegar was a master of rhetoric, and he delivered his speech with practiced finesse. But his words failed to sway Viserys, who met his gaze with calm resolve. Are you finished? Isn't it my turn to speak? Viserys asked coolly, locking eyes with Traegar. Seeing that Viserys remained unconvinced, a flicker of irritation crossed Traegar's face, though he quickly masked it with a neutral expression. Lord Ormalin, now that you've spoken, please allow me to present my reasoning, Viserys began, gesturing for a servant to bring forth a tray bearing the blood-stained shoe that Sellen had sent. Peace through struggle leads to peace. Peace through compromise leads to death, Viserys declared, his voice resonating through the hall. I ask you, where have the gifts to Drogo come from all these years? From the nobles and coffers of the free cities? And where does that money ultimately come from? The small folk. He paused, letting his words sink in. What our nobles have been sending isn't just gold or trinkets. It's the sweat and blood of the vendors in our streets and the farmers in the fields. It's the lifeblood of our people. Viserys' passionate speech struck a chord with many in the room. Even though most of them viewed the small folk as resources, no different from mineral deposits or herds to be managed, the accepted rhetoric was that nobles must protect and fight for the small folk. Moreover, Viserys' point about the fat of the land and the wealth of the people resonated deeply. The idea of endlessly compromising with the Dothraki, bribing them to avoid conflict, was starting to feel like cowardice to many. This is too risky, Traegar protested, unwilling to give up. Do you have any idea how vast the grass sea is? Once the Dothraki retreat into it, they're like fish in the ocean, impossible to catch. No free city can afford the cost of a prolonged expedition. Traeger's resistance was evident, but before he could continue, an envoy emerged from behind the throne and whispered something into Viserys' ear. Viserys turned to the assembled group with a calm but authoritative tone. "My friends, the Horse Lord's envoy has returned." When Kohallo entered the throne hall, his reaction mirrored Jacko's initial awe. The sight of the three-headed dragon banners hanging from the walls, alongside the various statues of gods, was far more impressive than any hall he had ever seen. Kohallo's eyes were drawn to two bronze horses rearing among the statues, almost like smaller versions of the grand bronze steeds that flanked Viserys Targaryen. The sheer magnificence of the decorations made Kohallo feel as though an invisible weight had settled on him, causing even his footsteps to become lighter. The stares from the surrounding nobles added to the pressure he felt, but the knowledge that he was representing Khal Drogo made him square his shoulders and stand tall. "Prince Viserys, I am Kohallo, Blood Rider of Khal Drogo," he announced. The powerful figures in the room were well-versed in Dothraki customs. They not only knew what a Blood Rider was, but some even recognized Kohallo personally. Traegar, for instance, understood that Kohallo's presence meant important news was at hand. Given that Viserys had recently decimated thousands of Dothraki, Traegar suspected the envoy might be there to declare war. Tyrash's officers, on the other hand, eyed Kohallo with a mix of anticipation and excitement. Those who had fought alongside Viserys in annihilating Jacko had been rewarded handsomely, and the Dothraki had gone from being a feared menace to walking treasures and jesters. As Kohallo bowed before him, Viserys spoke. "Lord Kohallo, I wonder how Khal Drogo has considered my proposal. Will he accept my challenge?" All eyes turned to Kohallo, waiting expectantly for his response. For men like Traegar, Cassius, and even Cambron, Viserys' challenge would be advantageous no matter the outcome. If Viserys lost, they would be rid of a formidable opponent, and Lys and Myr would be spared the threat of war. The slave owners of Tyrosh could return to their old lives of indulgence. If Viserys won, they would no longer have to pay tribute to the Horse Lord, and business could continue as usual. However, Kohallo's response was not what they had hoped for. "Khal Drogo will select some of his Dothraki warriors to face your men. If we win, the prince will agree to Khal Drogo's marriage proposal to your sister. If we lose, the Dothraki will never cross the Rhoyne." Viserys glanced at Dany, seated before him. Her displeasure was evident, as she barely concealed her disdain, refusing even to look at the Dothraki. Drogo's counterproposal had also disrupted Viserys' plan to face the Horse Lord in single combat, leading him to reassess the barbarian chieftain's cunning. Viserys let out a cold laugh and addressed the dignitaries and envoys below. "So, they say Khal Drogo is the most powerful Khal who ever lived. Yet, after I've slain thousands of his people, he lacks the courage to take revenge on me. Instead, he sends his warriors to die in his place. It seems the Dothraki are all bluster when it comes to boasting." Viserys knew that the most effective way to undermine someone was to mock them openly in their presence, then amplify the insult by addressing others around them. The impact of such humiliation increased exponentially. The hall erupted in merciless laughter at his taunt, and the look of scorn on the faces around him made Kohallo's face flush from pale to crimson. Rage surged within him, as if he were being watched by a crowd while wallowing in mud. As Drogo's blood of my blood, he couldn't allow his Khal to be ridiculed so easily. "Our Khal is the strongest warrior among the Dothraki. In a fair fight, no one could defeat him. But everyone knows you, Prince, are a sorcerer. The great Khal Drogo cannot fall to vile magic." Kohallo's retort drew a few more chuckles, though some found the truth in his words unsettling. Cambron, in particular, recalled the scene in the Bell Tower where Viserys had seemingly conjured a thick cloud of smoke from nowhere. Rumors even suggested that Viserys could control fire, rumors that were not entirely baseless. Viserys himself had to suppress a smirk. He had nearly overlooked this aspect. The Horse Lord was not just a barbarian chieftain. In the original timeline, He was a shrewd politician with real cunning, outmaneuvering even the nobles of Westeros, who were often mired in chaos. Drogo's handling of Viserys in the original story had been a calculated move, provoking him in the Dothraki's holy city, forcing him to lose his temper and draw his sword, and then using that as a justification to eliminate him. It was a brilliant strategy, far beyond what some of the lords of Westeros could muster. Fortunately, Viserys hadn't pinned all his hopes on this move. The key was still to secure the support of the other free cities in the war against the Dothraki. By defeating the Dothraki's forces, he could eliminate the threat from the Great Grass Sea, ensuring a stable rear as he prepared to launch his counterattack on Westeros. However, what Kohallo said next nearly made Viserys want to commend the Horse Lord for his cunning once again. Khal Drogo said that he will challenge you to a contest of archery, and he will send other warriors to compete in martial arts and horseback. Drogo, it seemed, had reasoned that poison or sorcery required close proximity to be effective. Archery, however, allowed him to maintain a safe distance, minimizing the risk. As a Khal, Drogo was confident in his skills with a bow, which would not only showcase his strength, but also rally his warriors. It was a strategic move that appeared to be a win-win situation. Yet in Kago's mind, Drogo had miscalculated. Drogo had not witnessed the extraordinary skill of Viserys' 9 arrows technique. Had he seen it, he might have reconsidered issuing such a challenge. Viserys, of course, had no reason to refuse. Very well, I accept. The duel will take place at the Lorelou River, as your Horse Lord requested, if that gives him some semblance of security, he replied with a mocking tone. Kohallo remained stoic in the face of Viserys' taunts. Drogo had chosen the Lorelou River for the duel, but planned to station his army in the Golden Fields. The area was vast enough to accommodate tens of thousands of troops and offered strategic advantages. Bordered by the Lorelou to the west and the Rhoyne to the east, it was easily defensible. The Sorrows to the south, home to the legendary Shrouded Lord, and plagued with grayscale, provided a natural barrier. Viserys quickly decided on his own champions for the horse battle and jousting competition. Kago would represent him in the horse battle, while Yura would take up the challenge of the joust. Yura, though unpredictable at times, was unmatched in combat. In truth, the outcome of the competition mattered little to Viserys. He had already noticed that Drogo was mobilizing his forces, clearly preparing for more than just a duel. It was evident that the Horse Lord had no intention of settling their conflict with a simple contest. Viserys had already gained the upper hand in the debate over whether to send troops to war with the Dothraki. After all, the thousands of people in the harbor could see the looming threat for themselves. Now, Drogo had come to them. He claimed it was for a tournament, but in reality, they needed to prevent the Horse Lord from launching a sudden attack. The free cities and the Dothraki, after all, did not follow the same rules. Viserys had proven his abilities in battle, and placing his army in command was the best option. Mir and Lys provided 10,000 and 6,000 infantry respectively, along with all their cavalry. Combined with the forces from Pentos and Tyrosh, they mustered a total of 30,000 infantry and 8,000 cavalry, all to be deployed on the west bank of the Lorelou. The sight of Viserys not only challenging the Dothraki, but also gaining significant military power made Tragar, Cassius, and the others anxious. Military power is something difficult to relinquish, especially when almost all the slaves and commoners knew that Viserys was fighting for their interests. But there was a catch. This army was made up of slaves and commoners. By the end of it all, this force might be called the Targaryens' army. As for the competition with the Horse Lord, little more needed to be said. Although they hadn't had much direct contact with Viserys, they recognized his martial prowess. Not to mention the infamous pirate incident. He had actually won the title of champion in Bravos. If Viserys truly triumphed against the Dothraki, his reputation would only grow within the Confederation. This was the last thing the powerful men of Lys and Mir wanted, as it would mean further erosion of their own power. Cambron, In particular, had a nagging feeling that once Viserys dealt with the Horse Lords, he would pursue an even more aggressive policy on slavery. Are we just going to sit back and watch this Westerosi grow in power? Cambron asked wearily, waiting for the others to respond. His words were carefully chosen. Referring to Viserys as this Westerosi, subtly placed him outside their group, as if a clear line had already been drawn between them. Perhaps we could consider the Faceless Men, Cassius suggested. The losses Viserys had caused them were no less severe than those of a full-blown war. Hiring the Faceless Men was extremely expensive, but given the circumstances, it wasn't an unreasonable option. Cassius' proposal made Traegar a little excited. If they were to hire the Faceless Men, they would need to pool their resources. But on second thought, it seemed like a good deal. Viserys was powerful, but he had a fatal flaw. He had no heir to carry on his legacy and no house to support him. Once he was gone, his forces would likely collapse. Moreover, Viserys controlled the lucrative tobacco trade. According to their estimates, the profits from this alone could cover the cost of hiring the Faceless Men and still leave a surplus. And then there were the dragon eggs Viserys possessed. They had learned through secret channels that he had at least 3. Without strong backing, Viserys himself was an attractive treasure trove. They just needed to hire the Faceless Men to unlock that treasure. The few of them covertly exchanged glances, as if they had reached a consensus. Hiring the Faceless Men was their last resort. The only question remaining was when to kill Viserys. Why don't we wait until he's finished off the Horse Lord before we kill him? Cambron suggested with a crooked smile. It seemed like a perfect plan. Viserys kills the Horse Lord, and then they kill Viserys, taking out 2 threats at once. However, the ever-practical Cassius countered. If we wait until he defeats the Horse Lord, we'll have to pay an even higher price. Even for the same target, the cost of hiring the Faceless Men fluctuates with their status. Just as in the original story, when Daenerys transitioned from princess to queen, the price of hiring the Faceless Men would have risen significantly. The same logic applied to Viserys. The cost to eliminate him before and after defeating the Horse Lord would be drastically different. They wanted to kill Viserys, but that didn't mean they were willing to empty their coffers in the process. But there's only a month until the competition, and it'll take us time to raise the funds, Traegar pointed out. We could get a loan from the Iron Bank. Cambron, now resolute in his decision, wasn't about to let this opportunity slip through his fingers. He could no longer tolerate the idea of someone else sitting on the throne he believed was rightfully his. Cassius had already gone a step further. Before coming to Tarash, he had secretly conferred with the nobles of Myr and hired the Faceless Men. With the right payment, they could arrive in Tyrosh within 10 days, ready to take Viserys' life. At that point, not only could they extract a hefty sum from Viserys' assets, but they could also capture Daenerys, dress her up for the Horse Lord, and secure an alliance with him. They were deluded by their ambitions, lost in a world of fantasies. It seems to me that, given your character, you should have killed Cambron a long time ago. Why did you let him live until now? Shurira asked Viserys curiously. You've lived for over 100 years. Can't you see what I'm doing? Viserys responded, intrigued by her question. Surely, someone with a century of life experience could see through his strategy. But considering Shira's tumultuous personal history, Viserys could understand her confusion. Shurira had always been surrounded by men, all vying for her attention, often willing to go to great lengths just to please her. She seemed to rely heavily on her beauty to get what she wanted, leaving her little time for deeper contemplation. So, he explained it to her. If he had killed Cambron, Tyrosh's rule would never have been as smooth. Eliminating him outright might have caused the nobles of Tyrosh to panic, making it impossible to implement many of his decrees. They could have become desperate and resorted to extreme measures. But by sparing Cambron and allowing him to live well, he reassured the Tyroshi nobles, avoiding the quagmire of a war, unlike the situation the Mother of Dragons faced in the original story. After hearing his explanation, Shurira nodded thoughtfully and said, Bittersteel is nowhere near as good as you. After a brief pause, she added, Brynden too. Viserys didn't let the compliment swell his ego. Instead, he shifted the conversation to his dreamer ability. Shira's response was direct. The more you trust someone, the easier it is to enter their dreams. The closer they are to you, the easier it becomes. That's why you could enter Dany's dreams from afar, Shira continued. And only after arriving in Tyrosh could you access the dreams of people like Connington. The Golden Fields, nestled between the Lorelou and Royne rivers, were once a fertile land on the brink of harvest. But the arrival of tens of thousands of Dothraki horsemen shattered that peace. Riding their war horses, they trampled the crops and turned the Golden Fields into a staging ground for their invasion. To keep their presence hidden, Drogo took the civilians of the Golden Fields captive. The Dothraki's curved swords cut through the smoke rising from the ruined fields, and in no time, the once bountiful land was transformed into a massive military camp unlike any other. Drogo had truly invested blood and treasure this time. Over 40,000 warriors under his command gathered there, ready to sweep across the disputed lands at his command. In the face of this formidable Dothraki cavalry, Viserys knew he couldn't hope to replicate the legendary feat of the 3,000 Unsullied in the legendary besieging of Qohor. The Unsullied's victory at Qohor was due to their strong defensive position within the city walls. On an open plain like this, they would have been at a severe disadvantage. Drogo had chosen his battlefield well. The flat terrain was ideal for the Dothraki, who excelled in cavalry-based warfare. Whether attacking, harassing, or retreating, they moved with the speed and precision of the wind. With only 8,000 cavalry at his disposal, Viserys faced a daunting challenge in defeating Drogo head-on in such conditions. To claim Drogo's head, Viserys would need to catch him off guard. As he studied the map, Viserys' gaze settled on the ruins of Charybdis near the decayed remnants of Croyane. Once a great city of the Rhoynar, Croyane had been destroyed in the war with the Valyrians, and the dreaded grayscale disease had originated there. This very history made Drogo dismiss the place as a potential threat, leaving it unfortified. If Viserys could lead his troops through the Sorrows, he could deliver a devastating surprise attack, a knife in the back to Drogo. Killing Drogo would throw the Dothraki into disarray, allowing Viserys to secure his position without worrying about retaliation in Westeros. However, Viserys' bold proposal was met with unanimous opposition. "Prince, if you choose to go through the Sorrows, not many soldiers will be willing to follow." Connington voiced his concern first, and he was right. Soldiers are willing to risk injury in battle if there is the promise of glory and generous rewards. But asking them to march through the Sorrows was asking too much. The thick gray mist that blankets the area year-round is feared, not just for its oppressive presence, but for the grayscale-infected stone man who roam within it. Breathing in the mist could mean contracting the disease, and contact with an infected stone men almost guaranteed it. Even the pirates of the northern Rhoyne and the Volantines of the southern Rhoyne avoided the Sorrows. It was nearly a forbidden place. Leading a large force through it could also attract the attention of a legendary Shrouded Lord, a risk too great for many to take. It's said that if you can make the Shrouded Lord smile, he'll grant you a wish. Perhaps you could go in and try, Shira suggested to Viserys. Her tone was met with hostility and with immediate opposition from the others, and even Dany's gaze darkened as she looked at the woman in displeasure. Though Targaryens were known for their immunity to most infectious diseases, not a single member of their house had ever been spared from the scourge of grayscale. Princess Maegelle, daughter of King Jaehaerys, had succumbed to the disease, a sobering reminder of its lethal power. To Yora, Spiderweber, Dick, and the others, Viserys represented their hope of returning to Westeros. To Connington, he was the Targaryen destined to restore their dynasty to power. To Dany, he was her only hope. None of them wanted Viserys to take such a reckless risk. In their eyes, Shira's suggestion was tantamount to pushing Viserys into the flames. If he weren't present, they might have killed her on the spot. Their contempt deepened when they realized that the woman before them was the legendary Shira Seastar. The revelation turned their fear into disgust, much like discovering a nest of ants in one's bed. Even in the original stories, the Shrouded Lord was more myth than reality, and Viserys knew little about him. But seeing that Sharera seemed to have more insight, he gestured for her to continue. Some say the Shrouded Lord was chosen from among the stone men. Others claim he was originally just a stone statue, or that he was Garen himself. But those are just tales. The truth is that the Shrouded Lord was actually Prince Garen's sister. The revelation piqued everyone's curiosity. The Shrouded Lord was actually a woman. This twist was genuinely surprising. What Sharera revealed next was also a rumor, but her rumors were grounded in facts, making them far more reliable than the legends that have been distorted over 1,000 years. This Shrouded Lord, or rather Shrouded Lady, was a genius in magic. Her name was said to be Valsha. Valsha had attempted to combine blood magic and water magic to create a new form of sorcery. However, she failed disastrously, and the result was the grayscale disease, which plagued Croyane. To punish her, Garen imprisoned his sister. Ironically, this imprisonment allowed her to survive the Dragon Lord's dragon flame for 300 years. In her quest for revenge against the Valyrians, the Shrouded Lady released the sealed grayscale and, in an act of total destruction, unleashed the gray mist that enveloped the entire city of Croyane. The Valyrians gained nothing from their conquest, only ruin. So, the Shrouded Lady hates the Valyrians. Then, Viserys, you shouldn't go, Hoyt said. After all, no matter how noble a person is, they won't help the descendants. You just said that as long as someone can make her smile, she will grant that person a wish. Is that true, brother? Seeing that he still seemed unwilling to give up on going to the Sorrows, Dany was a little concerned. Viserys gave her a reassuring look and signaled for Sharera to continue. I remember a young man from House Sinesta with the same name as you, Viserys Sinesta. Because his talent for magic was so poor, he secretly ran away to the Sorrows and found the Shrouded Lord, hoping that she would grant him better magical talent. Did he succeed? Viserys asked. Sharera nodded. Yes, but he also died. This was the advantage of having a living history book like Sharera. Her way of speaking, which seemed almost designed to spark curiosity, had completely piqued everyone's interest. This Sinesta was indeed gifted with powerful magical talent, but he also lost his mind. It seems he was controlled and secretly killed many of his own relatives. Sharera paused, letting the tension build. At that time, the patriarch of House Sinesta had his own dragon burn him to death to protect the rest of the family. Everyone felt a bit unsatisfied after hearing such a secret story. Yet, in their hearts, they felt even more awe for this Shrouded Lady. Viserys suddenly realized that this Shrouded Lady's magic seemed to involve some kind of trade-off. Take grayscale disease, for example. Those infected gradually turn to stone, but they also gain a peculiar benefit. They no longer need to eat, although no one desires this so-called benefit. And this Viserys of House Sinesta, after obtaining powerful magical talent, also lost his mind. Of course, it's possible she was targeting House Sinesta specifically. After all, the Valyrians once sent out 300 dragons at a time. House Sinesta, with its significant number of dragon rider, was bound to be involved. If the Shrouded Lady agreed to the young Sinesta's request out of revenge, it makes sense that the family met their fate. After all, the Valyrians sent out 300 dragons at once, and the Sinesta family, which had one of the largest contingents of dragon riders, would definitely have participated. It also makes sense that the Shrouded Lady agreed to the young Sinesta's request out of revenge. From Shira's description, it seemed feasible to approach the Shrouded Lady directly. I just don't know what price I would have to pay to pass through, Viserys thought. Since that that Sinesta was made that way by this Shrouded Lord, why didn't House Sinesta punish him at the time and burn Croyane again? Regis asked, puzzled. Sharera didn't answer his question, but young Connington, who was standing behind the group, spoke up. I think Croyane is already in ruins. There's no point in burning it down. At most, the house can forbid its people from going to Croyane. Regis's question was just a minor interlude. The group still didn't think it was a good idea to travel through the Sorrows. But Viserys had already made up his mind. With the blessing of blood magic, he wasn't worried about getting infected with grayscale himself. No matter what price the Shrouded Lady demanded, or whether that price was acceptable, he had to try. "I'm going with you," Dany said, leaning over as she saw his determination. "Don't worry, Dany. You forgot. I'll be fine," Viserys replied, having already told her about the blood magic. It was just that the system panel was hard to explain. But Dany wasn't just worried about the grayscale. It was Croyane, the magical city second only to Valyria. Who knows what dangers lay within? "Prince, let me go." Young Connington, eager to impress Viserys, pleaded. "Let me go." "Prince," he insisted again. "I can go too." Others in the crowd chimed in, vying for the chance. Jokingly, they thought, the dragons will return soon. So what if they die now? They are serving the Dragon Lord. "Prince, please stay here." "Let me go," Connington said, glancing at his son. "Can you find a shrouded lord?" "I'll go instead," Viserys decided, ultimately choosing to take only a few unsullied with him. To attract as little attention as possible, Viserys set off with 12 unsullied, along with Regis and a few others. In less than 5 days, the group had traversed the entire disputed lands. Each person had 3 horses, and they spent most of the day traveling. By the time they reached Croyane, many of them had chafed thighs. Viserys decided to let the group rest for a while. He himself took control of his golden eagle to observe the area from above. However, from the sky, all of Croyane was shrouded in a thick gray mist. It looked like a giant gray mushroom, obscuring everything within. The occasional glimpse of a human figure made the scene even more unsettling. "Prince, that is not normal," Regis remarked, glancing at Viserys, who was still keeping up a relentless pace alongside the others. The rest of the group had already taken a nap, but Viserys still looked full of energy. Young Connington was genuinely impressed. It was his first time venturing out with Viserys, and though he had wanted to prove himself, he found himself being looked after instead. Now that he had rested, young Connington resolved to demonstrate his abilities fully and not let his guard down. "Prince, Prince!" Regis's voice suddenly echoed from the riverbank, not far away. Viserys had recently discovered one of Regis's unique talents. The man could sleep standing up with his eyes open. So, the days of relentless travel hadn't exhausted him as much as the others, and he eagerly volunteered to find a boat for everyone. But Regis, ever cautious like the rest of the group, had also equipped himself with a set of tightly wrapped silver chainmail and clothing that was said to be waterproof. His hands and feet were similarly well covered. As the days passed, Viserys couldn't help but wonder how sour the smell inside that armor must have become. "My lord, I found a boat, and the boatman is willing to serve you," Regis announced, pointing excitedly to the shore. There, a small boat about 10 meters long awaited them, with 2 cabins that could barely accommodate the group. The boat's weathered hull bore the marks of many years of service, and the boatman aboard eyed Viserys and the others cautiously. The boatman, an old man in his 50s, was slightly stooped. He wore a smile of servility on his wrinkled face as he bowed to them. His clothes were bulky, likely to protect against the moisture of the rowing. Beside him were 2 children, no older than 12 or 13, who peeked out from behind him, their wide eyes filled with curiosity and fear. As Viserys and the group approached the boat, the old man hurriedly pulled his 2 grandchildren closer. Viserys noticed the frail appearance of the children and felt uneasy. He turned to Regis and asked, "Did you make it clear where we are going?" "Of course, Prince," Regis assured him, patting his chest confidently. He then looked at the old boatman. "Old man, we're heading to the Sorrows. You understand that, don't you?" "Yes, my lord, I do," the boatman replied. "Are you sure you want to take your 2 grandsons with you?" Viserys asked, concerned. "Don't worry, my lord. These 2 little ones are very clever," the old boatman replied, mistaking Viserys' concern for fear that the children might slow them down. In reality, Viserys was worried for their safety and didn't want to see the old man lose his family if anything went wrong. However, seeing the man's resolve, Viserys decided not to argue further and led the group onto the ferry. As the boatmen ferried them across the water, the ferry gradually approached the gray mist of the Sorrows. "My goodness, those are the stone men," Regis exclaimed, leaning over the cabin and pointing, drawing everyone's attention to where he was looking. As the ferry drew closer, the number of shadowy figures in the mist increased. These were the unfortunate souls afflicted with grayscale. Most had stiffened limbs and faces twisted by illness, appearing more like lifeless statues than living beings. Some of the more severely affected moved with an eerie, zombie-like gait. All of them turned their hollow eyes toward the ferry, sending a wave of unease through everyone on board. Young Connington, feeling the tension, instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. "My lord, don't worry. The stone men outside the gray mist won't attack us," the old boatman reassured Viserys as he ferried them across the river. These stone men still harbored the mistaken belief that Viserys had come to bring them food. In reality, the only ones who ever provided for them were the people from Volantis, and that happened only once every 3 years. Though they managed to survive, the stone men were plagued by illness and hunger day and night. "You say the stone men outside the gray mist won't attack us, but what about the ones inside? Are they aggressive?" Viserys asked, his concern evident. "To be honest, my lord, I've ferried on the Rhoyne for over 30 years, but I've never ventured into the gray mist," the old boatman replied cautiously. In truth, if Regis hadn't offered enough money to buy 3 boats like his, the old man would never have agreed to enter the mist. Viserys recalled that Tyrion Lannister and his group had been attacked by stone men when they passed through the heart of the Sorrows. To prepare for a similar encounter, he had taken precautions in advance. As the ferry entered the dense gray mist, it was completely engulfed, and visibility dropped drastically. The shore was no longer visible, and even the Golden Eagle, which Viserys had been using as a drone, could no longer serve its purpose. But that was just the beginning of their troubles. The closer they got to the Sorrows, the more treacherous the waters became. The river was choked with moss and littered with fallen statues and broken pillars. The old boatman navigated with extreme caution. The once wide river was now fragmented into narrow streams by the obstacles in their path. In some places, they barely avoided grazing the damaged stone carvings as they passed. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the river, trying to steer clear of the submerged statues and half-buried pillars. The old boatman and his grandsons were even more vigilant, wide-eyed with concentration. Despite the cool temperature, a fine layer of sweat had formed on the old boatman's forehead. "By the gods!" Regis suddenly exclaimed. The group turned to see what he was pointing at and were met with the sight of a humanoid figure staring back at them. It wasn't a statue at all, but a person suffering from grayscale, resembling a stone figure. Somehow, this poor soul had climbed onto one of the stone statues that had fallen into the river. His clothes had decayed into rags, and his hair had long since disappeared. The entire figure looked like a dried-up specimen, haunting and pitiful. "Prince, there's a bridge up ahead," young Connington said, pointing to a partially collapsed stone bridge. "There are people on that bridge." "No, wait, there are even some lights on," Regis exclaimed in surprise. Emerging from the gray mist, the ruins of a once magnificent bridge appeared before them. It was the legendary Bridge of Dream, even more impressive than Volantis Long Bridge. The Bridge of Dream was both longer and more grandiose. It soared at least 40 feet above the water, as tall as a 3- or 4-story building, allowing even large battleships to pass underneath with ease. What astonished the group even more was the presence of lights on the bridge's arch. As they approached, the lights grew clearer, revealing themselves as some kind of magical creation. No wonder it was said to be a marvel of the Rhoyner civilization. The bridge was supported by pale stone arches, but the section nearest the harbor had collapsed, leaving debris scattered all around. The boat could not approach from that side, meaning Viserys and the others would need to land on the opposite end of the Bridge of Dream and cross it to reach the Palace of Sorrow. However, the bridge was swarming with hundreds of wandering stone men, which meant a confrontation was likely. "Everyone, Check your weapons, Viserys ordered. Knowing that a clash with the stone men was inevitable, he had prepared supplies, including fire cocktails, perfect for dealing with the slow-moving stone men if they dared to attack. He instructed the old boatman to dock the boat at the far end of the bridge. But this side of the river wasn't much easier to navigate. The other bank was a tangle of impassable rocks, while this side had a steep, hard riverbank. To make matters worse, the top of the bank was covered in moss, making it dangerously slippery and nearly impossible to climb. The imposing ruins before them were a testament to the Rhoynar civilization in its prime. Young Connington's mind raced as he searched for a way up the steep riverbank, while Regis and the boatman were equally perplexed by the challenge. Suddenly, an idea struck young Connington. His eyes lit up as he pointed to a dead tree on the shore. "Prince, we can use a bow and arrow to shoot a rope up, and then climb it." "Go ahead and try," Viserys said, gesturing for him to proceed. Encouraged by Viserys' approval, young Connington eagerly took a length of hemp rope, tied one end to an arrow, and aimed at the dead tree. The weight of everyone's expectations added pressure, but he steadied his breath, drew back the bow, and released. With a whoosh, the arrow shot upward, trailing the hemp rope behind it. For a moment, it seemed to fly true, but then, after barely 10 meters, it lost momentum and fell short, dragging the rope down with it. The arrow made a faint mark on the riverbank before splashing into the water. Young Connington's face flushed with embarrassment as he silently retrieved the rope from the water. Meanwhile, the others began to think of alternative solutions. "My lord, we could build a human ladder," suggested the captain of the Unsullied who had accompanied Viserys. His idea was for the Unsullied to stand on each other's shoulders to form a makeshift human rope bridge. However, the captain hadn't fully considered the challenge. The Bridge of Dream towered 3 or 4 stories above the river, and the sloping riverbank only added to the distance. With just 12 Unsullied, even if they managed to form a human ladder, it would only allow Viserys, Regis, and young Connington to reach the top. After that, the exhausted Unsullied would likely collapse, tumbling into the river below. Despite their newfound status as free men, the Unsullied were still conditioned to sacrifice themselves for their master or for victory. The captain's suggestion wasn't entirely without merit, but Viserys hesitated. His eyes drifted back to the dead tree. He wondered if it could bear the weight of a person. The tree was only about as thick as an adult's calf and looked charred, as if it might snap at the slightest touch. Just then, a group of stone men infected with grayscale appeared on the riverbank above them. A few patches of pale skin were still visible on their cheeks and necks, indicating they weren't yet fully transformed. Their movements were surprisingly quick, suggesting they still retained a considerable degree of mobility. The stone men seemed curious about Viserys and his group, but that wasn't their true intent. They began spitting down at Viserys' boat, aiming to spread their infection. "Damn it, you sons of bitches," Regis cursed, pulling his cloak over his head to shield himself. It was clear these stone men were trying to infect them with grayscale. "Prince, be careful," young Connington shouted, rushing forward to protect Viserys. But Viserys, with a swift motion, pulled young Connington back behind him. "Give me the bow," Viserys ordered young Connington. He took the bow, bent it, and knocked 3 arrows at once. With a swift release, the arrows whistled through the air, each one finding its mark in the mouths of the stone men, silencing their attempts to spit. Yet, undeterred, the stone men retreated out of range and began hacking away at the dead tree with whatever tools they had. Bang, bang, bang. After just a few strikes, the already charred tree toppled over. A tree that should have been able to support the weight of an adult had crumbled with surprising ease, especially considering that the stone men were wearing armor. Viserys paused, considering his next move. He then took a short spear from the captain of the Unsullied and positioned himself at the bow, ready to throw. The others looked on, puzzled. There were no stone men left in sight, so they couldn't understand where he was aiming. With all his strength, Viserys hurled the spear. The force was so immense that the spear's front half embedded itself deep into the riverbank. The sheer power left everyone stunned. Whether it was Regis, young Connington, the Unsullied, or the Old Boatman, they no longer saw Viserys as just an ordinary man. His abilities had clearly surpassed human limits, a testament to his 125 constitution. Seeing this display, the remaining stone men, who had been watching from another angle, realized they had picked the wrong target and quickly scattered. Viserys, however, noticed that the spears lodged in the bank weren't stable enough or long enough to serve their purpose. He instructed the others to wrap strips of cloth around the spears in a spiral pattern. This adjustment would give the spears more stability and added penetrating power as they spun through the air. He then threw about 20 more spears, each one driven into the riverbank from low to high, creating a series of handholds. The group quickly understood Viserys' intention. He was creating a makeshift ladder. With this fulcrum, everyone could climb the steep bank more easily. Viserys took the lead, scaling the bank by using the spears embedded in the wall. The others followed his example without hesitation, leaving only one Unsullied and the Old Boatman behind to guard the small sailboat. The crowd that had climbed ashore from the embankment advanced in battle formation, weapons in hand, across the Bridge of Dream. Viserys realized that even in this isolated part of the Sorrows, there were resources worth fighting over, like the lights on the bridge, which he found surprisingly bright. It was mainly due to the heavy fog, but upon closer inspection, the brightness of these street lamps was not inferior to the electric lights Viserys had been accustomed to in his previous life. Around these lamps, faint magical runes seemed to be at work. Beneath the street lamps were simple tents. The owners of these tents were able to enjoy the light brought by these magical lamps to the greatest extent. As he moved forward, Viserys wondered, could it be that people with grayscale disease like the light? Setting aside this irrelevant conjecture, he focused on the task at hand. The sound of their footsteps and the clashing of their armor soon attracted the attention of a group of natives. These stone men, marked by the lines and colors of stone on their bodies, cast wary and assessing glances. The group's armor and the cold weapons they wielded served as a strong deterrent to these people who lived on the border of death. However, when they reached the middle of the bridge, the stone men gathered together, blocking their way. With stone men in front and behind, Viserys realized they were surrounded. "Everyone, we just want to pass through. We won't hurt anyone," Viserys said, pounding the heavy halberd in his hand on the ground. The force of the blow caused several cracks in the stone slabs of the bridge, and everyone around him could feel the vibration beneath their feet. The stone men blocking their path instinctively took a step back. Viserys nodded, and the group threw the extra dry food they were carrying in front of them. The stone men behind them, seeing the cloth sacks on the ground exuding the aroma of food, immediately started to loot them, while the stone men in front looked a bit disdainful. Their goal was not the food that Viserys and the others were offering, but rather their bodies. One of the leading stone men stepped forward. For some reason, this man's petrified left hand remained raised high. "Stay! Half of you leave before." The man spoke in stutters, each word seemingly forced out of his throat, as if the grayscale had infected his vocal cords. "This is impossible," Viserys exclaimed, locking eyes with him. The leader of the stone men, the one who always held his left hand aloft, took a step back, while the other stone men, armed with spears and clubs, began to close in on Viserys and his group. Young Connington swallowed hard and tightened his grip on his spear, but Viserys had no intention of engaging them directly. With a wave of his hand, the Unsullied behind him hurled their flaming bottles. The bottles, filled with a volatile mixture of wildfire alcohol and animal fat, shattered upon impact, dousing the stone men in flames. Viserys snapped his fingers, and the stone men were transformed into living torches. This was unlike the usual encounters. These stone men moved sluggishly, and with their damaged vocal cords, they could not even scream properly as the flames consumed them. Only those who were not yet fully infected writhed and convulsed in the fire. The stone man with the raised left hand turned and fled, his legs still functional. But no matter how fast he ran, he could not outrun Viserys' long halberd. The weapon pierced his chest from behind, pinning him to the ground. Viserys glanced back at the remaining stone men. They had been watching, hoping to gain some advantage, but upon seeing the gruesome fate of their comrades, they were overcome with fear and turned to flee. They moved clumsily, some limping, creating a comically pathetic sight. After retrieving the halberd from the fallen man, the group continued on, unafraid of infection. They soon reached the collapsed section of the Bridge of Dream. Although they had not yet passed through the rubble, the thick fog ahead revealed glimpses of their destination, the Palace of Sorrows. Once a glorious capital, Croydon had become a waterlogged ruin, its once proud, topless towers now broken and submerged. Yet, even in their dilapidated state, Viserys recognized them as the legendary Palace of Sorrows. The two towers and Sunspear, built by Nymeria, had been modeled after these very structures. Carefully stepping over the loose rocks, the group narrowly avoided falling and finally set foot on the grounds of the Palace of Sorrows. Everyone strained to peer through the gloom. Viserys could vaguely make out a thick gray mist in one direction, as if all the mist in the area was emanating from that one place. Perhaps that is where the shrouded lady resides, he thought. As they ventured deeper into the palace, they noticed the terrain rising, and the water around their feet gradually became shallower. Viserys' keen eyes caught sight of something unusual, a hand-width wide groove on the exposed ground. A groove? No, these are tracks, he realized. Viserys crouched down and ran his hand along the two smooth, parallel lines etched into the ground, confirming his suspicion. He dared to bet that the Rhoynar people must have had their own magical vehicles back then. As for the others, they were at a loss to understand the purpose of these tracks. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a vehicle resembling a bus pulled up to the curb. However, instead of the boxy shape he remembered, it was more like the streamlined locomotive of a high-speed train. The vehicle was adorned with intricate reliefs of flowers, plants, fish, and insects. Viserys closed his eyes and imagined the appearance of the festive capital in its heyday. The speeding magic tram would have carried people to all kinds of destinations: parks, stadiums, libraries, and perhaps even schools and universities. But then, Viserys thought again of the Valyrians, whose glory was built on the exploitation and oppression of other peoples. Perhaps the Rhoynar were no different. Suddenly, Viserys realized that ever since entering the Sorrows, his attention had been drawn repeatedly to strange sights. First the Bridge of Dream, and now this. "Prince, look, there's another bridge ahead." "What?" Viserys turned to look at Regis and the others, only to see that they were all slack-jawed with shock. Regis's reaction was the most unsettling of all, as he pointed at a wall and claimed he saw another Bridge of Dream. A low, eerie sound filled the air, reverberating ominously. Then, another disturbing event occurred. Several Unsullied burst into tears. "No, don't cut off my penis. Get it back to me. Don't kill my puppy, no. I'm so scared." Viserys' eyes narrowed. "There's definitely something wrong with this gray mist." "Lord Regis, what's wrong with you, Lord Regis?" Young Connington, realizing that something was amiss, turned to Viserys in panic. "Prince, Viserys looked at young Connington. "This guy also has Targaryen blood in his veins," he thought, "and it's probably for this reason that he's less affected." The two tried to wake the others, but it was useless. It seemed they could not continue. Only time would tell if taking them away from the Palace of Sorrows would make any difference. But the group had already come this far, and there was no turning back. Viserys threw the unconscious bodies into the bus and blocked the door. "Let's go first. There's no one around. They shouldn't be in danger," he said. "Prince, what's wrong with them?" "It's probably because of the gray mist. The two of us have Valyrian bloodlines, so we have some resistance. It could also be because we practice magic," Viserys replied casually, also to reinforce young Connington's identity with him. "You have Valyrian blood, but not the king's blood," he mused. However, young Connington still seemed proud of his lineage. Viserys noticed that there didn't seem to be many tracks around. If that's the case, then from my experience, places where tracks pass through are usually more important, he considered. So, the two of them followed the tracks through the gray mist. The Palace of Sorrows was full of ruins, and they were frequently blocked by collapsed buildings. Half of a thick tower stood in front of them, with the nearest point of support from the ground about 3 or 4 meters above their heads. Looking left and right, Viserys realized that if they wanted to continue following the tracks, they would have to climb over it. "I'll be fine, but young Connington is in for a rough time," he thought. He crouched down, interlaced his fingers, and motioned for young Connington to climb up using his knees and palms. "Prince." Young Connington hesitated, reluctant to accept the offer, even though he could guess Viserys' intention. After all, this was his monarch. How could he, an advisor, climb up on the monarch? "Cut the crap, or I'll leave you here." "No, I mean yes." Seeing there was no other choice, young Connington steeled himself and approached Viserys. When his feet touched Viserys' knees and palms, he was surprised by how solid the other man felt. "I weigh at least 160 to 170 pounds, including armor, yet Viserys didn't even flinch," he marveled. But then he remembered Viserys' earlier feat of driving a short spear into a stone wall, and suddenly it didn't seem like much. Young Connington soon made it to the top, and just as he was wondering how Viserys would manage the climb, he watched in astonishment as Viserys leaped up effortlessly, landing directly on the ledge. "My knowledge has been refreshed once again," he thought, marveling at Viserys. With that obstacle behind them, the path ahead was clear. To the east, they spotted a large set of ruins. Calling them ruins seemed almost unjust, as most of the buildings were still remarkably well preserved. This was the core area of Targaryen, and the battle had been essentially over by the time the Valyrians attacked here. Fog swirled around them. Viserys noticed a main hall up ahead, from which a thick column of ash-like smoke was rising, a miniature version of the smoking sea on the Valyrian side. Weapons in hand, the two men advanced cautiously. Along the way, they encountered numerous petrified human bodies, frozen in place for what seemed like 1,000 years. It appeared that those who had been infected with grayscale were preserved, all captured in postures of terror, as if fleeing from some unimaginable presence within the smoke-filled palace. Viserys approached one of the petrified corpses, noticing that the man was still clad in armor. He wiped the dust off with his hand, and his eyes lit up. Valyrian steel armor. There was no mistaking it. He remembered the legend of the Garren curse. After the Valyrians captured Targaryen, they imprisoned Prince Garren in a golden cage, and Garren, in turn, cast a curse that summoned the waters of the Rhoyne to drown the Valyrian invaders. After all, the Valyrians had deployed 300 dragons in that battle, so it was natural that some of them would have been from the Dragon Lord's own house. In the age of magic, the value of Valyrian steel armor was beyond measure. If we search carefully around here, he thought, we could easily find a dozen, perhaps even 20 suits of Valyrian steel armor. But the immediate task was to meet the shrouded lady. Viserys made a mental note of the location and continued onward with young Connington at his side. After walking for about half an hour, the two arrived at a large square. Scattered across the area were more petrified corpses, some still clad in armor that hadn't decayed in over 1,000 years. Most likely Valyrian steel armor, Viserys thought as they surveyed the scene. The square was vast, roughly the size of 5 football stadiums, and at its center stood the main hall of the Palace of Sorrow. Crossing the square, the two men approached the steps leading to the Grand Hall. Here, too, they found 7 or 8 armored bodies, likely encased in Valyrian steel. But this wasn't entirely surprising. Back then, Valyria was still a flourishing empire, and items like Valyrian steel swords and armor were probably considered mere luxury goods. Still, Viserys wondered, how could the Targaryen ancestors have been so low in Valyrian society that they didn't even possess a set of Valyrian steel armor? They continued climbing the moss-covered stone steps until they reached the main hall's door. Through the open doorway, they glimpsed the interior. Dominating the center of the hall was a massive throne. While the throne itself was unremarkable, what caught their attention were the 4 living dragons perched around it. Each dragon was the size of a train car, their heads raised, mouths open, spewing thick gray mist into the open sky above the roofless palace. It became clear that the dense fog enveloping the Sorrows originated from these dragons. "Prince," young Connington whispered, swallowing hard. The sight was overwhelming, especially for a 14-year-old who had never witnessed anything like this. In fact, even Viserys, who had painstakingly gathered dragon eggs without success, was stunned. Yet here were 4 living dragons right before him. As he hesitated, unsure whether to proceed, a voice suddenly echoed from the throne in the main hall. "Crap," Viserys thought. "Rhoynar language, I don't understand." Due to the interference of the dim light and swirling gray mist, Viserys and young Connington hadn't noticed that someone else was sitting on the throne. Upon closer inspection, they saw a small figure slouched on the tall seat. That must be the shrouded lady, Valsha, Viserys thought. As far as Viserys knew, the only people who still spoke the Rhoynar language were the so-called Greenwater orphans in Dorne. These people had refused to follow Nymeria to Westeros, stubbornly maintaining their Rhoynar language and way of life. "When I was in Dorne, I didn't think to learn a foreign language," Viserys recalled. But he did remember Shura mentioning that a Viserys of House Sinesta had once sought out the shrouded lady. "That means she should understand Valyrian," he concluded. Taking a deep breath, Viserys spoke aloud. "Princess Valsha, I am Viserys." His voice echoed through the vast main hall, but the figure on the throne remained silent for a long time. Finally, the person spoke, drawing out the name slowly, as if it had triggered a long-buried memory. "Viserys". Her voice quickened slightly, as if something had clicked in her mind. "Viserys, Viserys," she repeated, as if testing the name on her tongue. Viserys and young Connington stood just outside the hall, listening intently. "You are Viserys," the shrouded lady finally managed to say. Bowing slightly, Viserys replied, "My respects, Princess Valsha. I am Viserys Targaryen." "Targaryen," she murmured, a faint sigh escaping her lips. "Targaryen, Targaryen." Another wave of memories seemed to unfold within her mind. After a moment, a faint voice emerged from the throne. "Never heard of..." It was said that the Targaryens were relatively unknown in Valyria back then. After all, they were just one of the 40 Dragonlord houses. But why were they so unremarkable? "Never mind, come in first." With her permission, Viserys crossed the threshold and entered the main hall. His peripheral vision caught the sight of 2 curved staircases on either side of the hall, extending to the back of the throne and leading up to a second floor. In front of the throne, 7 petrified corpses in armor knelt, their postures suggesting that they had once been Valyrians. Some of them had likely been dragon riders. Viserys and young Connington approached the corpses, stopping before the throne. "Princess Valsha," Viserys said. "Are you a Valyrian?" she asked. "Yes," Viserys replied after a short pause. "Valyria is gone, and I am but a remnant of it." A noise came from the throne, a sound that could have been either a snort or a response. After a long silence, the figure on the throne stood and began to walk forward. As she moved away from the shadows cast by the dragons, a mummy-like creature, about 1.6 meters tall and wrapped in bandages from head to toe, approached Viserys. It was the shrouded lady, Valsha. Seeing such a strange being for the first time, young Connington instinctively rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. Viserys glanced at him and signaled for him to relax. As Valsha drew closer, Viserys was surprised to catch the scent of grapefruit emanating from her. Her head was also wrapped in cloth, leaving only her mouth and eyes exposed. "Ah, your name is also Viserys," she remarked. "That's interesting." When she reached them, she asked, "What is it that you want from me?" "My noble Princess Valsha, I hope you will allow my army to pass through Croyn," Viserys requested. Valsha's eyes flashed with coldness. 1,000 years ago, the armies of the Valyrians came to Croyane and destroyed my home. And now, 1,000 years later, the armies of the Valyrians are coming to Croyane again? Do they intend to destroy it once more? Her words were laced with deep-seated hatred. Viserys knew that saying something like that was 1,000 years ago. What my ancestors did has nothing to do with me, would only provoke the shrouded lady further. In this delicate situation, it was crucial to steer the conversation in a more favorable direction. Princess Valsha, hundreds of years after the Valyrian invasion of Croyane, they too suffered a catastrophic doom and have now perished. I know this may not bring you comfort, but do you know Nymeria? She is my aunt. Hearing this, Viserys felt a slight sense of relief. He had found a connection. The descendants of Princess Nymeria and the people of Rhoynar live in Westeros now, but I understand the long night is coming. I hope to face it with them, but first I must end this war as soon as possible. That's why I've come to you, to ask for passage through Croyane. Viserys hoped to stir her sympathy by appealing to their shared bloodline. Perhaps recognizing his sincerity, Valsha decided not to make things difficult for him. Since you are also Viserys, you know my condition, right? She said with a hint of a smile. Viserys nodded, trying to recall some amusing topics or stories, but he wasn't skilled at telling jokes. If only I had the Red Viper or the Imp here, he thought, they could probably make her laugh. Do I really have to use those old memes from the internet in my past life? Viserys wondered, feeling torn, but he had no better option at the moment. He held out his right hand in front of Valsha, spreading it open as if holding something invisible. Then he gave a slight shake, and both Valsha and young Connington watched him curiously. You see, there's a little person dancing on my hand, Viserys said. Valsha sneered. Are you trying to trick me? Where's the little person? Young Connington looked at him nervously, silently questioning. What are you doing, Prince? Why are you teasing her? Viserys felt his own nerves fraying, but he persisted stubbornly. Really, there's a little person on my hand. He licked his lips and added, Look, I want to take off his clothes. He gently mimed lifting something off his hand with his left hand, as if undressing an invisible figure. Can you hold his clothes for me? He asked. Valsha's eyes, hidden beneath her headband, flashed with suspicion, but she reached out and took the little man's clothes from Viserys' hand. Young Connington, standing nearby, stared in disbelief, thinking his eyes were deceiving him. Viserys nodded and said, You see, now the little man is dancing naked in my hand. Valsha looked at him with a mixture of displeasure and curiosity. There is no little man. You're just playing a trick on me. There is a little man, Viserys insisted. His clothes are still in your hands. Laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. For a moment, Valsha was stunned, but then she began to laugh uncontrollably, as if someone had hit her funny bone. Her laughter grew louder and louder. First, she couldn't straighten her back, and soon, her whole upper body was leaning back with the force of her mirth. Ah ha 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 ha! Young Connington looked on, alarmed by the sight of the 1,000-year-old creature before him. Her voice, which had just moments ago been as delicate as a maiden's, suddenly turned shrill, almost like a rooster's crow. Valsha's laughter made Viserys think of a bride who bursts out laughing at her wedding because of a humorous slip of the tongue by the groom. It seemed as if Valsha hadn't laughed in centuries, and now she was making up for lost time. Perhaps she was simply someone with an unusually low threshold for humor. She laughed for more than 10 minutes before finally calming down. Taking a deep breath, Valsha wiped her eyes, which seemed slightly wet beneath her bandages. Okay, I promise. When the time comes, bring your army, and I'll clear a path for you, Valsha said with a smile. Hearing this, both Viserys and young Connington were overjoyed. But then Viserys quickly recalled what Sharera had told him about the young man from House Sinesta, gifted with great magical talent, but driven mad. Viserys quickly composed himself and asked, If you agree, what will it cost? Valsha's smile faded, and she looked at Viserys with dark, inscrutable eyes. The three of them stood in silence, the only sound in the hall being the hissing smoke from the dragons around the throne. After a long pause, Valsha began circling Viserys. I have been here for 1,000 years, and I may be here for another 1,000. In the next 1,000 years, I want you to keep me company. Viserys was at a loss for words. 1,000 years? But I'll only live for 100 or so before I die. That's fine. Just say yes or no. I can wait until you're 100 years old. This put him in a difficult position. He had lived less than 50 years in his 2 lives combined. 1,000 years seemed like an unimaginable span of time, and he had no desire for immortality. After some thought, Viserys realized he had nothing to lose, so he nodded and said, "I promise, but I'll take all the Valyrian steel armor here with me." "Ha. Okay," Valshar replied with a wink. For a moment, Viserys felt as if his soul had been lassoed by something unseen, a sensation that quickly faded. He knew it wasn't a hallucination. Valsha's magic power was very real. She had been capable of fusing blood magic and water magic before she was 20, and although that attempt had failed, it still showcased her remarkable talent. Moreover, Valsha had lived for more than 1,000 years. Even if she studied magic sporadically, her knowledge would still make her one of the most powerful figures in the magical world. With the agreement made, Viserys was eager to leave, though he was tempted to ask if he could observe the dragons up close. However, he feared Valsha might use the opportunity to extract another favor, so he decided to hold off for now. Yet, Valsha seemed reluctant to let them go. "Don't be in such a hurry. No one has been here for hundreds of years. I finally have someone to talk to, and it's so boring here." Her words didn't sound like those of a 1,000-year-old creature, but more like those of a lonely, curious girl. Viserys felt a twinge of unease at the thought. "What? You talk to corpses? Why not the furniture?" he wondered, unnerved. Valsha walked over to the petrified corpses kneeling before the throne. She removed something that looked like a crown from one corpse's head and placed it on another, muttering to herself, "Today, it's your turn to be king. Come take a look. Doesn't this crown look better on this one's head?" Valsha called out to Viserys, leaving him with no choice but to approach. What he saw sent a chill down his spine. These weren't just corpses. These people were still alive. Their eyes, though dull and gray-purple, were rolling back and forth in their sockets. Viserys could see a deep, unbreakable numbness in their gaze. But when they noticed Viserys, a flicker of light returned to their eyes, as if lives on the brink of withering had been rekindled. The look in their eyes seemed to beg Viserys, "Kill me. Please end this now." A chill ran down his spine. Was this what awaited him? Spending 1,000 years in Croyane, trapped in this nightmare? Viserys glanced at Valsha and imagined her in a white lab coat. She would look just like a mad scientist. It became clear to him that he would need to find a way to break this bizarre contract. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he turned sharply to look at the dragons around the throne. Although they were alive, they seemed eerily similar to the Valyrians. Valsha had turned these dragons into gray mist machines. He noticed that the dragons were emaciated, their ribs painfully visible, and their backbones jutting out as if trying to break through their scales. Viserys and Valsha chatted for what felt like an eternity, nearly 4 or 5 hours, just to bring her up to speed on the changes in the outside world. As he prepared to leave, Viserys mentioned the hallucinations Regis and the others had been experiencing, hoping Valsha could offer a solution. "That's a different price," Valsha replied with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "What do I have to do?" Viserys asked warily. "Spend another 30 years with me." Viserys thought it over. Since he had already agreed to 1,000 years, another 30 didn't seem like much. Reluctantly, he agreed. After the deal was struck, Valsha began to unwind the bandage from her arm, removing about 3 or 4 meters of it. Pale, rough skin was revealed, resembling marble. "Just shove this in their mouths, and they'll be fine in no time," she said, handing him the bandage. Viserys took it and asked, "And how am I supposed to get the soldiers in?" Valsha tilted her head with a sly smile. "Just soak it in water and make the soldiers drink it." The look in her eyes made it clear. Viserys had been tricked. Valsha let out a smug, wicked laugh at the expression on Viserys' face. "Come, since dragons have been extinct for over 100 years, I'll show you a live one," she said, leading them eagerly to the dragon chimney beside the throne. The dragons she had altered were covered in soot-colored black and brown, giving them the appearance of statues carved from poor-quality stone. At first glance, they looked like a sculptor's failed attempt at art. But Valsha had completely transformed these creatures, reducing them to little more than smoke-spewing machines. Even their eyes had turned to stone. Viserys observed that the dragons, each about the size of a railway carriage, could double their length if their tails were included. Although their wings were folded, their span was impressive. Each wing could easily cover 2 or 3 carriages. "This one is called Gallic-Hale," Valsha said, pointing to the dragon in front of Viserys. "That one is Furred Seagull, and those 2 over there are Virelos and Crorius." Viserys pondered for a moment, guessing that after the fall of Valyria, the Targaryens had boldly used the names of Valyrian gods to name their dragons. Up close, he noticed that the scales on this dragon were the size of a human ear. However, each scale bore tiny signs of erosion, pitted and rough. The dragon had not only lost its original color, but seemed to be entirely drained of life. Curious, Viserys cautiously placed his hand on the dragon to see if there would be any reaction. The texture was rough, confirming his suspicion that the scales had also been petrified. He waited expectantly for feedback from his panel. After all, touching dragonbone and dragon blood had granted attribute points before, so there was no reason why touching a living dragon shouldn't yield a similar response. However, 1 second passed, then 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10. Half a minute went by, but there was no response. Could it be that the system doesn't recognize it because of Valsha's modifications? Viserys wondered, maintaining his composure as if nothing was amiss. Valsha and young Cunnington were both watching him intently. Just as he was about to give up, the familiar feedback finally appeared before his eyes. Touching a half-alive dragon gains 239 attribute points. Over 200 points. A flash of surprise crossed Viserys' eyes. This was equivalent to more than half a month's worth of accumulation, meaning he could hatch dragons sooner than expected. There were still 3 dragons left, and if he could touch them all, he'd have enough points to hatch a dragon as soon as he returned. However, Viserys also noticed a crucial detail on the panel: half alive. This meant the dragons were in a similar state to the dragon lords, neither fully alive nor fully dead. "What do you think? Is it different from what you expected?" Valsha asked, her tone curious. "I can't say. I've never touched a real dragon before." To cover up his unusual behavior, he turned to young Cunnington and said, "You try it too." "Yes, Prince," young Cunnington replied, moving to the other dragons and placing his hand on each one in turn. Touching a half-alive dragon gains 259 attribute points. Touching a half-alive dragon gains 238 attribute points. Touching a half-alive dragon gains 268 attribute points. The 4 half-alive dragons provided Viserys with nearly 1,000 attribute points, more than enough if he chose to use them for sacrifice. The 2 of them wandered around the main hall a bit more, and just as Viserys was about to leave, Valsha offered to show them the grave of Prince Garren. However, Viserys was concerned about time. They needed to leave the Sorrows and head directly to meet the Horse Lord, and any delay could negatively impact their morale. "Well, we'll have plenty of time for that later. I'll be waiting for you," Valsha said, her invitation lingering in the air. Reluctantly, Viserys agreed. As they left the main hall, he instructed young Cunnington to keep the promise of 1,000 years a secret. Young Cunnington understood Viserys' intent and readily agreed. On their way back, they stripped a suit of Valyrian steel armor from one of the petrified bodies and put it on before heading to the magic bus where Regis and the others were waiting. They found Regis and the Unsullied lying or crouching, utterly drained of strength, their eyes unfocused and pupils dilated. If not for their shallow breathing, they might have been mistaken for dead. Viserys placed the strip of cloth he had taken from Valsha under Regis's nose. Slowly, a light returned to his eyes. "Prince, why are we here? Did I fall asleep?" Regis asked groggily, his confusion evident. Viserys let out a sigh of relief and handed a piece of the cloth to young Cunnington, tucking the larger piece back into his garment. "It's fine. I've got..." The gray mist around them made everything hazy, blurring the sense of time. With no way to tell day from night, it was hard to gauge how long they had been stranded in the main hall of the Palace of Sorrows. But Viserys felt it had only been a few hours. After waking Regis and the others, they quickly made their way to the Bridge of Sorrows. The stone men stationed there no longer had any will to stop them. Bodies still littered the bridge, and the survivors huddled near the street lamps on either side, eyeing the group with a mix of fear and awe. The old boatman, who had been waiting with his two small grandchildren, was dozing on the boat, with the Unsullied standing guard nearby, also taking a brief rest. As soon as he spotted Viserys and the others, the Unsullied quickly woke the boatman and his grandchildren, signaling for them to bring the boat closer to the shore. One by one, the group descended the short spear ladder they had left behind. The old boatman hurriedly approached, relief washing over his face. Thank the gods for allowing the lords to return safely. Safe in the seventh circle of hell. Regis muttered irritably. He had finally made it to the Palace of Sorrows, but hadn't been able to meet the legendary Shrouded Lady. His frustration was palpable, knowing he'd have less to boast about in the future. He pestered young Connington with questions the entire way back. Old boatman, how long have you been waiting here? Viserys asked. My lord, the river has risen and fallen 9 times while we waited, which should be less than 5 days. 5 days? That's a long time, Viserys exclaimed, surprised. He had thought it had been only a day or 2 at most. Realizing they were pressed for time to reach the agreed battleground with the Horse Lord, he urged, hurry up and go. The news of Viserys' impending duel with the Horse Lord spread quickly throughout the free cities. From Braavos in the far north to Volantis in the south, and from Qohor and Norvos deep within the mountains and ancient forests, envoys were dispatched to witness the event. Notably, Ariane's mother, Malario, represented Norvos at the duel. Despite their frequent skirmishes and even wars with one another, the 9 free cities were united in their stance toward the Dothraki. They hoped for Viserys' victory, as it would mean they could pay the Dothraki less in the future, should they need to offer tribute in gold. The Sea Lord of Braavos, Ferrago, had already tacitly acknowledged that Roth would succeed him as the next Sea Lord. For this important diplomatic event, he sent Roth as Braavos' representative. Roth arrived with his eldest son, little Viserys, cradled in his arms, while his pregnant wife, Mediis, stood nearby. They had already visited the temple of the Moonsingers, where it was confirmed that Mediis was carrying a daughter. The couple had decided to name her Daenerys. Viserys has been gone from Braavos for just over 2 years. I thought he'd be content as an officer in a mercenary company, or at best, commanding a small force of his own. He truly is extraordinary, Roth remarked, holding his son. Although they hadn't seen Viserys in 2 years, they had frequently heard news of his exploits. We shouldn't just focus on his accomplishments. Think about what he's done in these 2 years. Each of his actions has been like dancing on the edge of a knife, Lady Mediis added. She too found Viserys' achievements almost surreal. As a woman with a more sensitive intuition, she could sense the perilous nature of his journey, even though she had only heard second-hand accounts. What Viserys had accomplished was on par with the feats of the Ninepenny Kings, except he succeeded where they had failed time and time again. His current position not only surpassed that of House Zane, but had elevated House Targaryen far beyond its former standing, as if it were rapidly reclaiming its rightful place in the world. In Volantis, the 2 triarchs of the Elephant Party, Aelios and Nyessos, were responsible for their city's delegation. Besides witnessing the duel between Viserys and the Horse Lord, they also sought to sign a non-aggression pact with the Confederation of 4 Daughters. In truth, Aelios hadn't wanted to bring Nyessos along at all. The signing of the non-aggression pact was a significant political achievement, one that Aelios envisioned basking in alone. He often imagined the scene, waving the pact triumphantly in front of a crowd of Tiger Party members, chest puffed out, declaring, I have secured an entire generation of peace. What a glorious moment that would be. The only reason Nyessos was included was because he had been overly generous in his support, making it difficult for Aelios to exclude him. Despite their differing ambitions, both men were confident that Viserys would win the duel. After all, not every man could survive a 3-on-1 fight and still walk away. Lord Aelios, once the war is over, do you think Viserys might be interested in selling that Valyrian steel armor he promised? Nyesos asked, testing the waters. Aelios responded without hesitation. Lord Nyesos, are you feeling unwell? In Volantis, everyone is sharp and ambitious, and the thought of possessing a complete set of Valyrian steel armor is tantalizing, almost more painful than not having it all. Then could I at least borrow it for a while? Nyesos persisted. I recall a dragon lord once bestowed a hair band on your ancestor. If you're willing to part with that, I'll give you the armor. The two men haggled over the matter, but ultimately reached no agreement. Yet, these negotiations were trivial compared to the larger concerns at hand. One such concern was Benerro, whose presence in Volantis made both men uneasy. The religious faction of Lawler and the Triarchs had never been on friendly terms, especially now that Benerro had preemptively invited Viserys to the Lord of Light's temple. Both the political and religious factions were vying for Viserys' favor, seeing him as a valuable ally. However, Benerro's vision extended far beyond mere political maneuvering. In the Flames, he had seen the followers of the Black Goat and knew the conflict between these factions would shape the future of Essos for the next century. Benerro intended to position himself as Viserys' protector, anticipating the inevitable clash between the followers of the Lord of Light and those of the Black Goat in Qohor, where tensions were already nearing the point of bloodshed. But the followers of the Black Goat were not the only ones making moves. Even the warlocks of Qarth had sent emissaries to the disputed lands. Leading them was none other than Piet Pri, the warlock who had once tried to steal the life force of the Mother of Dragons in the original story. However, the situation was complicated, and Pri wasn't sure how to approach Viserys and Daenerys. All he could do was take things one step at a time. Among all the people involved, Cunnington was the busiest. Not only did he have to coordinate supplies for the army, but he also had to receive envoys from all sides on behalf of Viserys. With barely any sleep each night and the army marching toward the Lorelou River, he had turned his wagon into a makeshift. Most of the time, he relied on cigarettes to stay awake, filling his carriage with a constant haze of smoke. Anyone who stepped inside would think it was on fire. So, you two are here on behalf of House Tyrell? Cunnington asked, eyeing the two bastards sent by the old Rose. He couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. Even Dorne hadn't sent such minor representatives. After all, the Red Viper himself had come to liaise with Viserys. 300 years ago, House Tyrell had been merely the stewards of House Gardner. They didn't have much of the blood of Garth Greenhand in their veins. Yet here they were, sending two bastards as their envoys. It felt like an insult. Ahem, Lord Griff, we understand your frustration, Garrett said, trying to reassure Cunnington, though he was clearly uncomfortable in the thick smoke of the carriage. Blessed be the king and the gods, but Prince Viserys has risen so quickly over the years that Lord Mace sent us to make contact. Their reasoning was understandable. During Robert's rebellion, House Tyrell had stood firmly by House Targaryen and had therefore been under the most scrutiny and pressure from King Robert. With Willis, the eldest, disabled, Loras preoccupied with Renly, and only Garland available, they didn't have many options for sending a more prestigious envoy. After accepting the offer from the Flowers brothers, Cunnington agreed to let them join his ranks. Although they did not meet Viserys, they did encounter Dany. Like many who met her for the first time, they were initially rendered speechless. The first thing that struck them was Dany's commanding presence. Despite being only 13, her daily involvement in government affairs with Cunnington had already imbued her with a strong sense of authority. It was not something these two bastards could dismiss lightly. The second thing that captivated them was her Targaryen beauty. In this timeline, Dany had not suffered from a lack of food or drink. Unlike in the original timeline, where she needed half a year under Illyrio's care to transform from a firewood girl to a princess, here she had thrived. With her impeccable genes, it was only a matter of time before she became the most beautiful woman in Essos. How will House Tyrell help us? Dany asked. Princess, the Reach is the most prosperous kingdom in the Seven Kingdoms. Highgarden will do its best in terms of both supplies and troops. It has to be said that a simple raise of an eyebrow can solve many problems. Dany didn't need to use any of the rhetoric Viserys and Cunnington had taught her before the brothers were desperate to tell her everything they knew. Even though they were not direct Tyrell relatives, their status and insights into Highgarden's strength were more accurate than most. Dany easily obtained the information she wanted. "Very good," she nodded slowly, smiling with satisfaction. "Then you can join my guard for now, and I will see you when my brother is free." "As you wish, princess," the brothers replied, bowing before leaving. Dany let out a long sigh as she watched them go. "Kyla, how did I do just now?" she asked expectantly. Kyla hesitated. "Well, quite well." Dany smiled helplessly. As a personal bodyguard, Kyla was certainly qualified, but as a strategist, her limitations were clear. She had discovered two principles of Kyla's thinking. If you can avoid it, don't use it. And if you must use it, keep it minimal. Her first reaction to every person she sees is to consider how to eliminate them efficiently. Dany managed well enough with the bastards of House Tyrell, but what followed next caused her great distress. Upon arriving at the Lorelou riverbank, wave after wave of people expressed their desire to see Viserys. However, since Viserys had not yet returned, they had to content themselves with Connington for the time being. Dany dealt with the remaining matters after Connington handled the initial inquiries. Roth was easy to manage, as they were all acquaintances, but Aelios and Nyessos presented a greater challenge. Both were seasoned and cunning. Dany remained on full alert and succeeded in keeping Viserys' whereabouts a secret. Then there were Tragar, Cassius, and the others. They were all surprised to hear that Viserys had gone missing. With all the faceless men on their side, how could Viserys have disappeared? "When will the faceless men you hired arrive?" Cambron asked. "The faceless men never meet their employers," Cassius replied, a bit surprised. As a former Archon, Cambron should have known this. Can the faceless men really kill Viserys? "I've seen it with my own eyes. Viserys really does use witchcraft," Cambron added uneasily. After all, they had sacrificed more than 90% of their family assets and borrowed 1,000,000 gold dragons from the Iron Bank to impress the many-faced god. If this last-ditch effort failed, they would have no chance to recover. "We paid such a high price, so perhaps the one carrying out the mission will be the legendary Kindly Man," Cassius explained to the others. The so-called Kindly Man was the priest of the many-faced god in the original story who taught Arya to become a faceless man. According to Viserys' estimation, he should be the strongest among the faceless men, likely using a very high-level illusion technique. If they were hiring the faceless men to assassinate anyone else, Cambron probably wouldn't have had so many concerns. But with Viserys as the target, his anxiety was understandable. At that moment, Strickland, the Captain General of the Golden Company, walked in. "The 10,000 members of the Golden Company have already deployed," he announced. His words lifted the spirits of the three men. This was exactly what Tragar and the others had planned. Once Viserys was eliminated, the Golden Company would wipe out his core supporters. During this time, a rumor had been circulating within the Golden Company. It was said that after Viserys killed the Horse Lord and before he attacked Westeros, he would seek help from the Golden Company again. The rumor stemmed from Viserys' title, the Beggar King, a name given to him by the Golden Company itself. In truth, this rumor had been spread by Strickland, who was the first to call him the Beggar King, when he was still the treasurer of the Golden Company. While he had little stature, he did hold some status. Some had deliberately praised Viserys as the Beggar King to curry favor with him, but Strickland feared that Viserys would seek revenge for the title. To protect himself, Strickland decided to seize this opportunity to eliminate him. In reality, the Golden Company now had fewer than 10,000 members, only about 8,000, as a considerable number had defected to join the Windblown Company. Strickland had inflated the number to 10,000 to secure more money. Seeing that the Golden Company was ready, Tragar suggested, "In that case, shouldn't we meet with Khal Drogo first?" The group exchanged glances before settling on Cambron. As a former Archon who had gained his position through bribery and empty promises, Cambron was undoubtedly the most suitable person for the task. And Cambron was no pushover. He knew how to negotiate. To sweeten the deal, Tragar, and Cassius each promised him an additional 2% of the tobacco profits. They hadn't even laid a finger on Viserys yet, but they were already dividing up his assets. To impress the Horse Lord, Cambron even took a drastic step, offering his 6-year-old daughter as a hostage. His little green-haired daughter, Jess, accompanied him as they crossed the Lorelou River, escorted by a few guards. Along the way, she caught sight of the smelly Dothraki, who roughly surrounded her and her father. The gleaming curved swords in the hands of the Dothraki warriors, along with their undisguised stares, made Jess' heart pound with fear. "Father, I want to go home," Jess whispered, trembling as she clung to Cambron's side. "Go home? What home? Our home is now occupied by that Targaryen bastard. Obey." Cambron snapped. Jess didn't understand why her father hated Viserys so much. After all, Viserys hadn't harmed a single member of her family. At that moment, a Dothraki man with sunken eyes rode up to Cambron and the others. It was Kohallo, who had spoken on Drogo's behalf when they responded to Viserys. "Cambron," Kohallo asked. "My lord." Cambron hurried forward with a servile smile. "Khal Drogo has agreed to see you," Kohallo said. Drogo was growing increasingly confident in his impending victory. He even felt that the horse god was favoring him. Not only had he encountered a black goat priest who could predict the future, but traitors within Viserys' ranks were now collaborating with him. How could such a war be lost? Drogo believed he was destined to win, unless Viserys somehow led his army right to Drogo's doorstep. Cambron's guards were kept outside Drogo's tent. Only he and his daughter, Jess, were allowed inside. Jess followed her father into the Horse Lord's tent, her eyes wide with fear, like a frightened fawn. The tent was filled with Dothraki leaders, including Drogo's and Blood Riders, as well as the 5 other Khals who had joined him. Jess had heard that these men were brutal chieftains who cared little for human life. The one seated at the head of the table, rumored to have destroyed countless towns just for the sake of practice, was particularly terrifying. Jess couldn't help but wonder why her father hated Viserys so much when it seemed these men were far more dangerous. "My lord Khal Drogo, I am Cambron of Tyrosh, here to discuss cooperation with you," Cambron said, addressing Drogo. Since Drogo did not understand Valyrian or speak the common tongue, he relied on a translator from House Targaryen to communicate. "How can we cooperate?" Drogo asked through the translator. "My lord Khal Drogo, we have hired the Faceless Men at great cost. They will rid us of Viserys." Cambron explained. The plan was simple. The Faceless Men would assassinate Viserys, while Cambron's forces, along with the Golden Company and Drogo's warriors, would destroy the remainder of Viserys' army. Afterward, Drogo could return with Dany and a wealth of supplies, forging a long-lasting friendship between them. As he spoke, Cambron pulled his youngest daughter, Jess, from behind him, presenting her to Drogo. Little Jess trembled in her father's grip, her eyes filled with unshed tears. Only now did she realize she was the only child, the only girl in the tent. "This is my little girl. She can stay as a hostage," Cambron said, his hands gripping her shoulders tightly. Jess kept her head down, struggling to hold back her tears. The translator conveyed Cambron's plan and terms to Drogo, who was pleased with what he heard. He had been pondering how the visions shown to him by the Black Goat Priest would come pass. Despite his admiration for Viserys, whom he had learned was not only an extraordinary warrior, but also highly intelligent, Drogo's main concern was how to eliminate him. Now that the legendary Faceless Men were involved, Drogo felt there was nothing left to worry about. Khal Drogo says the hostage is no longer necessary. Our friendship doesn't require this. Take your daughter back, the interpreter relayed, mimicking Drogo's authoritative tone. As he interpreted, he arrived at an exhilarating realization. If Viserys were dead, then Hoyt would also be finished, allowing him to return to Pentos and seize power for himself. But Drogo paid no mind to the interpreter's inner thoughts. After a brief consideration, Drogo saw no reason to keep such a hostage. The deep hatred between Viserys and Cambron, coupled with Viserys' slave policies that harmed the interests of Myr and Lys, aligned their goals. There was no need to worry about betrayal. However, in Cambron's mind, Drogo's offer to return Jess seemed too good to be true. Cambron, driven by his lust for power, was not one to trust easily. He was the type of man who wouldn't learn until he hit rock bottom. Even with a knife to his throat, he would still plot revenge. Determined to secure his position, Cambron insisted on leaving Jess behind as a show of his sincerity. Seeing Cambron's persistence, Drogo accepted the gesture. "Father, please don't leave me. Take me home. Take me home," Jess cried, her voice trembling with fear. But Cambron ignored his daughter's desperate pleas. A young Dothraki handmaid appeared seemingly out of nowhere, grabbing Jess's thin arms. With a strength Jess couldn't resist, the handmaid forcibly separated her from her father. Jess could only watch, sobbing helplessly, as Cambron walked away, growing smaller and smaller in the distance. After Cambron left, Ogo, another call, sneered, "These foolish milkmen. Victory will surely belong to the great Dothraki." Ogo despised the actions of traitors, but when treachery worked in their favor, it was something to be welcomed. "I think that after the war, the Dothraki should have their own fort city," mused the old Khal Motho. Then Khal Drogo can even consider renaming Pentos. As Motho grew older, he began to appreciate the idea of permanent settlements more. Having visited Pentos, he had been impressed by its towering walls and thought that living within them would offer protection from any storm. However, his words were met with scorn from the other Khals. The Dothraki tradition had always been to raid and move on, never to settle and conquer. Realizing his mistake, Motho quickly corrected himself. "The Dothraki say that Pentos is a valuable port. With it, we can venture even further." The translator, who had been promised rule over Pentos after the war, listened with growing unease. The Dothraki seemed not to take him seriously. But Drogo made his position clear just in time. "Yes, with a port, our hove can reach farther than ever," Drogo agreed, casting a glance at the translator. "But Pentos will remain in the hands of a trusted friend." Drogo was a man with a long-term vision. Whether or not Dany could give birth to the stallion who mounts the world, her status was still of great importance. If Viserys were to die, Dany would be the only one with a claim to the Iron Throne. Drogo could then not only rule as the Khal of the Great Grass Sea, but also become the supreme emperor of the Iron Throne. With supplies from Westeros, the Dothraki could alleviate their food shortages. But first, Viserys needed to be eliminated. After the meeting, the Black Goat priest, who had been captured by the Horse Lord, approached Drogo, requesting a private audience. "My lord Khal Drogo, after studying Viserys for some time, I've discovered that his methods are peculiar. For your safety, I hope to get close to him." Drogo couldn't help but appreciate such a loyal and self-serving slave. Besides, he too was curious to meet Viserys in person. "Brother, where are you?" Dany called out anxiously in her dream. Unfortunately, she couldn't actively enter Viserys' dreams and could only wait passively for news. Soon, Viserys reassured her. "I'll definitely be there by the morning after tomorrow." After leaving the Sorrows, Viserys was able to use the Golden Eagle again, and his calculations told him he would arrive in time. But Dany informed him that the Horse Lord wanted to meet a day earlier. This sudden change caught Viserys off guard. He couldn't fathom why the Horse Lord would suddenly make such a request. "Tell Cunnington to buy as much time as he can. I'll get there as soon as possible." "Brother, there are a lot of people here this time," Dany added. "Lady Maris, Lord Roth, and 2 people claiming to represent House Tyrell are here. I'll put them in my guard." House Tyrell. Viserys was surprised, but found it plausible. They couldn't ignore the turmoil he had stirred in the free cities. And, judging by the timing, Ned Stark and Robert Baratheon would have returned to King's Landing by now. It wouldn't be long before they considered moving against him. He needed to deal with Drogo before Robert's forces made their move. "Good. Keep them at bay and tell them I'll return to meet with them soon." "Yes, I understand," Dany replied. She then updated Viserys on the situation with Cambron, Traegar, and the others. Viserys had anticipated their betrayal. If they hadn't made this move, he would have had no justification to act against them after killing Drogo. Their treachery now gave him the perfect reason to eliminate those who opposed him, paving the way to take full control of the 4 great free cities. "Any news from the Faceless Men?" "Not yet," Dany replied, "but I've equipped every tent with military dogs. If the Faceless Men can't mask their scent, they'll be detected. Don't be careless. Protect yourself," Viserys reminded her. "I know, brother." After their conversation ended, Viserys turned to Regis. "Give me your horse. The plan has changed. I need to return early." The only way to speed things up was to gather the other men's horses and rotate them to avoid exhausting any one horse. He had to ride hard and fast, but without pushing the horses to exhaustion, to get back before anyone noticed his absence and cause an uncontrollable disturbance. Meanwhile, someone who had already infiltrated the army barracks was feeling a bit uneasy. For the Faceless Men, sneaking into places like army barracks was routine, especially for the kindly man. But upon locating Viserys' camp, he encountered an unexpected complication. The Unsullied led military dogs on daily patrols around the barracks, ready to sound the alarm at the slightest sign of a stranger. However, this wasn't an insurmountable challenge for the kindly man. He simply needed to mask his scent and steal a soldier's uniform. The bigger the soldier, the better. It would just take some time to pickle himself in the right scent. Assassinating Viserys was arguably the biggest contract the Faceless Men had received in nearly a century, and the kindly man was determined to see it through. If he failed, the entire House of Black and White would come after him, even if it meant fighting their way through Viserys' forces. The news that Viserys was not in the barracks began to spread throughout the entire Confederation. Although it was known that he would return soon, this still put pressure on Connington. Rumors circulated that Viserys was afraid of confronting the Horse Lord and had fled. While Dany's presence helped to quell some of the unrest among the ordinary soldiers, it wasn't enough to silence everyone. It wasn't just the common soldiers who were anxious. Powerful and influential figures were also growing curious about Viserys' whereabouts. Nobles from Myr and Lys were secretly celebrating, and those from other free cities, who had traveled from afar, expressed their grave concerns. Even within Viserys' own ranks, aside from the Dragon Party, unease was spreading. Some within the Dragon Party itself were so worried that they frequently sought reassurances from Connington. To cope with the mounting pressure, he chain-smoked so much that the nails on his index and middle fingers had turned brown from the tobacco. When Connington learned that Drogo wanted to meet Viserys ahead of schedule, his heart sank. The request seemed impossible to refuse. While he could pacify the ordinary soldiers with Dany's help and stall the nobles from the major cities on his own, Drogo's demand was a direct challenge. If Viserys didn't appear, the consequences could be disastrous. Taking a sharp drag on his cigarette, Connington watched the embers quickly burn toward the mouthpiece. "Tell him we're preparing a banquet, and ask him to wait a little longer," he instructed with a stiff upper lip, hoping to buy as much time as possible. With no other options, he was forced to stall. The news that Viserys was about to meet with the Horse Lord spread quickly. "So, Viserys is finally willing to show himself," Roth remarked with some anticipation. "Huh, father," little Viserys thought Roth was calling him. Meadeast laughed, stroking her son's head. "Not you, my sweet. It's the pretty sister's brother. When you see him later, make sure to bow and show respect, got it?" Though he didn't fully understand the connection between himself and Viserys, the boy nodded vigorously. Politicians like Aelios and Nyessos were thrilled to hear that Viserys would finally make an appearance. This meant they would have the opportunity to bring up the non-aggression pact. Aelios was particularly eager to finally acquire some Valyrian steel armor. Arianne's mother, for reasons she couldn't quite explain, was suddenly aware of the marriage contract between Arianne and Viserys. She had no knowledge of the new engagement, but as a mother, she had never forgotten her daughter and wanted to meet Viserys. Tragar, Cambron, and the others were also taken by surprise. Since their last encounter in Tyrosh, Viserys had not made a public appearance. Even after the army settled, he remained unseen, which had led to growing doubts. But this was good news. Viserys showing his face would make it easier for the faceless men to strike. With various motivations and expectations, the crowd gathered at the somewhat abrupt banquet Cunnington had organized. He had chosen a location by the river, nearly 3 leagues from the main camp. The Horse Lord, eager to showcase his bravery, crossed the river with only his blood riders, 2 calls, and a few escorts. A perfect setup. However, as Drogo approached, he quickly sensed something was amiss. Wasn't this supposed to be a private meeting? Why did it look like a banquet? While the Dothraki were not particularly concerned with formal attire, they knew that the nobles of the Milkmen took such matters seriously. Drogo noticed that the number of finely dressed attendees almost matched that of his own guards. He couldn't understand why Viserys was making such a spectacle. Had he dressed his soldiers up as nobles? Which one of those is Viserys? Drogo asked his blood rider, Kohallo. Viserys is not among them, my call. Kohallo replied after scrutinizing the crowd for a long time. There were 2 or 3 silver-haired nobles present, but none of them was Viserys. Drogo remained calm. Behind him was the bridge, and if anything went wrong, he could simply retreat and rally his army against the free cities with full justification. But as time passed and Viserys still didn't appear, Drogo grew impatient. He sent a call to hurry him along. Meanwhile, Cunnington and Dany were growing increasingly anxious. My brother is dealing with some minor matters and will be here shortly, Dany said, trying to maintain a calm facade. However, both the politicians from Volantis and their old acquaintance Roth sensed that something was amiss. I've heard rumors from King's Landing that King Robert is preparing to send a fleet to attack Tyrosh. He wouldn't. Aelios began, his voice trailing off. His connections kept him well informed, and the fact that Viserys hadn't shown up only fueled their suspicions. I also heard that the Confederation's Mutual Defense Pact doesn't cover the Iron Throne, added Nyesos. With Viserys at odds with the Dothraki and harboring a grudge against the Iron Throne, he might be planning to yield to Drogo. They speculated that Viserys, being under 18 and facing such a daunting situation, might have gone into hiding. The Roths were also filled with doubts. Viserys must be in some kind of trouble, Medes remarked. His situation is indeed not optimistic, Roth replied. After all, no one can win 2 wars at the same time. Roth was also a bit pessimistic about it. In contrast, Bonero remained much calmer. He sat with a group of red priests in an inconspicuous corner of the banquet. In his opinion, Nissa would not die so easily, at least not at the hands of an ordinary person. However, in the next moment, his calm demeanor faltered. He noticed the Black Goat ritual taking place beside the Horse Lord. Although they were far apart, Bonero was too sensitive to the aura, one that resembled both the Great Other and the God of Cold. Keep an eye on that guy, Bonero instructed Makoro. Meanwhile, Cunnington was busy giving Drogo's envoy all kinds of reassurances and explanations. Since Prince Viserys has agreed, he will definitely not break his promise. These are the fashionable cigarettes of the Confederation. You can offer them to Khal Drogo and let him try them. Cunnington sent a servant away with Kohallo, who was holding a tray of cigarettes. The servant was responsible for teaching Drogo how to smoke. Surprisingly, Drogo, despite being a first-time smoker, didn't look like a beginner. He liked the mild, spicy taste, and even felt a sense of pleasure as the white smoke entered his body. He decided he would ask Viserys for at least 100,000 of these cigarettes. The cigarettes effectively calmed Drogo's emotions, but the changing weather was unalterable. It started to rain. Drogo stamped out the cigarette, but under his foot, and stood up abruptly. This simple action set off alarm bells in the minds of the surrounding Dothraki. They knew their call had run out of patience. These milkmen in their stone tents have no respect for me, Drogo growled. If Viserys didn't show up soon, Drogo would use this as an excuse to attack the free cities. I will have his head, this arrogant milkman, Khal Ogo added, echoing Drogo's anger. The elderly Motho Khal also stood up, though he remained silent. Khal Drogo, they will pay for their defeat with their blood. Please, let me claim a head for you. Hago, the strongest of Drogo's blood riders, could no longer hold back. In the original timeline, It was he who broke Viserys' wrist. "My lord Khal Drogo, Viserys' sister seems to be over there," said the hooded black goat priest, pointing in the direction of Dany. Although uncertain whether Dany was the savior, killing her was the order of the black goat god. This was also why he was willing to become Drogo's slave. He believed that if he could lure Dany over, he could kill her. Drogo was unaware of the priest's intentions, but after a moment's consideration, he spoke. "Let that Daenerys come and tell me why Viserys doesn't want to meet." This time, Drogo did not send Kohalo but Hago to deliver the message. If Viserys is too afraid to meet our Khal Drogo, he can just send his sister clean. Hago was much more boorish in both tone and manner than Kohalo. In fact, he was there to provoke. In front of everyone, Hago continued, "Otherwise, we Dothraki will repay your rudeness in our own way. Prince Viserys has run into a little problem, but he will be here soon," Connington explained somewhat helplessly. "What kind of thing is so important? Did you lose your manhood?" Hago mocked relentlessly. Dany's face was covered with frost, her expression growing gloomier as a dark cloud seemed to hover over her. "I'll go," she whispered angrily, standing up. However, Benero hurriedly stopped her. "Princess Daenerys, you cannot." Benero's objection seemed a little abrupt, especially since there appeared to be no special relationship between him and Dany. Although Dany had heard from Viserys that she was Azor Ahai, she could not care about that now. The burden of responsibility weighed heavily on her and her brother. If Drogo started a war on this pretext, the final blame would fall entirely on them. Benero's actions did not escape the notice of the Black Goat priest. Just as he was about to instruct Drogo to press on, a man in a long black robe on a horse burst into view. "Prince Regent Viserys has arrived." The guard's announcement came a half-beat late, but still reached the ears of the nobles and Dothraki before Viserys dismounted. Drogo, though unfamiliar with the title regent, recognized the name Viserys immediately. He carefully observed Viserys, starting with his physique, which was unmistakably that of a seasoned warrior. The posture of Viserys' horse indicated his excellent horsemanship as well. As Viserys glanced in Drogo's direction, it was as if a purple flash swept past him. Drogo remembered what Jacko had told him before Drogo had executed him. Viserys was the most powerful warrior Jacko had ever seen. Though Jacko hadn't said whether Viserys was stronger than Drogo himself, Drogo knew it would be wise to use all his skills against such. What a pity! The Black Goat priest beside Drogo, however, felt a twinge of disappointment upon seeing Viserys. Yet, he remained confident that Drogo would emerge victorious. The visions he had shown Drogo were not mere illusions, but glimpses of the future. In other words, there would definitely be a silver-haired Khal with purple eyes ruling over the Dothraki one day. Judging by Viserys' physical traits, he was certain this future Khal would be the offspring of the Targaryen woman and Drogo. As Viserys' mount was led away by the guard, he noticed foam already forming around its mouth and nostrils. The horse would need careful attention to ensure it would last. Viserys walked toward the nobles of the 9 free cities. When he finally appeared, Cunnington let out a long sigh of relief, as if the ice that had been weighing on his chest had melted into spring water. "Prince," Cunnington greeted, "we have what we need, and we can safely send our soldiers through the Sorrows," Viserys whispered, speaking only to Cunnington and one other. The news filled Cunnington with joy, and his bloodshot eyes brightened. He followed Viserys as he approached the group of nobles. First, Viserys greeted the Roth and Medies, who had always been particularly concerned about him and his sister. Although his appearance had changed somewhat over the past 2 years, they recognized him immediately. Viserys smiled and nodded specifically at the 2 of them. As for the others, such as Aelios, he gave them a brief nod before moving on without delay. "So this is Viserys?" Malario mused aloud, though it was unclear whether she was asking or merely thinking out loud. Now in her 40s and the mother of Arianne, Malario had decided to meet Viserys in private. Dany was naturally the happiest to see Viserys return, but with the crowd around them, she forced herself to stay composed. "Brother," she greeted softly, "I've worried you," Viserys replied. "Did you bring the dragon eggs and the horn?" Dany nodded. "That's good." At that moment, Bonero stepped forward. "Viserys, be careful of the man with the hood. He's a follower of the Black Goat." Black Goat? Viserys' mind flickered to Miri, who had been under his watch. It seemed that, under various circumstances, someone had taken her place. "I still have a Black Goat priestess in my custody. I'll hand her over to you later." "Okay." After a brief exchange with the others, Viserys turned to Drogo's bloodrider, Hago. "No wonder you Dothraki have neither clothes to wear nor decent houses to live in. The leader does whatever he wants. Don't your calls know it's their greatest responsibility to keep their people well-fed and warm?" Viserys' words were meant to obscure his recent activities. He knew they would speculate about where he had been, but no matter how hard they tried, they would never guess he had ventured to the Sorrows and met the legendary Shrouded Lord. Hago bristled, feeling that Viserys had insulted his call, and was about to retort when Viserys cut him off. "No need to say anything. Just take me to Drogo. I swear if we met on the battlefield, I would have broken your limbs." Hago growled. "Well, good for you," Viserys responded calmly, Hago's provocation failing to stir any emotion in him. To Viserys, the Blood Riders were merely bodyguards, not worth his anger. Hago was so stunned by Viserys' indifference that he could not speak for a long moment. "Good," he muttered in disbelief. "He said good for you?" As Viserys approached, Drogo rose to meet him, with the Black Goat priest close behind. Thus, the two men of destiny finally stood face to face. Drogo's bronze skin gleamed under the sun, his long black braids reaching down to his thighs. Viserys strode forward, his silver hair restrained by a dragonbone hairband, and his black robe flaring out like the wings of a great dragon. Despite Drogo towering over Viserys by half a head, there was an inexplicable tension between them. All eyes were on the two men. The air was thick with anticipation, and the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. "Viserys, marry your sister to me, and I will offer you my friendship," Drogo said in a deep voice. "Bring all the Khaleesi's of Dothrakis to my bed, and I will spare your life." Viserys replied in fluent Dothraki. Instead of angering Drogo, Viserys' words caught him off guard. The fluency of Viserys' Dothraki surprised him, making Drogo feel as if Viserys knew more about him than he knew about himself. A sense of unease crept into Drogo's heart. Viserys quickly noticed the Black Goat priest standing behind Drogo. Suddenly, the priest's pupils turned square as he attempted to attack Viserys' spirit. But in the next moment, the priest's bones seemed to melt, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. Soon after, his mouth began to emit a grotesque sound, "Ba ba ba." "Call Drogo." Drogo's three Blood Riders charged forward like madmen, shielding him with their lives, as if Viserys were a dangerous beast. The bizarre scene drew the attention of everyone around them, causing a commotion among the crowd. What's happening? What's wrong with Drogo's men? Did they suddenly have a seizure? Chaos spread through the crowd as people tried to make sense of the situation. "Go, protect the prince." Cunnington was the first to react, sending guards to Viserys' side. In response, Drogo sent more Dothraki warriors, and the two groups faced off, the tension escalating as a battle loomed. "You despicable man! How dare you use witchcraft?" Hago shouted angrily. Being accused by such an insignificant person annoyed Viserys, but Drogo remained clear-headed. It wasn't him. Though Drogo didn't fully understand what had just happened, he knew he couldn't blame Viserys. After all, the idea that someone could break a man's spirit with a mere glance would devastate his warrior's morale. That would be the end of the story. On further reflection, Drogo doubted Viserys was responsible. If Viserys truly possessed such power, why hadn't he used it on Drogo himself? But then again, what if Viserys was merely trying to intimidate him? Regardless, Drogo knew they couldn't stay here any longer. The meeting between the two men, derailed by the provocations of the Black Goat priest, ended without resolution. Now Viserys had another challenge ahead, dealing with the faceless men sent to assassinate him. In any case, the sudden collapse of the Black Goat priest had cast a shadow over Drogo's reputation. He ordered the incident to be kept. The Black Goat priest had attempted to assault Viserys' soul with sorcery, but he had severely underestimated Viserys' spiritual strength. Since defeating Euron, Viserys had boosted his spirit by several hundred points. The priest's attack was like driving a sedan chair into a city wall. He smashed his mind against it and remained in a coma. Even Drogo was now a bit worried. If Viserys had truly done this, could the Faceless Men still succeed in assassinating him? Cambron shared the same concern. He was able to do that without even lifting a finger. Can the Faceless Men really manage it? Cambron wondered aloud. He had wagered everything on this plan, even leaving his beloved daughter with the Dothraki. Cassius, who had originally proposed the idea of hiring the Faceless Men, responded somewhat irritably. The Faceless Men have never failed a mission. We have to trust them. It sounded as if Cassius was trying to convince both Cambron and himself. To further reassure Cambron, and perhaps himself, Cassius continued. The Faceless Men must kill Viserys, whether it takes 1, 2, or 3 attempts. Even if they have to bet the entire House of Black and White, they will kill him. Sensing the growing tension, Tragar interjected, maybe we should prepare a backup plan. What plan? Cambron and Cassius asked in unison, their eyes fixed on him. Surely there's no one in the world who can't be burned, right? The 3 men fell silent, immediately grasping Tragar's idea. Lys was known for 2 things, poison and wildfire. Given that Viserys had shown no hesitation in drinking poison before, Tragar thought that wildfire might be their best option. The Alchemists Guild had informed him that ever since the appearance of the Red Comet, the incantations for concocting wildfire had become effective again, resulting in a much higher quality product. No matter how powerful Viserys was, he couldn't possibly be immune to wildfire. Could he? What's your plan? Cambron asked. If the Faceless Men succeed, that would be ideal. But if they fail, and Drogo is also defeated, then we can bribe Viserys' entourage during a victory celebration. Tragar believed the plan was entirely feasible. After all, their group had not been exposed, so Viserys wouldn't be targeting them. Why don't we stockpile more wildfire and blow all of Viserys' men to the sky? Cambron suggested. The wildfire of today isn't the same as it used to be. You might want to die, but we don't, Tragar replied, taken aback. He realized that Cambron was on the verge of losing his composure. Everything that happened that day didn't escape the notice of the kindly man Viserys, appeared to be more formidable than anticipated. However, given the current situation, it was not the time to charge additional fees to Tragar and the others. After all, the many-faced god is the god of death, not the god of fortune. Nevertheless, the profit from this mission was indeed significant. The kindly man had seamlessly integrated himself among the low-ranking officers in the barracks. Rather than replacing them, he employed subtle techniques to make everyone believe he had always been there, blending into their memories. It's known that a person can only truly register the presence of up to 150 others, and with more than 150 soldiers in the barracks, the kindly man not only made them accept him as an officer, but even Viserys' military dogs ceased to be wary of him. Viserys had been keeping a low profile for some time, depriving the kindly man of the opportunity to strike. But now that Viserys had finally appeared, the kindly man decided it was time to fulfill his deadly mission. According to the information from Cassius, Viserys was likely immune to poison. But that didn't matter. Poison was just one tool in the arsenal of the Faceless Men, and they never relied on any single method. "Allow me to serve your meal, Prince," the kindly man said as he approached the soldier responsible for Viserys' meals. "Yes," Viserys replied. As the kindly man spoke, the soldier's eyes momentarily glazed over, and he unwittingly handed over the task he should have strictly guarded. Holding the food box, the kindly man casually circled Viserys' tent, waiting for the perfect moment. When he finally entered, he found Viserys intently reviewing some documents, his silver hair catching the light. The tent was stark, with no carpet or luxury. "Perhaps you will make a good ruler," the kindly man thought briefly, but the notion quickly faded. As they came face to face, the kindly man could see Viserys' features clearly in the dim light. "If you hadn't taken this job, you might have recruited a talented assassin for the many-faced god in a few years," Viserys remarked, startling the kindly man. "Arya," Viserys continued, "the daughter of Lord Ned Stark of Winterfell." The kindly man's mind reeled. What is Viserys talking about? You can kill yourself. We have no personal enmity. Consider this a minor incident. I'm rather fond of that mask you're wearing, so I'll borrow it. I'll send someone to return it to the House of Black and White later. After a brief but intense internal struggle, the kindly man accepted an unbelievable reality. He tore off the mask, revealing a face in his 50s with a gentle expression. "Don't ask. I'm not obliged to answer," Viserys said, cutting off any response. The kindly man pulled another mask from his cloak and placed the two limp masks before Viserys. "Fold these two masks in half and hand them to the faceless men called Waif. The House of Black and White will not be your enemy." "Very well," Viserys replied, watching as the kindly man left. He couldn't help but think that the leader of the House of Black and White seemed oddly lacking in character, perhaps seeking a peaceful place to end his life. As soon as the kindly man departed, Benero approached Viserys. "Viserys, watch out for the black goat." Benero held aloft a flaming cage, though its size made it more appropriate to call it a flaming birdcage. Inside the cage, a goat's head seemed to be formed from black smoke, flickering ominously within the flames. "Where is Miri?" Viserys asked. "Dead," Benero replied curtly. He didn't care. The only reason he hadn't killed Miri earlier was to explore the possibility of her being useful later. Now, it seemed his suspicions had been correct. The priest by Drogo's side today is also a follower of the Black Goat. "I hope you can help me eliminate the Black Goat Temple in Qohor," Benero requested. "No problem. After I defeat Drogo." Noticing Benero's gaze lingering on the human skin mask on his desk, Viserys decided not to hide it. "Faceless man, do you know how to use it?" Benero's expression grew complicated. He had once been confident that Viserys was Nissa, destined to be a sacrificial figure. But now doubts crept in. "You're supposed to be a sacrifice," he thought. "So what's the point of being so powerful? Then again, no matter how strong a person is, can they be stronger than a dragon?" Benero held the mask for a moment, then placed it on his face, muttering an incantation. Miraculously, he transformed into Viserys, though his hair color, height, and build remained unchanged. But it was enough for Viserys. He already knew how to use it. The time for the contest with the Horse Lord was drawing near, a contest that would be spoken of for the next 100 years. The two most powerful men on the continent of Essos would decide the future of the Dothraki and the Free Cities. Hundreds of black banners bearing the three-headed dragon emblem fluttered on a small hill at the edge of the field. Drogo rode up to the hill, which had been temporarily fenced off as a riding arena. The space, spanning dozens of acres, provided ample room for movement. Drogo first pulled back the string of his longbow, as if familiarizing himself with the weapon or simply warming up. Then, from over 100 paces away, he bent the bow, set an arrow, and shot down a three-headed dragon banner. The black banner crumpled to the ground. Drogo cast a glance toward the nobles of the Free Cities, then rode his horse back and forth over the fallen banner, a clear demonstration of his intent. According to the prior agreement, Viserys' side was responsible for setting up the venue, while Drogo's side would select the prey. As the crowd anticipated the release of rabbits, deer, or wild boar, Kohalo instead led hundreds of slaves to the archery range. "Call Drogo, says we brought our own prey," Drogo's translator shouted. But these weren't ordinary slaves. Judging by their clothing, they were civilians from the Golden Fields, old people, women, children, even mothers holding infants. Under the lashes of Kohalo and the others, they scattered, desperately trying to flee. Some mothers, clutching their children, stumbled in the chaos, their bodies unbalanced by the sudden burst of speed. One mother fell, shielding her crying child with her body. She tried to comfort the child, but instead of soothing words, blood-tinged saliva spilled from her mouth. An arrow with white feathers flew through the air, piercing the mother's neck. Medes gently covered the eyes of little Viserys. Neither Bravos, where slavery was forbidden, nor the other free cities, which openly practiced slavery, would ever treat their slaves with such cruelty. Perhaps only the wise masters and great masters of Slavers' Bay viewed slaves as little more than livestock. Drogo's archery was indeed impressive. In less than 20 minutes, he had emptied his quiver, killing a total of 36 civilians. Drogo! 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 The Dothraki chanted his name in praise. To them, this was the ultimate display of power. Those civilians were considered spoils of war, and as such, Drogo could do with them as he pleased. He returned to his throne, satisfied. In his mind, Viserys now faced a no-win situation. If Viserys refused to shoot, he would lose the contest. But if he did shoot, he would be contradicting the very reason he claimed to have started the war, to protect civilians. To Drogo, whether Viserys chose to participate or not, he had already lost. Dany found Drogo's actions abhorrent, but she also knew Viserys was in a difficult position. So this was what the Dothraki meant when they said they would provide the prey. Dany looked at Viserys with concern, while he gazed at the small apples in front of him. "Go give each of them an apple," Viserys instructed young Cunnington, who had turned to him, puzzled. For a moment, young Cunnington was unsure of Viserys' intentions. He squeezed the apple between two fingers and said, "Tell them to hold it like I do." Suddenly, young Cunnington understood Viserys' plan. However, the difficulty was immense. Hitting an apple instead of a person made the challenge far more daunting. Although Drogo had hit vital areas like the head and neck with each arrow, striking 36 apples in less than a quarter of an hour would be an extraordinary feat. If Viserys missed even one, he would be deemed a failure and ridiculed. "Prince, do you really have to do this?" young Cunnington asked. "Though I never had a formal ceremony when I crowned myself regent, I vowed to protect them," Viserys replied, his gaze steady in the direction of the Horse Lord. "Go." Hearing his calm but resolute tone, young Cunnington felt fortunate to serve such a leader. When the other nobles learned of Viserys' plan, they were astonished. He intended to save those people's lives this way. Can he really do it? Lady Medes kept her son's eyes covered. Little Viserys squirmed in her arms, tried to push her hands away and see what was happening. "He can definitely do it," Roth said without hesitation. High Priestess Silicet had once said she could neither see Viserys' future nor his destiny. Perhaps only someone as extraordinary as Viserys could have a destiny that remained hidden. The sight of slaves with apples in their mouths even impressed Malario. Though Norvos was a free city that practiced slavery, and she cared little for the fate of slaves, Viserys' actions showed that he was not a bloodthirsty man. This reassured her that Arianne would not suffer if she married him in the future. While many admired Viserys' actions, men like Tragar and Cambron felt only pressure mounting against them. Cambron, in particular, could no longer shake his doubts about the effectiveness of the faceless men. "Wildfire. We need more wildfire," Tragar thought as he watched Viserys from atop his horse. "An apple," Drogo murmured, his eyes narrowing as he observed Viserys' actions. A small tremor of awe rippled through the Khaal's heart. Even the greatest warriors could never achieve such precision. Drogo leaned forward, leaving his back exposed, captivated by the unfolding scene. He wondered if Viserys could truly pull off this feat. And if he did, what would it mean for their duel? Though Drogo meticulously prepared for every duel, he often found that his research was in vain once the battle began. Over time, he had grown accustomed to a sense of invincibility, a loneliness that came with knowing no one could challenge him. None of the Dothraki warriors dared face him one-on-one, and the reason he chose Kohalo and the others as his blood riders was simply because they had lasted the longest among his subordinates. Now, at last, he felt he might have found a worthy opponent in Viserys. With the blast of a horn, Viserys set off in search of a target. Several civilians, seeing him bend his bow and aim an arrow in their direction, instinctively tensed up. Though young Cunnington had instructed them to hold the apples high above their heads, fear took hold when the moment came. Some hid the apples in their arms, while others threw them away and tried to flee. Viserys grew anxious. No matter how skilled an archer, he couldn't shoot a hidden target. He shouted, "Pick up an apple. If you want to live, pick up an apple." This blunder provoked unrelenting laughter from the Dothraki, who had briefly entertained the possibility that Viserys might succeed. "I thought he could really shoot the apple off," one jeered. "Those cowardly milkmen, they shit themselves at the sight of a horse." Viserys ignored their taunts, calculating the time in his head while searching for a target. Soon enough, a few civilians with stronger nerves raised the apples high above their heads. One young man, about 18 or 19 years old, exposed as much of the apple as possible to Viserys. Snap! Viserys didn't disappoint. An arrow flew past the young man's head, striking the apple dead center. The young man stared at the pierced apple, shocked and overjoyed. He knew he had survived. Once someone took the lead, the others followed suit. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 8 arrows, 10 arrows. Each shot was precise. "Long live Prince Viserys!" cried Regis, Viserys' self-proclaimed cheerleader, unable to contain his excitement. "Stop shouting. You'll distract the prince." Young Connington quickly admonished him. This wasn't a swordsmanship competition. In an archery, silence was essential. Realizing his mistake, Regis fell silent. Meanwhile, the Dothraki were no longer amused. They watched in stunned disbelief as Viserys continued his miraculous display of archery. Soon, some clever commoners realized a crucial detail. If the nobleman in the black cloak didn't intend to kill them, why were they running? The first to notice this stopped in his tracks, standing still to let Viserys take aim. A stationary target was much easier to hit than a moving one. No more running. Just stand still. Viserys felt so confident he thought he could shoot blindfolded. Before long, he had used all 36 arrows in his quiver, earning the admiration of the free city's nobles. "You despicable milkmen! You cheated, you damn slaves!" Hago roared in fury. He mounted his horse, drew his sword, and charged at the civilians. Viserys couldn't let the lives he had just saved be lost so easily. Without hesitation, he flung his dragonbone bow at Hago. The bow struck the horse's head, causing it to rear in pain and collapse on top of Hago. When the Dothraki pulled the horse off Hago, they discovered his thigh was twisted at a grotesque angle, a broken bone. For a Dothraki, this was almost as good as a death sentence. "Tell your Drogo this battle is a draw, and if he agrees, prepare for the next one," Viserys declared. Drogo agreed. Without pausing to accept the noble's congratulations, Viserys instructed Yura to stay behind and prepare for the next battle. "Prince, our 10,000 cavalry can set off for Croyane tonight," Connington said. "Fields, Shenelli, I'm leaving you in charge," Viserys ordered the 2 men. Fields and Shenelli had taken on the faces of Viserys and Dany, respectively. Their task was to remain behind and confuse the horse lords and others. Despite the size difference, as long as they maintained a certain distance, it would be difficult for anyone to notice the deception. Viserys and Regis took a long detour to avoid drawing attention. Now, with the cavalry, they would head straight to Croyane, arriving in just over a day. 2 days later, Viserys planned to appear behind Drogo and confront him face to face. "Don't worry, Prince," Fields assured him confidently. That night, on a secluded beach, Kohallo approached Cambron, his face twisted with anger. "Why haven't the faceless men done their job yet?" Kohallo demanded. "It's almost done. Viserys only arrived at the barracks the day before yesterday. Even the best assassins need time," Cambron replied. "You'd better not waste Khal Drogo's time. You know what will happen if you do?" Kohallo threatened. In truth, Kohallo knew Jess's identity was solid, and Cambron's anxiety seemed genuine. Drogo had committed everything to this expedition, bringing his entire horde along. If they couldn't secure enough supplies from the free cities, their situation would deteriorate rapidly. After the tense exchange, Cambron vented his frustration on Cassius. "Why haven't the faceless men made a move yet?" "How should I know? Do you think I can control a faceless man?" Cassius snapped back. My daughter is still in the hands of the Dothraki. Cameron shot back. And you've been pocketing profits from the tobacco trade. But Viserys is still alive. Enough, Cassius roared, ending the bickering. Tragar intervened, silencing them both. The truth was, none of them had ever dealt with the faceless men before. They didn't fully understand how the assassins operated. Rumors painted them as highly efficient, yet their apparent delay was unsettling. To be fair, the men had been impatient. Viserys had only just appeared, and no matter how skilled the faceless men were, they weren't omnipotent. I'll tell the Alchemists Guild and List to prepare more wildfire, Tragar decided. If Viserys wins this battle and the faceless men can't kill him, well, aren't the Targaryens known for having blood and fire in their veins? We'll let the wildfire take care of him. When you command 500 cavalry, you're a local warlord in Rome. With 2,000, you become a noble of Rome's glory. But with 30,000 cavalry, you are a close ally of the Roman emperor himself. Viserys surveyed the cavalry he had painstakingly assembled, numbering around 8,000. He imagined the near future when he would use them to intimidate much of the continent. Among them were 3,000 of his own cavalry, 2,000 mere cavalry, most of whom were slaves, 1,000 provided by the old commander, 1,000 from lists, and another 1,000 Sellsword riders of mixed quality. Many of these Sellsword riders could barely ride a horse, let alone fight effectively. In the past, before the Confederation was established, it would have been easy to hire thousands of Sellsword's riders from the disputed lands. But with the Confederation's formation, most conflicts between the free cities had been resolved peacefully, forcing the Sellswords to turn their attention eastward to Slaver's Bay. If Viserys had 5,000 cavalry of the same quality as his own, he wouldn't have needed to go to such lengths to cobble together an army. Drogo's cavalry, though poorly equipped, were numerous and of high quality. Without sufficient forces, Viserys' men could easily be overwhelmed by the Dothraki in a bloody battle. The vast battlefield would strip him of any ability to micromanage the fight. While the profits from selling cigarettes had allowed Viserys to acquire sophisticated equipment in a short time, they couldn't buy him well-trained soldiers overnight. The Sellsword's riders, now puffing on the fragrant cigarettes Viserys had distributed, had all signed lucrative contracts. Their pay was generous, and the cigarettes, normally an expensive luxury, were supplied without limit for the next month and a half. However, as they began to indulge, some more shrewd mercenaries chose to hoard the cigarettes, planning to resell them later for a profit. "Why have we suddenly stopped here instead of moving on?" asked one mercenary, holding up a cigarette. "Yeah, this is a terrible place to stop. Why do we have to camp in this cursed spot called the Soros? You don't think Viserys expects us to take on the Shrouded Lord, do you?" "Ha ha ha! Way to go, Viserys!" a group of freelance riders snickered. At that moment, dozens of unsullied cavalry arrived with large barrels of water and announced, "Everyone, come and drink some medicine to prevent grayscale. We're about to cross the Soros soon." The Unsullied beat their gongs, repeating the call to drink the medicine, which quickly unsettled the Sellswords. "Wait, we really have to cross the Soros. No one said anything about crossing the Soros before. We're out. Yeah, why go to the Soros? Hell no. We're not going." It was as if they had ignored the words "prevent grayscale" and only heard the deadly order to cross the Soros. The Unsullied spoke coldly. "Fine, but if you back out, you'll have to pay triple the cancellation fee, and you'll also be charged the full price for the cigarettes you received." Those words hit hard. Triple the cancellation fee? The payment Viserys had offered was enough to let them live like lords for a year, if they managed their money wisely. It was enough to buy a house, get married, and even raise a couple of children. Losing that money to pay the triple fee meant they'd be selling themselves short. And then there were the cigarettes. At first, they hadn't understood why they had to sign their names when collecting the cigarettes, but now it was clear. Retrieving payment would be all too easy. "Damn that eunuch," one mercenary muttered, realizing the trap they'd walked into. No wonder he was smiling when he handed out the cigarettes. Some of them felt the weight of the bulging bags at their sides, and began to seriously reconsider whether the medicine to prevent grayscale was worth a try. They quickly received a reassuring answer. Prince Viserys will be the first to cross the Sorrows, the Unsullied added. So you should be relieved. The group of mercenaries exchanged glances. Suddenly, the situation didn't seem so dire. After all, if Viserys himself was going to lead the way, the medicine had to be effective. In their experience, nobles were typically afraid of death, and they weren't reckless. If the Lord was going to be at the front line, they figured it must be safe enough for them to follow. Okay, we'll drink it. A young-looking Sellsword stepped forward, filled his water bottle with the clear liquid, and noticed it tasted slightly sour. Valsha had given Viserys a cloth strip less than a meter long, but it had to be soaked in a pool-sized area to produce enough drinking water for 10,000 people. The water was nearly tasteless, so to convince the Sellswords that it was truly an antidote, Viserys added something to make it sour and astringent. Among all the men in the army, the Sellswords were the hardest to manage. Viserys' own cavalry knew what they were signing up for from the start. Most were made up of slaves, unsullied, and former windblown cavalry, so they didn't doubt Viserys' orders or the effectiveness of the antidote. Both the self-assured cavalrymen and the skeptical Sellswords drank the potion and rode into the gray, misty expanse of the Sorrows. Seeing the others, the Myrish and Lysine cavalry, driven by herd instinct, also chose to trust the potion. "Prince, are you sure you don't want to take more men with you?" Cunnington asked. "No, this time I want to infiltrate, not assassinate," Viserys replied, as Dany tied his Dothraki braid behind his back. His silver hair had been dyed black. Even Regis donned a Dothraki wig, covering his egg-shaped bald head, looking decidedly uncomfortable. Nearly all the cavalrymen wore Dothraki wigs with armor hidden beneath their clothes. The only thing distinguishing them was the black cloth tied around their arms. Viserys gave the dragon's horn a final inspection, the weapon he had used to sow chaos in the Horse Lord's camp. "For the last time, whatever happens in the Dothraki camp, Dany's orders are to be followed," he commanded. "Yes, Prince," Cunnington reassured him. He knew Viserys and Dany seemed to have a special way of communicating. During the month of practicing this Song of the Moonsingers, though he hadn't mastered even the basics of fire magic, he had begun to sense the existence of magic. "Prince, the Valyrian steel armor from the Palace of Sorrows has been collected, a total of 44 sets." Young Cunnington reported. "Send word to the entire army. Anyone who cuts off the head of a call will be rewarded with a set of Valyrian steel armor. Cut off Drogo's head, and you'll receive 3 sets," Viserys declared. Viserys was still puzzled by Valsha's cryptic words, "I will clear a path for them," until he saw what she meant. To his astonishment, she had rotated the Bridge of Dream, shifting it from an east-west orientation to north-south, allowing his army to cross unimpeded. The Rhoyner's magical prowess was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, on the banks of the Loreley River, Drogo was still watching the ongoing competition. As the contest progressed, it became clear that Viserys was very much alive, which made Drogo question the reliability of the Faceless Men. Were they really as formidable on the battlefield? Yura was relentlessly overpowering Ogo's son. Though Ogo's son was nearly as strong as Drogo and broad-shouldered like a tower, he lacked the experience to match Yura's might, especially with Yura in his prime. If not for Viserys, Yura might have been unstoppable, save for an encounter with a master swordsman like Jaime Lannister or Barristan Selmy. It didn't take long for Yura to claim victory. Lyness watched Yura with burning eyes, and their gazes locked as if they had been transported back to the tournament in Lannisport, where Yura had won the title of Queen of Love and Beauty for her. Traegar, seeing Lyness' flirtation and her clear disdain for him, felt a surge of disgust but held back, knowing he had his own hidden agenda. He had never felt so suffocated in his life. With frustration mounting, Traegar mouthed the word, "Not yet," as he began to silently blame Cassius for the Faceless Men's inaction. After Yura's victory, Cambron's resentment toward Viserys deepened. The outcome of the competition also left Drogo uneasy. He had failed to secure a win twice in a row, And though his main concern was receiving news of Viserys' death, the prince continued to sit on the other side of the arena, chatting with someone. "Congratulations, Prince Viserys, on winning the competition," Malario said. Fields, who had assumed Viserys' identity, used this opportunity to improve his social skills, making connections with the Roth and the Triarchs of Volantis. However, he struggled to recall exactly who Malario was. It's all thanks to Ser Mormont's bravery. The key lies in the next competition. Only by winning the final contest can we ensure the safety of the common people, Fields replied, offering the expected platitudes while trying not to give himself away. Malario, believing she was still at some distance from Viserys, didn't think much of his generic response. She signaled her attendant to bring forth 2 boxes, which she opened and handed to Fields. Inside were 2 crowns, forged from black metal that blended seamlessly together. These crowns weren't just made of any ordinary metal. They were adorned with precious stones and exuded an air of dignity and majesty. "Prince Viserys, these crowns were made especially for you and the future queen," Malario said as she presented the ornate gifts. Fields, posing as Viserys, quickly thanked her. Just then, a young boy, no more than 3 years old, approached. "Hello, Prince Viserys. I am Viserys Zayline." Before Fields could respond, he noticed the Roth and Medius approaching. "Brother, it looks like the Triarch of Volantis is coming our way too," Shinelli whispered, disguised as Dany. Shinelli, being taller and more mature in figure than Dany, and Fields, who was shorter than Viserys, both hesitated to stand. The scrutiny from the Horse Lord in the distance added to their unease, making them feel as though they were being roasted over an open fire. It was an experience neither wanted to repeat. Meanwhile, in the Golden Fields, the Dothraki encampment stretched across the landscape. Jacko had previously settled over 3,000 Dothraki warriors on a single dirt mound. Now, Drogo and several other Khals had brought nearly all their elite forces. Combined with the civilians they had captured, the massive encampment, housing tens of thousands, dotted the Golden Fields like gray spots, glowing brightly under the night sky. Drogo's camp was, of course, the largest of these spots, dwarfing the others combined. A colossal tent stood at its center, surrounded by torches that emphasized its importance. The other Khals' camps were similarly adorned, with golden carvings making them easily visible against the night sky. By now, even the most arithmetic-minded among the Dothraki understood that winning the next match wouldn't be enough to determine the overall victor. But the question loomed: who would be considered the true winner once all 3 contests were done? Do you think Khal Drogo and the other Khals gathered more than 50,000 warriors here just to compete with that Viserys for a mere victory? Scoffed an older Dothraki warrior, his long hair streaked with white. With his wealth of experience, he had already discerned Drogo's intentions. Drogo hadn't even begun to fight yet, likely waiting for the opportune moment. As for what that moment would be, even he couldn't guess. At the age of just 30, Drogo was in his prime, holding an exceptionally high level of prestige among the Dothraki. His warriors placed immense trust in him. However, Drogo's hesitation to take action had left his Kos and the accompanying Khals uncertain about what to do next. The Dothraki army, having traveled so far, could not afford to waste any more time. Tomorrow's competition would be the last, but by now, the outcome hardly mattered. Drogo sensed something was amiss on Cameron's side. He had initially planned to wait another day, but unsettling news forced his hand. "I've decided to cross the river and attack at dawn tomorrow," Drogo announced, seated on his broad throne, eyes lowered in contemplation. He kept silent about the mysterious disappearance of Viserys' nearly 10,000 cavalrymen. By morning, if he launched the attack, the Golden Company would surely not stand by idly. The situation was turning, setting the stage for a pincer attack. Regardless of where Viserys' cavalry had gone, Drogo believed they would be powerless against his forces. Drogo visualized the terrain surrounding the Golden Fields. To the west lay the Lorelou River, to the east the Rhoyne, and to the south, shrouded in gray mist and cursed with grayscale, was the Soros. For Viserys to navigate around the Lorelou, he would need 6 or 7 days, if he could. The alternative was crossing the Sorrows. But was that even possible? Impossible, Drogo concluded with a sigh. It was a pity that his black goat priest remained unconscious. Otherwise, he would have sought guidance on the cavalry's whereabouts. Suddenly, a faint sound reached the camp, a horn. But this horn was unlike any other, not loud and clear, but eerie, like a howling wind sweeping across the mountains, like the wailing of a lost soul. Trade blood for fire, and fire for blood. From the crude Dothraki watchtower, Regis braced himself as he shouldered the long, thick dragonbinder horn, directing its ominous sound towards the heart of Drogo's camp. Viserys blew into the horn with all his might. As he did, Viserys opened his status panel and watched in alarm as both his health and magic rapidly diminished. His lungs felt like they were ablaze, as if he had swallowed a piece of burning charcoal. The severe depletion of his magic power slightly eased the drain on his health, but the damage was still intense. He managed to blow the horn for a full minute, his health stabilizing around 80. However, the drain on his magic was terrifying thanks to the Red Comet. It had surged to 600 to 700. It was almost completely depleted in just that 1 minute. Viserys realized this was likely due to the sheer number of people who had heard the horn's call. This explained why Euron could control only one kraken from the Smoking Sea, despite the multitude of monsters there. But it seemed to be enough. Viserys estimated that the horn sound had affected over 3,000 or 4,000 people, causing enough chaos to throw Drogo's camp into disarray. However, the watchtower was still some distance from Drogo's tent, so it might not have directly affected Drogo and the other leaders around him. Even so, the Dothraki camp quickly descended into chaos, like a pot of thick porridge suddenly coming to a violent boil. Centered around the watchtower, thousands of Dothraki warriors lost control. The warriors, who had been calmly chatting around the campfires moments earlier, suddenly turned on each other. Fists flew as companions punched one another in the face without hesitation. They didn't even think to draw their curved swords. Instead, they resorted to fists, nails, and even teeth, attacking each other like rabid animals. It was as if they had all gone mad. The campfires set nearby lay ablaze, while curved swords slashed through tents, and the air grew thick with the acrid smell of smoke and the sharp tang of blood. The situation inside Drogo's tent was no better. Even the usually docile servants had begun to attack their masters, and faint sounds of fighting echoed from outside. A thin servant hurled a plate at the person next to him, sending it crashing into their head. Drogo and the other Khals initially thought they were under attack by assassins, only to realize that the servants and guards were attacking each other as well. "What are you doing?" Khal Ogo shouted, bewildered as his own son suddenly turned on him, launching a frenzied attack. With his father's loud shout, Ogo's son seemed to snap out of his frenzy. "Father? I, old Motho. Hurry, stop him," Ogo cried out, desperation in his voice. The elderly Motho Khal, though partially affected by the horn's eerie call, lunged at his son's blood rider. The horn's magic had a stronger effect on the older warriors than on the younger ones. Meanwhile, the Khals and their blood riders, though shaken, managed to stay somewhat aware. "It's witchcraft," Drogo roared, his usual calm demeanor shattered. Just then, a Dothraki guard burst into the tent. "Call Drogo. There's a large-scale fight in the eastern camp. Send men to suppress it immediately," Drogo commanded, his voice tense. Another warrior rushed in, his face pale with fear. "Call Drogo. There are cavalry approaching from the south." "How many?" Drogo demanded, his heart tightening as if gripped by an invisible hand. "Too many. Tens of thousands. This is impossible," Drogo bellowed, uncertain if he was rebuking the guard or trying to convince himself. Tens of thousands of men coming from the south from the Sorrows? That was the domain of the Stone Men. How could Viserys possibly have crossed from that direction? Drogo's mind raced, trying to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Had Cambria deceived me? Was there never any faceless men involved? No, absolutely not. Drogo knew that overthinking would not help now. He mounted his warhorse and set out to gather the remaining Dothraki warriors who were still sane. Before long, he found a group of panicked yet clear-headed fighters. He shouted, "The vile milkmen have attacked us. Mount your horses, take up your scimitars, and follow me as I cut off their heads." "Off with their heads," a Dothraki centurion echoed, rallying the others. More and more warriors joined Drogo's call. Despite the looming crisis, as long as Drogo was there, they believed they could defeat any enemy. Within half an hour, Drogo had gathered nearly 2,000 mounted warriors. He quickly assessed the situation and identified the approaching cavalry as the weakest mercenary riders. They were no match for the Dothraki, especially under his leadership. Like a black wind sweeping through a wheat field, Drogo's forces obliterated the 1,000 or 2,000 Sellswords in a matter of moments. "Long live Drogo! Long live Drogo!" his warriors chanted, as more Dothraki joined in the charge. If these raiders were the best the enemy had to offer, Drogo thought, they could pillage the disputed lands with ease. But deep down, he knew the battle was far from over. A cry from a golden eagle sent a chill down Drogo's spine. He looked up to see a larger, more formidable force of cavalry approaching, their banners emblazoned with the three-headed dragon of House Targaryen. Viserys had not expected much from the mercenary cavalry. Their role was to lure out the horse lord, expend themselves in the fight, and die for a cause that would bring him victory. Their bones would be worth the price, and Viserys had no intention of compensating them for their sacrifice. Kill Drogo, earn 3 sets of Valyrian steel armor. The chant echoed across the battlefield, and though Drogo couldn't fully grasp the words, he clearly heard his name. Whatever they meant, there was no time to dwell on it. He had only one choice left, to fight. If he didn't, the army he had so painstakingly assembled would scatter like dust in the wind. Under the night sky, black and yellow-clad cavalry clashed fiercely, like wild beasts tearing into each other. The battle that would determine the fate of the war erupted without warning. The hooves of warhorses gouged bloody pits in the earth, while the men's sharp spears fell like hammer blows. It was as if the Dothraki were throwing flesh and blood against steel, with an outcome that seemed grimly inevitable. Some of the enemy's spears were even fitted with barbs, ripping away chunks of flesh with every strike. Drogo scanned the battlefield, his brow furrowed deeply. The disparity in equipment between his forces and the enemy was stark. Even if he had 3 times as many men, he couldn't bridge that gap. It wasn't long before he found himself surrounded. An iron net of knights in heavy armor closed in on the Dothraki, splitting and encircling them. Drogo looked down at the curved blade in his hand, already slick with blood, and let out a mournful cry. "Viserys, where are you? Come and fight me." Whoosh! A white blur struck Drogo in the shoulder. He staggered, searching for the source of the arrow. His eyes locked onto a familiar figure. Viserys, bow drawn and aimed. Swish! Another arrow flew, and Drogo swung his sword to deflect it, but it still pierced his chest. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, 3 more arrows whistled through the air. They struck him in the left and right chest and in the neck, but still Drogo did not fall. "That's a lot of blood," Viserys muttered, drawing yet another arrow. He had originally intended to capture Drogo alive, to treat the enemy in their own way, and give him a fitting end. But the tide of the battle was shifting rapidly, and with his forces outnumbered, the only way to achieve victory was to kill Drogo as swiftly as possible. By the time Drogo's bloodrider Kohallo turned around, he found Drogo's body riddled with a dozen arrows, a grim testament to the end of the Great Call. Lord Cambron, there's been an accident." Cambron, who had been dozing fitfully, jolted awake. The urgency in Traegar and Cassius's voices sent a chill through his heart. He had barely slept these past few days, and even at night, rest eluded him. His spirit was frayed, his expression tense, but his mind remained sharp. The moment he heard their frantic calls, he sprang out of his camp bed. As Cambron stepped outside, Traegar pointed urgently across the river. "Look across the river. The three men stood on the high ground, staring across the Lorelou. They noticed that the fire on the far side of the river was unusually bright. If it were just a campfire, they wouldn't have been able to see it from such a distance. But the sky itself was glowing orange, lit by something far more intense. As they strained to listen, they could faintly hear shouting and the neighing of war horses. There was no doubt something had gone terribly wrong on Drogo's side. What's happening? Cameron stammered. Could it be Viserys? But no, that didn't seem possible. How could Viserys have entered the Golden Fields unnoticed? That was an army of 10,000 cavalrymen. When they moved, the earth itself would tremble. Even 10,000 birds flying across the river should have caught the attention of the Dothraki. At first, the nobles only sent their servants to investigate. But as the flames grew and the sounds of chaos carried across the river, some of the braver nobles considered sending their servants to get a closer look. They were quickly stopped by Viserys' orders. Most of the nobles were relieved. Whatever had gone wrong for the Dothraki, it was clearly to their advantage. Did Viserys do that? Lady Medeis muttered. But he's still in the barracks. Viserys is now a dominant figure. He doesn't need to be involved in everything personally, Roth speculated, a hint of envy in his voice. He must have a fierce warrior under his command. Roth, who was about to become the Sea Lord, couldn't help but wish for such a powerful warrior of his own. But it seemed that even he might struggle to control someone so formidable. Meanwhile, Nyesos and Aelios were also deep in speculation, trying to make sense of the chaotic scene unfolding across the river. If that's really the case, it would be a blessing. Our city would no longer have to fear the Dothraki threat. Volantis, the oldest and most powerful of the 9 free cities, had established 3 towns on the lower reaches of the Rhoyne River, each as large as Qohor or Norvos. Yet these towns were constantly menaced by the Dothraki scimitars. Even a mighty Volantis had to pay the Dothraki tribute in money and supplies every year. Both men understood that if Viserys was indeed responsible for the disruption among the Dothraki, the non-aggression pact they were about to sign would become even more valuable and significant. Venero, however, remained unmoved by the commotion across the river. Staring into the burning brazier, he was lost in thought when he suddenly saw 2 figures flickering in the flames, Dany and Viserys. They were wrapped together in green fire, but only Dany and 7 young dragons emerged unscathed. Viserys, are you ready? Early the next morning, Fields ordered the construction of a pontoon bridge. The nobles of the 9 free cities finally grasped the truth. Viserys had orchestrated the previous night's battle single-handedly. As for Tragar, Cambron, and the others, when they learned that it was actually Fields who had been giving orders over the past 2 days, their hearts sank. Drogo's death had shattered the Dothraki's morale. The battle had ended in the first half of the night, and from midnight until morning, they had been busy rounding up the fleeing Dothraki warriors. In total, 5 Dothraki Khals, including Drogo, had been beheaded. Only one old Khal, who was half-mad, was spared. All their blood riders were dead as well. Of the nearly 50,000 Dothraki warriors, around 10,000 were killed in battle, over 10,000 fled, and the remaining 30,000 were taken as prisoners. Viserys planned to reform these prisoners through labor. It didn't matter if they couldn't farm or had no trade. They could still plow the fields and work the mines. Those who performed well might even be considered for integration into his own army. Just as the Han dynasty had used defected Xiongnu and Xianbei as auxiliary forces, and the Tang dynasty had used the Turks as their own warriors, even the beleaguered Song dynasty had employed various nomadic groups such as the Khitan. The Dothraki would be no different. Given food and purpose, they would naturally serve their new master. Restoring order to the Great Grass Sea was a monumental task, but Viserys was determined to see it through. But Viserys believed it would be more advantageous to hatch dragons first. And while the Confederation's military power was still firmly in his grasp, he wanted to seize the opportunity to eliminate all his opponents in one decisive blow. The nobles of the 9 free cities were left almost speechless as they watched the seemingly endless stream of Dothraki prisoners being escorted across the pontoon bridge. These were the same fierce Dothraki warriors they had long feared. Though they had always claimed to have bought off the Dothraki, these nobles knew deep down that they were no match for them in battle. Yet now, Viserys had accomplished what no one had managed for centuries. When he appeared at the head of his blood-soaked cavalry, he was no longer just a man in the eyes of the crowd. He was like a god. "It's Drogo's head," someone cried out. Behind Viserys, 5 burly knights carried 5 heads on spears, the most conspicuous one in the middle belonging to Drogo. His braid was the longest, his head the largest, and thanks to Regis's deliberate arrangement, the 5 Khals' heads were displayed in an inverted V formation. "Long live Prince Viserys!" Fiel shouted, falling to one knee. The approaching officials from Tyrosh echoed the cry. "Long live Prince Viserys! Long live Prince Viserys!" The chant spread like wildfire. Even the officials of the Confederation, including the guilty Cambran, Cassius, and Tragar, followed Fiel's lead, falling to their knees. Half of the nobles present knelt as well, caught up in the herd instinct that swept through the crowd. Qohor, Norvos, the Triarch of Atlantis, the next Sea Lord of Braavos, all were present to witness this legendary victory that would go down in history. Viserys, who had eradicated the Dothraki threat for the 9 free cities, had earned their kneeling. And where the nobles knelt, their servants followed suit. Soon, the vast crowd of soldiers and prisoners joined in, until between heaven and earth, only Viserys and Dany remained on horseback, towering over the sea of bowing figures. In the wake of this great victory, the wounds of war seemed insignificant. The dark clouds that had long shrouded the disputed lands had finally dispersed. Whether farmers tilling the fields or priests in their churches, nobles and commoners alike were swept up in a wave of joy. The destruction of the Dothraki promised smoother trade routes, reduced risks, and more abundant goods. Soon, countless sheep and cattle would flood into the free cities, allowing even ordinary people, who had not seen meat all year, to taste the rich flavors of life. Yet, while many rejoiced, others mourned. Cambran's youngest daughter had perished in the chaos of war, her body never found. The news drove him to the brink of madness. Why? Drogo clearly said there was no need for hostages. Why did I leave her there? Jess, my pure one. His intense grief turned into burning hatred toward Viserys. It's all Viserys' fault. That was my Tyrosh, my port, my palace. His self-blame festered, and he sought vengeance. We still have one last chance. Wildfire. Wildfire has reached the port. Tragar announced to the group. What the faceless men couldn't accomplish, we will. Even Cassius had to accept the reality that the faceless men had failed. Their confidence stemmed from Viserys' decision to entrust the celebration arrangements to Cambran, a move that seemed like a gift from the gods. As they listened to the sounds of celebration outside the window, the 3 of them understood this was their last-ditch effort. Unbeknownst to them, Viserys was not only aware of Cambran's plot, but was secretly aiding it, putting everything to the final test. A green flame flickered in the brazier as Dany slowly placed her slender, bare feet and calves into it. "Is it hot?" Viserys asked, his voice tense with concern. "No, it's not," Dany replied, her voice trembling with nervousness and shyness. Viserys held her feet carefully, ensuring the wildfire posed no harm to her, before finally letting go of his worries. For some reason, Dany felt a deep shyness as Viserys cradled her feet. "Prince," Dany's handmaiden entered at that moment, slightly surprised by the sight before her, but she said nothing. Princess, it is time to change into your formal attire." At the victory celebration, everyone was abuzz with talk of the earth-shattering triumph. Before Viserys made his entrance, the generals who had fought alongside him against Drogo became the center of attention. Among them, Regis stood proudly, knowing his place was well-earned. Of course, he would not mention the Dragon's Horn. Those Sel's words were worthless. His Grace and I defeated 50,000 Dothraki with only 3,000 or 4,000 men. Regis boasted, his voice swelling with pride. He sighed dramatically. "From night until dawn, Our clothes were drenched in blood. His usual flair for exaggeration caused some of the noble ladies to gasp and cover their mouths in shock, filling Regis with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Chanelli stood in the crowd, struggling to imagine the dangers Viserys must have faced to achieve such a victory. As soon as I made my move, Drogo's head flew off. Regis continued, reveling in his tale. So, Lord Regis killed Drogo, someone asked intrigued. Well, not exactly, Regis admitted, knowing the line between bragging and outright lying. Lord Regis, I heard that Prince Viserys acquired several suits of Valyrian steel armor in Croydon. Is that true? Nyesos inquired, his eyes gleaming with desire. He coveted a suit of Valyrian steel armor for himself. Aelios, standing nearby, listened intently. If Nyesos hoped the news was true, Aelios secretly hoped it wasn't. After all, scarcity breeds value. If everyone had Valyrian steel armor, how could he flaunt his own? I don't think Viserys should be holding a victory celebration so soon, Roth interjected, his tone critical. It's not too late to completely eliminate the remaining Dothraki forces. In Roth's opinion, Viserys needed only a limited number of troops to crush the last of their strength. Only by doing so could the threat be fully eradicated. You must remember that aside from the Khals, the Dothraki have what could be called a reserve force, the Dashkaline of East Dothrak. Though they are merely a group of widows, they hold great influence among the Dothraki. Without a doubt, they will step in to replace the fallen Khals and rally the remnants of their people. Given time, they might even assemble an army. By then, Viserys will face an even greater challenge and pay a much higher price. Could it be that he's thinking about the Iron Throne? Maris speculated, attempting to defend Viserys. It was clear she was reluctant to acknowledge that such a flaw, an eagerness for success, could exist in someone she saw as a flawless young man. Roth couldn't quite understand Viserys' intentions, but he found himself believing that Viserys must have a backup plan. However, the specifics of that plan remained a mystery to him. Malario, on the other hand, felt reassured in her decision to offer the crown as a gift. In her mind, it was only a matter of time before Viserys reclaimed the Iron Throne. The thought of her daughter becoming queen filled Malario with a sense of pride. Reflecting on her past choice to leave Sunspear, she recalled how Doran had wanted to give their child up for adoption, a decision that had brought her great sorrow. Now, with the Targaryen family so diminished, she expected her daughter would have to endure many childbirths to secure the line. As the group continued their conversation, the sound of a guard's announcement echoed outside. Prince Regent Viserys Targaryen, King's Hand Griff, and King's second hand Daenerys Targaryen are here. Upon seeing Viserys and his entourage enter, the nobles in the throne hall stepped aside, clearing the red carpet to allow them passage. Behind Viserys' left shoulder was Connington, and behind his right was Dany. Flanked by them and surrounded by guards, Viserys made his way toward the towering throne. Once seated, he exuded an aura of authority, becoming the most commanding presence in the throne hall. Strickland, one of the generals of the Golden Company, watched Viserys closely. Who would dare call him a Beggar King now? Strickland was just relieved he hadn't made any drastic moves, at least not yet. He knew that if Cambron and the others exposed their plot, Viserys would discover that Strickland had incited them to consort with the Horse Lord, and the consequences would be severe. As for Cambron and his co-conspirators, they positioned themselves strategically throughout the hall, their actions perfectly coordinated. Silently, they awaited the moment to ignite the wildfire. The plan was simple. A candle would be used to light the wildfire. Once the candle burned out, the explosive force would send everyone flying. They just needed to make their escape before that happened. The banner of the three-headed dragon fluttered in the still air as Viserys began to speak, his voice resonating through the hall. My lords, magisters, princes, sirs, we are the proud remnants of Valyria. The people of Valyria once ruled vast lands and endless skies with magic and dragons. But centuries ago, we lost our homeland forever, and over 100 years ago, The dragons that symbolized the last of Valyria's pride also vanished. Ambitious Dothraki leaders have led their ignorant hordes to wreak havoc on this land. To protect our people from the slaughter of their Iraqs, we have repeatedly fed their insatiable hunger for gold, silver, and grain. But I, Viserys Targaryen, a descendant of the Dragon Lords, have grown weary of it. Viserys' speech served as a declaration of the war's purpose. As the victor, history would be written in his favor. His words stirred the old commanders, Aelios and Nyessos, filling them with an intense, almost ecstatic pride. Even Braavos, known as the bastard daughter of Valyria, felt a sense of honor, despite its founding by slaves who had escaped Valyrian exploitation. But for men like Cambron, no amount of eloquence could distract them from the danger beneath their feet, 100 pounds of wildfire, ready to ignite. They had to escape before it was too late. Cambron's eyes lingered on the candle next to King Viserys' throne. It was their timer. He, Traegar, and the others needed to be far from the throne room and out of Tyrash's palace before that candle burned halfway down. Everyone, this victory is a victory for all of us. A Valyrian victory, Viserys declared, his voice rising with fervor yet remaining steady. Benero noticed the calm resolve in Viserys' tone. Have you accepted your fate, Viserys? Good, he thought. With the speech concluded, the banquet officially began. Cambron and his co-conspirators exchanged brief words with the other guests before slipping away, one by one. As Cambron glanced back at the throne hall, he saw Viserys and Daenerys basking in the crowd's adulation. Even if this place becomes a ruin, I will retake it, he vowed. Benero, seeing Cambron and the others leave, knew it was time for him to go as well. He exchanged a knowing glance with Viserys before disappearing through the door. One by one, the powerful figures in the throne hall were quietly led away, not just the members of Viserys' inner circle, but also the other nobles. Viserys couldn't allow them to perish here. Half an hour later, the throne hall, once filled with the most influential people, was now nearly empty, leaving only Viserys and Daenerys. The two placed the long-prepared dragon eggs on the ground and exchanged smiles. "Brother, 7 dragon eggs. Do you think we can hatch them all?" Dany asked excitedly. "I don't know," Viserys replied with a teasing tone. "Let's hatch one at a time." Dany suddenly grew solemn, burying her head in Viserys' arms. "Brother, you'll be fine, right?" "Of course. My fire magic is even stronger than Benero's," Viserys reassured her, though Dany didn't seem convinced. Tears welled up in her violet eyes. "Brother, Benero already sent someone to tell me. He said you're Nissa Nissa. The dragons are the envoys of the Lord of Light." "That's wonderful. Then you must be Azor Ahai. How about we name our dragons Viserys the First, Viserys the Second, and Viserys the Third?" Viserys' usual jest, meant to bring laughter, fell flat this time. In truth, Viserys wasn't sure if the power he had accumulated would be enough or if it would help at all. What if being Nissa Nissa means I have to die, he wondered. The two siblings sat on the steps in front of the throne, just as they had sat on the steps in the courtyard when they were about to leave Braavos. Dany rested her head on his lap, the hall now illuminated only by moonlight. The one thing Viserys couldn't bear to leave behind was Dany. "Remember to kill that bastard," Viserys muttered darkly. As he and Dany sat together in the throne room, he silently prayed, "I really don't want to die. System, bless me. These attribute points I've worked so hard to accumulate must be useful." Meanwhile, Cambron, Traegar, and Cassius stood on the rooftop, their eyes fixed on the palace's defenses. Every second stretched into an eternity. The 3 men were as still as statues, not exchanging a single word. "Viserys, you're going to die soon," Cambron hissed, his gaze locked on the palace clock tower, his eyes filled with a fury that bordered on madness. The hundreds of pounds of wildfire did not disappoint. Green flames erupted, lighting up half the sky and casting an eerie glow on their faces, like ghostly flames dancing in a graveyard. "Huh, Viserys, die," Cambron roared, his voice filled with savage glee. The other 2 joined in, their laughter twisted by the inferno. A wildfire at Summerhall 100 years ago had nearly wiped out the Targaryen line. Now, they had done it again, and the satisfaction was beyond words. Inside, Nyesos was in the middle of drafting a treaty when he noticed a strange green glow. He glanced down at his work, then quickly realized the light was coming from outside. It's the throne room. Viserys, Aelios stammered, his voice faltering in shock. The document Nyesos had just been working on slipped from his hands, fluttering to the ground like an autumn leaf. Moments ago, they had been irritated that Viserys' men had dragged them out for a drink. Now, they were overwhelmed with relief. Roth and Medies, who had also been nearly forced out of the palace, had sensed something was amiss long before. Their close relationship with Viserys had earned them the first spots in the evacuation. When Roth left, the throne hall was still packed with people, and Viserys and Dany were still inside. The green flames consuming the throne hall were undoubtedly part of a conspiracy. "Is it over for the Targaryens?" someone whispered. "Brother, will the prince and the others be okay?" Chanelli clutched Fields' hand, her voice trembling with worry. "No, that's Prince Viserys," Fields replied, though his voice betrayed his uncertainty. He had seen Viserys in the throne room before they left. Despite his reassurances, it was wildfire, a force he knew all too well as a Lysene. Could anyone survive such a blaze, let alone hatch dragons in the midst of it? "The late king blesses the prince. The late king blesses the princess," Connington murmured desperately, his fingers digging into the window frame as he watched the wildfire rage and explode. If Viserys failed, the blame would fall squarely on Connington. He had been unable to dissuade Viserys from this reckless venture, and now, once again, he feared he had doomed the Targaryens. The faces of the old captain, Dick, Yura, Weber, Regis, Kenwyra, and Sharira were all illuminated by the sickly green light. They were all anxious, knowing that without Viserys, they might plunge into civil war, with old comrades turning against one another. Even the usually carefree Regis was sweating profusely. Meanwhile, inside the throne room, Dany clutched all 7 dragon eggs tightly, the green flames licking at her and Viserys. Having already tasted wildfire before, Dany felt no discomfort, but Viserys, seated cross-legged opposite her, was in visible agony. She could smell the acrid scent of burning flesh emanating from him. Every inch of Viserys' body trembled with pain. "Don't touch me. Protect the dragon eggs." Viserys snapped, his tone sharp as he noticed Dany reaching out toward him. Her hand stopped midway, then quickly withdrew. Viserys opened his status panel, watching in alarm as his health value plummeted. In less than a minute, it had dropped from 100 to single digits. He frantically allocated free attribute points, but no matter how fast he clicked, his health fluctuated dangerously between 20 and 30. "Fire. Use gentle fire," Viserys thought, recalling a dark joke from his previous life. The irony of his situation struck him hard. After what felt like an eternity, Dany suddenly noticed something strange. One of the dragon eggs in her arms was rattling. "Brother." "The dragon egg," she began, but then her eyes widened in horror. Wisps of red smoke were rising from Viserys' body, drifting toward the egg she cradled. The smoke was being absorbed by the cracks in the shell. Click, click, click. The cracks in the dragon egg greedily devoured the red smoke from Viserys, growing wider with every moment. Dany felt an inexplicable connection with the egg, as if it were drawing energy from both her and Viserys. Crack! The first young dragon's head broke through the shell. Dany peered into the egg, relieved to see the tiny dragon had only one head, though its body was still forming, piece by piece. Crack! 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 A series of cracks echoed as the young dragon continued to emerge. But then Dany's relief turned to horror as she realized that some of the tiny heads within the egg were devouring their weaker brothers. She wanted to share the news with Viserys, but when she turned to him, she froze in shock. His body was completely encased in a layer of darkened ash, his human form barely recognizable. Tears welled up in Dany's eyes, but they were immediately dried by the intense heat of the surrounding flames. She realized, with a sinking heart, that no more red smoke was coming from Viserys' body. At that moment, a sharp cry pierced the air, the first cry of a young dragon in 100 years. As Dany held the dragon egg, she noticed the green flames around her were converging, pouring into her arms. The bodies of the 7 young dragons were forming rapidly, their shapes becoming more defined with every passing second. Fire and blood. So the body of the dragon is forged from flames, Dany murmured, watching in awe as the young dragons, no longer needing her to cradle the eggs, began to climb all over her. A mix of surprise and sorrow filled her heart. Silver dragon, yellow dragon, black dragon, red dragon, green dragon, blue dragon. Some of the restless hatchlings even tried to steal the eggshells of their siblings after devouring their own. Ha ha ha! Dany noticed that among the 7 young dragons, the bright yellow one appeared slightly larger than the others. She guessed it had absorbed the most blood from Viserys. Excluding the bright yellow dragon, the size of the hatchlings seemed to correspond with the order in which Viserys had obtained the eggs. The green dragon, hatched from the blue egg acquired in Bravos, was the second largest. Next were the 3 dragons hatched from the eggs gifted by Illyrio. The smallest were the red and blue dragons, each about 2 inches shorter than their siblings. Yet, each dragon was roughly the size of a kitten. Brother, brother, Dany called out several times, but there was no response. She realized that although Viserys had mastered fire and had an exceptional resistance to heat, even he could not withstand the fury of wildfire. Brother, the dragons have hatched, Dany whispered, her voice tinged with both grief and determination. She felt an unexpected surge of power, as if her mastery over fire magic had grown. Viserys' form was still recognizable, but he looked as though he had weathered centuries, his features worn away, leaving only a charred shell devoid of life. Dany suddenly understood that the young dragon's absorption of the flames had caused the wildfire to diminish. She could faintly hear the sounds of people battling the fire outside. Her clothes had been entirely consumed by the flames, and the 7 young dragons clung to her, shielding her like a living, vibrant armor of scales. With one final look at Viserys, Dany waved her hand, and the wildfire around her began to solidify at her feet. A staircase of yellow-green flames started to take shape, leading upwards. Brother, I will announce the arrival of the dragons to the world, she declared. 10 feet, 20 feet, 50. This extraordinary sight naturally caught the attention of those nearby. A staircase of flames rising from the midst of the fire? It was almost beyond belief. However, Connington and the others, familiar with the Moonsinger's teachings and fire magic, knew that Viserys must have succeeded. He was the only one capable of performing such advanced fire magic. Soon, Regis, the old captain, and others rushed to witness the scene. Nobles from other free cities quickly gathered as well, drawn by the spectacle. Then, at the top of the flaming staircase, a silver-haired maiden appeared, her presence commanding the awe of all who gazed upon her. Cambron realized that their plan had worked. The nobles from the 9 free cities who had come here would likely recover most of their expenses. Even Viserys' dragon party members would suffer heavy losses. In the aftermath, there was now a significant power vacuum in Tyrosh, and potentially across the free cities as a whole. If they could unite the nobles who opposed Lyssa's rule, they would wield immense power. The 3 of them could become more powerful than ever before. Have Strickland's men surround the palace in Tyrosh. Cambron shouted excitedly to his guards. Thanks to Viserys' request for banquet preparations, Cambron had been able to discreetly bring in some Golden Company mercenaries. Strickland, ever the loyal friend, had supplied 1,000 of the Golden Company's elite, a force that represented more than half of the company's combat strength. Strickland knew that if Viserys survived, he would undoubtedly cause trouble for the Golden Company. Even if Viserys didn't seek revenge, others would exploit the grudge between them to stir up conflict. Many exiled Westerosi in the Golden Company still hoped that Viserys could return them to their homeland, which would put Strickland at odds with his own sergeants-at-arms. Viserys had to die. As Strickland saw the green flames rising from the throne hall, he exhaled deeply. The Golden Company's good days are coming, he thought. Or perhaps my good days are coming. Viserys' fortune would soon be his. It was late, and Cambron, Tragar, and Cassius weren't concerned about trivial matters like traveling separately. Their priority now was to capitalize on the situation and seize control of Tyrosh's financial, military, and political power. The three of them shared a carriage, speeding down the main road that Viserys himself had commissioned. The road led direct. The explosion near the palace had already alerted most of the city. Today, the entire city of Tyrosh had been celebrating the victory, not just the royal palace. With Viserys having announced a 30% tax reduction for the year, the Tyroshi, who loved a good party, were ecstatic. Signs offering discounts on drinks were everywhere, and even the pleasure houses had slashed prices for soldiers returning from war. But the sudden, ominous turn of events had shaken everyone from their revelry. Citizens now stood on the main road, staring anxiously toward the palace. "Oh my gods! It's wildfire!" Some of the more knowledgeable merchants and commoners exclaimed as they recognized the telltale green flames. "Could it be rain?" someone muttered hopefully. "Don't be ridiculous. It's not going to rain." A sense of dread began to settle over the crowd. Many tried to reassure themselves that the young ruler, who had bravely led them against the Dothraki, could not be so easily killed. "Move aside. Make way," Cambron's groom shouted as they approached, but the streets were clogged with people celebrating. The main road, now twice as wide thanks to Viserys' improvements, was still packed with traders' stalls, donkey carts, carriages, and ox carts, making progress slow and difficult. "Damn it, what are you doing?" Cambron shouted at the groom as the carriage slowed to a crawl. "My lord, the streets are completely jammed. We can't get through," the groom replied, his voice strained. "Idiot! Use the sidewalks," Cambron barked. In his mind, nothing was more important than reaching the palace. He wouldn't hesitate to trample over commoners if it meant getting there faster. Cambron's ruthless urgency shocked both Cassius and Tragar, but they understood the stakes. A coup was a race against time, and every second counted. The carriage barreled forward, knocking down 7 or 8 people before finally arriving at the palace gates, where the Golden Company mercenaries had already begun their assault. Suddenly, a commotion broke out among the onlookers inside the palace. "Dragon! It's a dragon! Ser Mormont! Dick, do you see it? It's a dragon!" Regis shouted, his excitement verging on hysteria. "Lord Griff! Lady Sherera, look! It's a dragon! A dragon!" But the crowd ignored his shouts, their eyes fixed on the incredible sight before them. Young dragons crawling over Dany's charred form. The dragon's shimmering scales reflected a dazzling array of colors, making it seem as though Dany were clad in the most magnificent armor. "Kneel!" Before anyone could fully grasp what was happening, Bonero led a group of red priests forward, bowing low before Dany. "Your Grace Daenerys Targaryen, may she reign long and bring peace," Bonero declared. Cunnington knew in his heart that Viserys was likely gone. Otherwise, he would have emerged alongside Dany. But now is not the time to dwell on it. The immediate priority was to make it clear that with these young dragons, Dany could take Viserys' place as their leader. "Kneel," Cunnington commanded, and one by one, the old captain, Fields, Dick, and the rest of the dragon party members followed suit. Previously, Viserys had earned the allegiance of the Free City's nobles by capturing and executing the Horse Lord. Now, Dany, with the 7 young dragons she had brought forth from the flames, commanded their genuine reverence. Whether it was Viserys or Daenerys, the nobles cared only that they could lead. Yet, many still harbored affection for Viserys, and as they watched Dany emerge alone from the inferno, a pang of sadness touched their hearts. "From today onwards, she is our queen, your grace," whispered the flower's brother of House Tyrell. Though the baby dragons appeared small and fragile, vulnerable even to a single blow, Viserys had left behind enough power to protect them until they reached adulthood. In the long run, the strength of House Targaryen would only grow, and quickly. Suddenly, A new commotion arose outside, as if someone was preparing to launch an attack on the palace. While secretly transporting the army into Tyrosh, Strickland had shown the Sellswords of the Golden Company portraits of each member of the Dragon Party. There was a substantial reward for bringing back their heads, even if they were dead. As for Viserys and Dany, their capture was of the highest priority. Damn, if I hadn't been joking around with Strickland at the time, I'd have gone with him, grumbled a red-haired sergeant as he watched the mercenaries set up the long ladders. His name was Tristan Rivers, an exiled bastard from the Riverlands. Didn't the guy keeping the ledger say that Viserys and Daenerys might already be dead? Replied a younger mercenary named John Mudd, also a Westerosi. In the Golden Company, the majority of middle and senior officers hailed from Westeros. This was largely because for many criminals and bastards exiled from Westeros, the Golden Company was the first choice. Bittersteel, the company's founder, was a fellow Westerosi, and this connection gave them a sense of belonging. After Viserys' recent victory over the Dothraki, many had considered joining his forces, viewing it as a ticket back to Westeros. With such strength behind him, Viserys was a strong contender for the Iron Throne. But now, that dream seemed shattered. They had been involved in setting the wildfire, hundreds of pounds of it. No one could have survived that explosion. All they wanted now was to finish the job, though the hope of returning home seemed more distant than ever. Strange. Why are there so many guards in the palace? Jon suddenly noticed something was off. Cambron had told them there were fewer than 500 unsullied in the palace. With the throne hall still burning, most troops should have been fighting the fire or on patrol, leaving few to man the walls. Yet spears and arrows rained down on them in great numbers, far more than a few hundred soldiers could muster. It would take thousands. Suddenly, the mercenaries of the Golden Company felt a tremor under their feet. Tristan, who was taller, looked into the distance and saw a cavalry unit materialize without warning. "Damn it, we've been ambushed," he shouted. The sudden appearance of the cavalry completely cut off any escape route for Cambron and his allies. "Drop your weapons. Surrender, and you will not be killed," Cago, leading the cavalry, ordered as they surrounded the mercenaries. Cambron was forced back by the sharp points of spears, stumbling into a cart. His hand brushed against the wheel, feeling something cold and wet, blood, left by the coachman who had run over a pedestrian. The soldiers and officers of the Golden Company were quickly taken into custody. Cambron, Traegar, and the other nobles suspected of plotting against the throne, along with Strickland, were dragged to the ruins of the throne hall. There, they found the members of the Dragon Party and the nobles from the 9 free cities, all waiting. The truth had already been revealed, and the disgust on their faces was unmistakable. Realizing they were now prisoners, Traegar, who had originally devised the plan, began to panic, his face pale with fear. "Prince Viserys, this was all Cambron's doing, not mine. I had no idea what he planned with the wildfire." Traegar Ormalin pleaded desperately, dropping to his knees despite not even seeing Viserys' face. As he scanned the room and saw that nearly all the nobles were unharmed, a sinking realization hit him. He had been outmaneuvered by Viserys, led into a trap step by step. Harumph. Suddenly, the 3 men heard strange cries, unlike anything they could recognize. Traegar Ormalin, for attempting to assassinate the heir to the Iron Throne, protector of the 7 kingdoms, king of the Undulls and the First Men, regent of Tyrosh, Viserys Targaryen, you are sentenced to death by law, Connington intoned solemnly. "Princess, no. I'll give up all my possessions, Dracarys." Dany's voice cut him off, cold and unyielding. The 7 young dragons behind her opened their mouths, spewing thin streams of yellow flame, no thicker than a pinky. The fire wasn't intense, but it was enough to ignite Traegar's luxurious silk clothing. Traegar's screams filled the hall as the flames engulfed him, shattering the resolve of Strickland and Cassius. Cassius, for hiring the faceless men to assassinate Prince Viserys Targaryen, you are sentenced to death, Connington continued. "Dracarys," Dany repeated, and the 7 young dragons again unleashed their fiery serpents, wrapping Cassius in flames. Strickland, leader of the Golden Company, for colluding with Cambron and Cassius to attack the palace. You are sentenced to death. No, princess. I'll surrender the Golden Company. Just don't. Strickland's voice trembled with fear. You're the one who called my brother the Beggar King, aren't you? Dany's voice was icy. The memory of those difficult days still raw. Even after leaving Pentos, the title Beggar King had haunted Viserys, and Dany could only imagine what they had called her. Beggar Princess? Strip him naked and let everyone watch him beg, Dany ordered, her tone unforgiving. She wanted vengeance for Viserys. As Strickland's screams echoed in the hall, Cambron's face twisted into a mask of despair and madness. Cunnington began to speak, but Cambron interrupted him. Where is Viserys? Cambron demanded, scanning the room frantically. He's dead, isn't he? Ha ha ha. I killed a dragon lord. A real dragon lord. Cambron's laughter was wild, tears streaming from his eyes. Dracarys, a voice rang out. This time it wasn't Dany's. 7 flames erupted, turning Cambron into a living torch. But unlike the others, Cambron didn't thrash or scream. Instead, he stared at the source of the voice, as if he had seen a ghost. The others followed his gaze and froze in shock. Emerging from the shadows behind Dany was a figure, a humanoid shape, blackened and bald, like something out of a nightmare. At first glance, it resembled a suspect in a crime scene. How? Nissa doesn't have to die, Cambron murmured, his voice trailing off in disbelief as the flames consumed him. Viserys' return was a surprise to everyone, but to Benero, it was a shock. What? How? Doesn't Nissa have to die? He stammered in disbelief. Yet the reality was undeniable. Despite being severely burned and losing all his hair, Viserys had survived. To everyone else, this miraculous survival was met with unexpected acceptance. After all, if Dany could emerge unscathed from the flames, why couldn't Viserys? The nobles gathered for the celebration quickly recognized that every move Viserys made would influence the fate of the entire free cities. Power was clearly in his grasp, and they eagerly extended their support. What surprised them all, however, was Viserys' next announcement. He would be auctioning off the naming rights to the dragons, starting at 80,000 gold dragons. The room buzzed with confusion. Did Viserys need money? It didn't make sense. He was already the wealthiest man in the free cities, having recently plundered significant wealth during the traitor incident, seizing much of the riches of Myr and Lys. He was now the undisputed master of the disputed lands. So why was he seeking more wealth in this manner? Despite their puzzlement, Aelios, one of the triarchs of Atlantis, quickly realized that he could gather the funds. After all, 100,000 gold dragons was within his reach if he pushed hard enough. And he wouldn't have to foot the bill alone. He could always levy the entire city of Atlantis for the money. The red dragon had hatched from the egg he had gifted to Viserys, and Aelios was determined to win the naming rights. For a refiner of tiles like him, the temptation was irresistible. As a politician, Aelios knew this was more than just an investment. By securing the naming rights, his house could forge a strong alliance with Viserys. Lord Nissos, that red dragon, hatched from the egg I gave Prince Viserys. We must secure the naming rights to it. Aelios insisted. Yes, this is crucial for us. Nissos agreed, sensing Viserys' intentions. The dragon would one day grow into a formidable weapon, just as Aegon the Conqueror's Black Dread had spewed fire upon Volantis' army 3 centuries ago. Viserys, with this ultimate weapon at his disposal, could do the same. If they could buy the naming rights, they reasoned, wouldn't that give them a claim to rent the dragon when needed? Especially for Aelios, who is the former owner of the Red Dragon Egg, could closely associate his house with the dragon. When his heir ascended to power, they would gain even more influence and support. The two men suddenly realized that Viserys had devised an ingenious business model. Meanwhile, across the room, Roth were also speculating. Roth suspected that Viserys' goal wasn't simply about making money. He was playing a much larger game. He can't be unaware of what a dragon represents. It's a symbol of glory. No matter how much money he makes from it, selling a dragon's naming rights isn't cost-effective in the long run. Roth mused, his brow furrowed in concern. Viserys' approach seemed to diminish the dragon's status, and in Roth's view, Viserys wasn't a greedy man. With 7 young dragons, even if the naming rights for each were sold for a total of 1 million gold dragons, the long-term impact would be to undermine the dragon's sacred nature. Roth also knew that Viserys controlled the tobacco trade, which was immensely profitable. 1 or 2 million gold dragons would be merely 3 to 5 years of tobacco profits. Viserys didn't need to resort to this. So, should we buy the naming rights to a dragon? Medes asked, posing the crucial question. She now regretted not handing over the purple dragon egg she possessed to Viserys. Perhaps they could have had an additional purple dragon. Of course we should, Roth replied without hesitation. What did Valyria use to rule the world? Magic and dragons. If we buy the naming rights to a young dragon, we can at least claim a connection to Viserys and leave a legacy for our descendants. Our house's position in Braavos would also be more secure. In fact, Roth saw the auction for the naming rights as a shrewd move. Among the 9 free cities, excluding the Kingdom of the Four Daughters, since figures like Cambron Tragar had been eliminated, there was no need for the Confederation to maintain its pretense. Only 5 cities maintained true autonomy, with everyone getting a chance, and a starting price of 80,000 gold dragons. Roth estimated the final bids could easily reach several hundred thousand. Let's choose the naming rights for the young green dragon, he decided. Viserys won that green dragon egg in Braavos. The naming rights to a dragon, Malario echoed, intrigued. She was a sharp woman, capable of seeing the same opportunities as anyone else. However, the vast sum of nearly 100,000 gold dragons wasn't something she could easily muster. Malario considered her options and thought that perhaps it was time to reach out to the husband she hadn't seen in years, Prince Dorian. After the news broke, even Cunnington had some reservations about Viserys' decision to auction off the naming rights to the young dragons. However, once Viserys had made up his mind, Cunnington knew better than to stand in his way. After all, it was just the right to name the dragons, and in exchange for millions of gold dragons, it seemed like a very cost-effective deal. With the throne hall burned and temporarily unusable, Viserys decided to hold the auction at Tyrosh's largest port, giving all the citizens of Tyrosh the opportunity to witness this unprecedented event. Are you saying that Prince Viserys and Daenerys hatched 7 magical dragons? Is that even believable? A man in the crowded tavern asked, his voice thick with skepticism. Believable? Just ask Cambron, replied a vendor with bloodshot eyes, slamming his wooden wine glass onto the table. That explosion the other day? It was Cambron's doing, we all know that. Yes, another merchant chimed in. Cambron orchestrated the wildfire attack, hoping to kill Prince Viserys and Daenerys, and then lead the Golden Company in a coup. But he didn't expect the prince would hatch dragons. When the Golden Company saw the dragons, they were paralyzed with fear, and Cambron and his lot were burned alive by dragon fire. Serves them right. Prince Viserys and Daenerys are the best, someone shouted, raising his glass. Since Viserys had come to power in Tyrosh, he had reduced many taxes, earning the favor of the common people. The majority of them were thrilled that the Targaryens once again had dragons. They instinctively believed that with dragons in the mix, their safety would be assured. The day of the auction for the naming rights arrived quickly. Tyrosh's largest port was packed with at least 50,000 to 60,000 people. Viserys had to deploy 2,000 troops just to maintain order, as everyone was eager to catch a glimpse of the dragons. Viserys had gone bald, but he had also grown stronger. Emerging from that charred shell, he found that his abilities had undergone significant changes. First, his magic value had skyrocketed, surpassing 4 digits. If he were to return to Drogo's camp now and sound the dragon horn, it wouldn't just cause chaos among 2,000 or 3,000 people. It would likely affect over 10,000. In addition, contact with a living young dragon had earned him a substantial 4,000 attribute points. Even more impressive, his skills in fire magic, water magic, and blood magic had all advanced to a new level. Paragon. Viserys had once thought that Master was the highest rank, but he now realized there was an even greater realm beyond it. He had a vague sense that these three types of magic could merge, though he hadn't yet found the time to explore it. If he could successfully combine blood magic and water magic, he might even discover a cure for grayscale. Another significant change was in his skin changer skills. They had evolved from skin changer to soulbinder, and now to dragon's soul. This new ability allowed him to enter the consciousness of any young dragon and collaboratively control the dragon's body alongside the dragon itself. This wasn't like his previous power, where he directly invaded a golden eagle's consciousness to control its body. The 7 young dragons, infused with Viserys' blood, felt a special bond with him, one that was almost like the relationship between a son and his father. Along with this closeness, there was also a deep sense of awe. However, while the dragons felt awe, Dany experienced only a strong sense of connection. Among the dragons, the bright yellow one seemed particularly close to him. Viserys noticed that this yellow dragon had 2 black lines, one thick and one thin, resembling lightning bolts on each eye. As the father of dragons, he guessed these were remnants of cracks from the egg, but instead of diminishing the dragon's majesty, they made it look even more formidable. Viserys had already discussed with Dany that they would each name one of the young dragons. He chose the bright yellow one, but hadn't settled on a name yet. Given its rich and prosperous appearance, he temporarily called it Wealthbringer. In the spacious carriage, the 2 of them played with the 7 young dragons. Dany had decided on a name for the silver dragon. "Brother, I want to name it Real Orion," she said, cradling the silver dragon in her arms. She was honoring their mother, Queen Riella. In this timeline, she hadn't conceived Rhaego, Drogo had been defeated, and Viserys was still alive, so Dany chose that name. After Viserys nodded in agreement, Dany glanced at Wealthbringer perched on his shoulder and remarked, "Brother, he will become a dragon that soars through the skies." "Wealthbringer isn't a fitting name. It's just a nickname," Viserys replied. "I haven't thought of a proper name yet." In truth, he had considered naming the bright yellow dragon Regulus, imagining it would grow into a great golden dragon emperor. With unsullied soldiers and cavalry leading the way, Viserys and the other nobles involved in the auction arrived at the port. Everyone present was searched and forbidden from carrying any weapons. The dragons wouldn't be truly safe until they could soar through the skies. Viserys remembered a dark chapter from Targaryen history when a riot in King's Landing led to the storming of the dragon pit and the deaths of many dragons, which were then hanged in a gruesome display. Now, with 7 young dragons in their care, Viserys was determined to protect them. He had decided that none of the dragons would be sent into battle until they were as large as a train carriage. Even then, they would only fight at night, using ambushes and fire-raising tactics. "The prince is here! The prince is here!" The excited shouts rippled through the crowd as Viserys and Dany approached. Some of the wealthier citizens, eager to catch a glimpse of the dragons, had come prepared with binoculars called far eyes. These weren't just any common folk, but people with substantial family fortunes. Most, however, had to content themselves with standing on tiptoes and craning their necks for a better view. Despite their efforts, the carriage carrying Viserys and Dany had been reinforced and was completely shielded from view. Cunnington had set up a temporary platform for the auction, repurposing one that had been stored in a warehouse since Cambron's preparations for war against Lys. Knowing he would be appearing before the public, Viserys had opted for a wig. He vividly remembered that in the original story, after Daenerys hatched her dragons, she lost all her body hair. Curious, he had asked her how she managed it to not lose her hair. Dany's response had left him feeling a bit sheepish. The secret was fire magic. She had used it to protect her hair from being burned. Accompanied by young Cunnington and Regis, Viserys stepped onto the platform. Each pair of unsullied soldiers carried a stick on their shoulders, with a young dragon perched atop it. The dragons either stood proudly with their heads held high, looked around nervously, or spread their wings to show off, while others remained on guard. "Look, it's a dragon. A true dragon," the crowd murmured excitedly. "I heard these dragons can grow as big as a carriage. Why are they so small?" someone asked, puzzled. "You don't know anything. That's why they're mythical dragons," another explained, as if sharing a great secret. The nobles present had seen the young dragons before and remained composed, but the low-born, seeing these mythical creatures for the first time, couldn't stop talking. Standing on the elevated platform, Viserys addressed the crowd. "My lords, serfs, and people of Tyrosh, I have decided to auction off the naming rights to the green dragon, the blue dragon, the red dragon, and the black dragon." "Huh? Why are there only 4 dragons?" The crowd buzzed with surprise, noticing that Viserys had brought a woman with him onto the platform. She looked a little worn and tired. "Isn't that Lara?" From the pleasure garden, someone whispered, recognizing her. The crowd was puzzled. How could a prostitute be standing alongside Viserys? For her part, Lara was visibly uncomfortable under the weight of so many stares. Viserys continued. "Virgil was a warrior who once was from a pleasure garden. He was a good captain, and he fought bravely for me, giving his life at sea. I have decided to name the blue dragon after him." As if sensing the significance of the moment, the blue dragon flapped its wings and glided forward, landing gracefully on Viserys' outstretched arm. Viserys' decision took many by surprise. "How could he? This is absurd," some whispered among themselves. "Naming a magic dragon after a slave from the pleasure garden? What has he done to deserve this?" But while some were shocked, others quickly grasped Viserys' intentions. He was cementing the loyalty of his army. If a soldier who died in his service could receive such an honor, it was clear that others would be inspired to fight with all their might. When the blue dragon grew into its full power, it would become a symbol of the strength of Viserys' forces, and the dragon named Virgin would stand as a testament to the honor of his warriors. Roth's eyes gleamed with understanding. "I knew you weren't doing this for the gold dragons," he muttered to himself. Unfazed by the murmurs of doubt from the crowd, Viserys continued. "The right to name this blue dragon was earned by my good Captain Virgil through his unwavering loyalty. Now it's time for me to repay that loyalty." He then gestured for Lara to join him. "This is Lady Lara, Virgil's widow. Before Virgil went to war with me, Lara was pregnant with his child. If it's a boy, when he comes of age, he will become my personal bodyguard. If it's a girl, I will ensure she is married well, just as her father would have wished." At this point, even the most skeptical in the crowd understood what Viserys was doing. Lara, overcome with emotion, wept openly as she knelt at Viserys' feet. The soldiers present, whether those maintaining order, those from other free cities, or the new recruits in the Golden Company, looked at Viserys with newfound admiration. Their loyalty deepened, becoming almost fanatical. Viserys had not only won their hearts, but had also forged an unbreakable bond between his leadership and the men who fought for him. With 5 young dragons and only 4 naming rights available, one of the free cities would inevitably miss out. "No problem," someone remarked. "Lorith only fishes and chops wood. They don't have much money." The crowd largely agreed. Lorith was the poorest of the 9 free cities, practically a fishing ground for bravos, with trade limited almost exclusively to Braavosi merchants. After naming the blue dragon, Viserys made another decisive announcement. "In our battle against the Dothraki, much blood was shed, and even within our own ranks, there were traitors who collaborated with the enemy." His voice dripped with contempt. The crimes of Cambran and his co-conspirators had already been widely publicized. Not only the people of Tyrosh, but also those in Lys and Myr were well aware of the treachery. Viserys' mention of the traitors stirred the crowd's anger. "Those damned scoundrels! They don't even deserve the honor of dragon fire. Throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Their families should be reduced to slavery." As the crowd vented their fury, Viserys continued. "But thanks to a brave band of warriors who followed me through the sorrows, we dealt Drogo a death blow. Miraculously, none of us contracted grayscale. From this day forward, the disputed lands shall be known as the Hopeful Lands." "Hopeful Lands! Hopeful Lands!" the crowd chanted, embracing the new name, which was far more promising than the original. After renaming the land, Viserys turned to the true purpose of the auction. He declared that the funds raised from selling the dragon naming rights would be used to build several small folks' welfare granary across the free cities. Roth's eyes widened in realization. Viserys' ambitions extended beyond the disputed lands. By establishing these granaries, Viserys would secure his influence over the entire free cities. While this move might hurt the interests of a few, the common people would see him as a savior. With Viserys' speech concluded, Cunnington stepped forward to oversee the auction. Inwardly, he marveled at Viserys' brilliance. He realized he would never again need to question the prince's orders. This was genius. From ambushing Euron to defeating Drogo to hatching dragons, Viserys had been relentless, and all of this had occurred within just 2 months. Cunnington was certain that when the news reached Westeros, the entire realm would tremble, and the usurper Baratheon, along with the Lannisters, would be filled with fear. If it had been up to him, Cunnington would have focused on making the other free cities fear him. But Viserys was thinking far beyond that. His sights were set on the entire world. Viserys' ability to lead the other free cities came as a complete surprise to many. The first item to go under the hammer was the naming rights to the Black Young Dragon. Long before the auction began, Viserys had arranged for portraits of the 7 young dragons to be painted and displayed all over Tyrosh. Although their names hadn't been decided yet, that didn't stop the common people and market vendors from giving them nicknames. The Black Young Dragon, in particular, reminded many of the legendary Black Dread, Balerion. However, given that this dragon was only slightly larger than a kitten, it clearly couldn't yet live up to that fearsome title. As a result, people began calling it Young Black Dread. Young Black Dread was auctioned off to Malario for 200,000 gold dragons. Although she hadn't chosen a name yet, Malario decided to gift the naming rights to Arianne as part of her dowry. Next up were the naming rights to the Green Young Dragon. Some had started calling it Little Archon because of its color, though this nickname was quickly dismissed. Ultimately, the right to name the Green Dragon was snapped up by Qohor, with the name to be decided later. Then came the most sought-after of them all, the Red Young Dragon. Its bright, striking scales had captured the attention of many. Some called it Red Flame, while others referred to it as Scarlet Shade. Aelios, however, was fixated on the young Red Dragon. He recalled seeing it perched on Dany's shoulder as she descended the steps of the flame, and knew instantly that this dragon must have hatched from the egg he had gifted to Viserys. Determined to secure the naming rights, he set his sights on the prize. The egg of the Red Flame was obtained by Prince Viserys in Volantis, so I'm sure the nobles of Volantis will be bidding fiercely for the naming rights, someone in the crowd remarked. I agree. The people of Volantis pride themselves on being the eldest daughter of Valyria. They'll go to great lengths to get it, another person added. Indeed, that was the case. Aelios and Iessos had set their psychological ceiling at 200,000 gold dragons. They even met privately with Roth, who expressed his interest in naming the Green Dragon. This made them confident that they would win the naming rights for the Red Dragon. However, as the bidding was about to begin, Aelios noticed Benero in the crowd. The Red Priest was staring intently at the young Red Dragon, its scales glowing like red agate. The combination of dragon, flame, and red resonated deeply with Benero. To him, this young dragon could perfectly embody the Lord of Light, R'hlloreth's holy dragon. Benero imagined how magnificent it would be if Viserys, or rather the Red Dragon itself, could accompany him during his sermons. The thought of this holy dragon by his side filled him with a fervent desire to claim the naming rights for the Temple of R'hllor. 150,000 gold dragons. Benero immediately doubled the starting bid for the naming rights to the Red Young Dragon, catching Aelios off guard. Instantly, Aelios regretted underestimating Benero. He had dismissed Benero as a mere Red Priest, not realizing the full extent of his influence and wealth. Benero's temple held considerable power, often rivaling the Black Wall regime in Volantis. Aelios had overlooked the fact that Benero's loyalty lay not with Volantis, but with the Lord of Light. We have to secure the naming rights to the Red Young Dragon, or R'hlloreth's influence will expand even further, Aelios urgently whispered to Nyesos. Their original budget of 200,000 gold dragons clearly wouldn't be enough. They had to go higher. 200,000. Aelios called out. 250,000. Venero countered without hesitation. Over the years, Venero had amassed considerable wealth in the name of the Lord of Light. In Volantis, half of the city's guards, the Tiger Cloaks, were followers of the Red God. This made Venero's temple a formidable force, one that Aelios and his allies had struggled to contend with. Moreover, Viserys planned to use the funds from the auction to build the small folks' welfare granaries. Venero saw this as an opportunity to infiltrate the institution with R'hlloreth's followers, further expanding the Red God's influence. 300,000. Aelios bid, raising the stakes. 350,000. Venero responded, still not showing any signs of backing down. After much deliberation, Aelios and Nyesos conceded, and the naming rights to the Red Young Dragon went to Venero for 450,000 gold dragons. This sparked a ripple effect. Roth, who had planned to bid around 150,000 to 200,000 gold dragons for another dragon, now realized he might have to outbid Aelios himself. Roth and Aelios exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them, before Roth placed his bid. 500,000 gold dragons. When all was said and done, the naming rights to the 4 young dragons were auctioned off for a staggering total of over 1 million gold dragons. These dragons, which had been no larger than puppies when they first hatched, had grown rapidly. In just half a month, they had reached 3 feet in length. The largest, the bright yellow dragon, was already approaching 4 feet, and when it spread its wings, it could completely envelop Viserys' upper body. At this rate, within 6 months, Viserys might be able to ride a dragon himself. To cap off the event, Viserys commanded the 7 young dragons to take flight, soaring above the heads of the crowd. The silver dragon shimmered like pure silver, the yellow like gold, the black like obsidian, the red like agate, the blue like a precious gem, and the green and bronze dragon like emerald. The 7 dragons, each a different vibrant color, resembled dazzling flames in the sky. The spectacle left the crowd awestruck. In attendance were not just commoners from Tyrosh, but also visitors from other free cities who would undoubtedly spread tales of this marvel to every corner of the world. Everyone desires a great ancestor, but no one wants a living father overshadowing them. After the fall of the Valyrian Empire, everyone wanted to claim ties to its legacy. Volantis proudly calls itself the eldest daughter of Valyria, while Braavos, founded by former slaves, claims to be Valyria's bastard daughter. The 3 free cities in the disputed lands even formed the Triarchy in homage to their connection with Valyria. But now that Valyria is history, the dragons have returned, and there are 7 of them. The nobles of the other free cities were among the first to witness the hatching of these dragons. In just half a month, the young dragons have grown rapidly. If they continue at this pace, it's likely that dragons will once again soar over their cities within 2 years. This forces the free cities to reconsider their relationships with Viserys. Among the free cities, the most pressing concern is the dynamic between Braavos and Volantis. As the 2 most powerful free cities, their stance will influence the others. If they choose to align with Viserys, the other free cities will likely follow suit. Even if they don't formally submit, they won't risk openly opposing him. Viserys has already proven his might by defeating 15,000 Dothraki and uniting the power of 4 major free cities. If he remains undefeated in the short term, these free cities could become the next Soros when his dragons mature. The nobles are now focused on securing the best possible advantages for themselves in this shifting landscape. In a spacious and well-lit room, Roth and Mediis watched their son playing on the floor, each pondering the future. Viserys' next move will be to reclaim the Iron Throne, and we need to support him as much as we can, Roth declared. He was certain that Volantis and the other free cities were considering the same. Viserys was no longer just an exiled prince from Fallen Kingdom. He had grown in power and influence. Roth understood that Viserys was a force to be reckoned with, one that would only become stronger. If they didn't align themselves with him now, they might lose the opportunity forever. Roth was convinced that the leaders in Volantis would reach a similar conclusion. "Should we tell Viserys about the boy now?" Maris asked, her voice filled with concern. "No, not yet," Roth replied, rejecting his wife's suggestion. He then looked at his son with a fierce determination in his eyes. The child was their treasure, their key to securing the Dragon Lord's bloodline. "This is our house's only chance to obtain the bloodline of a Dragon Lord. We must seize it," Roth said, knowing full well that his plan was risky. But years at sea had taught him one thing. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. He was willing to take that risk, believing that the situation couldn't get much worse. Viserys was extremely busy these days. Not only did he need to send troops to secure control over Lys and Myr, but he also had to accompany Connington in formally receiving the Golden Company. The situation was complex. The Golden Company was not just a large military force. They also had extensive business interests. They were heavily involved in slave trading and various other enterprises, essentially running their own industries. The livelihoods of over 10,000 people were tied to the Golden Company, and many families had served in its ranks for generations. For example, House Strickland, with its current leader now begging for orders, often boasted that 4 generations of their family had served in the Golden Company. Given these deep-rooted connections, Viserys needed to carefully disentangle their business interests from the military, ensuring that the army remained focused on its primary purpose. After all, as everyone knows, the army should not be involved in business. Seizing this moment, Roth gathered nobles from several other free cities to gauge the political climate. The 2 triarchs of Volantis, Aelios and Nyessos, shared a sentiment similar to that of Roth. Aligning with Viserys was clearly the best choice, both publicly and privately. They quickly realized that pursuing a non-aggression pact was now unrealistic. As triarchs, they no longer had the standing to negotiate such terms with Viserys. The situation had escalated to the point where Volantis itself would likely have to accept a subordinate role under Viserys' rule. The sooner they groveled, the sooner they could secure a favorable position in the Dragon Lord's favor. For Aelios and Nyessos, the distinction between Volantis and non-Volantis became irrelevant. Their primary focus was on elevating their houses by securing a place in Viserys' new order. Nyessos even suggested, "Perhaps we could support Prince Viserys as the Emperor of Valyria." This was a shrewd move. After all, if Viserys were to accept such a title, he would have no reason to spurn those who had backed him. By supporting Viserys, Volantis could look forward to expanding eastward and returning to its former glory. During the Valyrian era, the people of Volantis took great pride in provoking other famous cities, then relying on their dragon lords to send armies to crush opposition. Croyane of Eroiner had been no exception. Aelios' suggestion sparked an idea among the group. They recalled that after the doom of Valyria, a surviving dragon lord named Orion had crowned himself the Valyrian emperor, gathering forces in Qohor with the intent of rebuilding the Valyrian Empire. Of course, his efforts ended in failure, and he died amidst the ruins. The group couldn't help but wonder if the title Valyrian Emperor might be cursed. "I can reveal a secret to you all," Trarch Aelios said, addressing the crowd with a knowing smile. His Grace, Viserys, visited the ruins of Valyria and returned alive, bringing back a suit of Valyrian steel armor. I believe he is capable of rebuilding Valyria. The hatching of the dragons had already convinced many that Viserys would one day reclaim the Iron Throne. It was only a matter of time. But if what Aelios said was true, then Viserys' ambitions might reach far beyond Westeros. The title he would assume upon reclaiming the throne could be Viserys III of his name, Restorer of Valyria. But if he were to claim the title of Emperor of Valyria, then he would be known as Viserys I of his name, Restorer of Valyria. If he truly ventured into the doom and returned unscathed, then his destiny could be more than just restoring the Iron Throne. It could be about reviving the glory of Valyria itself. When Viserys announced his intention to build a welfare granary for the small folk, it became clear that his ambitions were not confined to small endeavors. At this realization, Malerios' thoughts turned to her daughter, Arianne. If Viserys were to become the Valyrian emperor, Arianne's prospects of marrying him would diminish. According to Targaryen and Valyrian customs, only Daenerys would be eligible to become queen. While the city-state nobles scrambled to curry favor with the rising king, the warlocks of Qarth had different plans. They had come to the free cities with the intent to steal the life force of Viserys and Dany. In the original timeline, they had managed to deceive the young and vulnerable Daenerys into coming to Qarth, where they planned to ambush her. But now, with Viserys and Dany's power growing daily, luring them to Qarth with mere words was out of the question. Their desperation grew after learning that Viserys and Dany had survived the wildfire unscathed. The warlocks were more determined than ever to harness their life force. Just as Pri and his fellow warlocks were at their wits' end, Viserys made a surprising move. He approached them first. In the garden of Cambran former estate, Viserys summoned these sinister wizards. They were richly dressed, appearing youthful, but a closer look revealed their true nature. The skin peeking from their cuffs was a bluish purple, and even the whites of their eyes had an unnatural blue tint. "My lords, I understand you've come from Qarth, and I'm quite curious about the immortals of Qarth," Viserys said, feigning an obsession with immortality and expressing his desire to learn their secrets. "Of course, Prince. It would be our honor," Pri responded, his smile growing. The prey had walked right into their trap. The warlocks were skilled at weaving illusions and preying on their victims' curiosity, draining their life force in the process. Pri smiled slyly. "We do possess witchcraft that can grant immortality, but to learn such secrets, you must visit the House of the Undying in Qarth." In truth, Viserys had little interest in immortality, at least not at this stage of his life. At 17 or 18, he was far more interested in using the promise of immortality to lower the warlock's guard. "I have much to do, and I can't leave the hopeful lands to journey to Qarth just yet, but I would like to ask the warlocks for a few favors," Viserys said. "Just name it, Prince, and the Undying Ones will do their best," Pri replied, trying to sound humble. "As you know, King's Landing, my rightful home, is currently occupied by usurpers. I intend to send an army to reclaim the Iron Throne soon, and before that happens, I need to strengthen my forces as much as possible," Viserys explained. He mentioned his plans to purchase a large number of Unsullied and acquire vast quantities of weapons and supplies. He hoped that when the warlocks returned to Qarth, they would convey these purchases to the great masters and wise masters of Slaver's Bay. "Rest assured, Prince, I believe the great masters and wise masters would welcome your friendship. In fact, even the merchants of Qarth are eager for your arrival. They are very wealthy, and I am certain they would be pleased to assist you in your quest to reclaim the Iron Throne," Pri said with a smile. "That would be wonderful," Viserys responded, clapping his hands. A few servants entered, each carrying trays adorned with rings and necklaces. The jewelry was set with gemstones the size of fingernails. "These," Viserys said, handing a necklace to Pri, "are scales naturally shed by a young dragon. I offer them to you as a gift." Pri, of course, did not refuse. Dragon scales, being both rare and magical, were treasures of unimaginable value. "Prince Viserys, this is truly a generous gift. Thank you for your kindness." Viserys' true intention in befriending the warlocks was to spread false information in Slaver's Bay, to make them believe he was a significant customer preparing to take back the Iron Throne. This would send a smoke bomb to the wise masters and great masters, leading them to think of him merely as a wealthy client. In the original timeline, the Mother of Dragons had openly declared her intent to return to Westeros, which had lulled the wise masters into a false sense of security, allowing them to sell her all the Unsullied at once. Viserys knew he needed to adopt a similar approach. His plan was to take 1,000 men, lead a fleet to Slaver's Bay, and visit Yunkai, Meereen, and Astapor. There, he would purchase Unsullied from the wise masters, plunder other free cities, and establish a strong material foundation for his return to the Iron Throne. As for the warlocks themselves, Viserys had no intention of letting them go unscathed. Qarth, with its self-proclaimed title as the center of the world, was indeed wealthy. But soon, these warlocks would learn the true meaning of inviting a dragon into their home. The throne room was still under renovation, so Viserys convened his advisors in the hall of the Cambridge estate. As a former Archon and avid gardener, Cambrin had decorated his hall with carpets and curtains in every shade of green. Cunnington had suggested sprucing up the room, but Viserys, mindful of expenses, decided against it. Instead, he simply had a table placed in the hall for himself and hung a few three-headed dragon banners on the walls. Chairs were arranged 5 or 6 meters away from Viserys for the attendees. Gathered in the hall were members of the Dragon Party, nobles from the free cities, Tyroshi officials and officers, as well as the recently absorbed officers of the Golden Company. For security, several mansions around Cambrin's estate, formerly owned by Cambrin's henchmen, who had since been removed, were cordoned off. Nearly 2,000 guards were stationed outside to defend the area. Your Grace, if you wish to retake the Iron Throne, Volantis can provide 300 warships, Aelios declared. Though he hadn't secured the naming rights to a dragon, Viserys had sold him and Iessos a pair of Valyrian steel armor for 100,000 gold dragons each. When they learned that Valyrian steel was immune to magical attacks, they didn't hesitate to purchase it. Roth, eager not to be outdone, quickly offered his support. Prince Viserys, Braavos can also provide at least 200 warships, as well as 500 merchant ships to transport your soldiers. Braavos, with its advanced shipbuilding industry, boasted that they could build a ship a day. Thank you, Triarchs, and thank you, Lord Roth, Viserys replied with a smile. Norvos can contribute 3,000 warriors, Malario added, though she wasn't necessarily in a position to make the final decision. But in the current political climate, aligning with Lys and securing the friendship of the Dragon Lord was paramount. The bearded priests of Norvos were unlikely to object. Qohor and Lorith soon voiced their support as well. Just these 5 major free cities alone were ready to assemble an army of over 30,000 troops for Viserys. Even though his dragons had not yet reached their full size, their potential value was undeniable, driving everyone to invest in him eagerly. Thanks to Cunnington's efforts, Viserys had also seamlessly absorbed and taken command of the entire Golden Company. Even after weeding out the less reliable elements, the Golden Company still boasted 7,000 elite troops. Combined with the forces of the Kingdom of the Four Daughters and the Dothraki prisoners, who could be reintegrated into the army after some reformation, Viserys could easily muster an army of 100,000 men within 6 months. And this was just the army from the free cities. If you added the armies of Dorne and the Reach, the total could easily swell to 200,000 men. Sitting lightly next to Viserys, Dany suddenly recalled something he had once told her. Fair-weather friends are plenty, but true friends are few. Though Dany had never seen snow, she now fully grasped the meaning of those words. Honestly, what's the point of fighting? Regis whispered to some of the officers. If I were Robert, I'd just come running and kneel at the prince's feet. Most of those around him agreed. After all, how formidable could the alliance of the stag, wolf, falcon, and fish really be? The Westerlands were wealthy, but could they possibly rival Viserys? Could they outmatch the combined wealth of all the free cities? Soon, the entire Dothraki Sea would be under his control. As a trading hub, V's Dothrak would generate enormous tax revenues by year's end. The situation made many feel that victory was within easy reach, especially with the 7 young dragons growing stronger by the day. Viserys, however, did not allow this confidence to make him rash or overzealous. Once again, I thank you all for your support, he said calmly. The Targaryens will not forget your friendship, but I have no plans to launch a large-scale attack on Westeros within the year. This decision was met with approval by most, except for a few officers eager for glory. After all, King's Landing and the Iron Throne weren't going anywhere. Meanwhile, Viserys' strength was growing steadily. At just 17 or 18 years old, he knew it wasn't wise to rush into war. Tom was on his side. Simply spreading rumors of a counterattack on Westeros would be enough to put pressure on Robert and Ned Stark. Viserys understood that it was time to show his strength, but not act prematurely. This psychological warfare could unsettle his enemies, perhaps even preventing Cersei from moving against Robert or Littlefinger from pursuing his ambitions. The Starks and Lannisters might avoid conflict, and the power struggle between Stannis and Renly might never materialize. If he attacked now, Viserys would face a united front. Even if he emerged victorious, it would likely come at a significant cost. Instead, he planned to let the alliance crumble from within. Though Viserys had no immediate plans to invade Westeros, his supporters, like Roth, knew they still needed to prepare. As Roth was carefully considering how to persuade Viserys, Aelios suddenly leaped to his feet, his chair clattering to the ground with a loud thump. The guards flanking Viserys, startled, instinctively reached for their swords, fearing an assassination attempt. "Become the Emperor of the Valyria? Your Grace Viserys." "No, Your Majesty Viserys," Aelios exclaimed with fervor. Though his words were rough, his intentions were clear and sincere. As a seasoned politician, Aelios's performance was flawless. For a moment, Viserys was taken aback, his expression unreadable. This had not been part of his plan. Yet, as Aelios finished speaking, he dropped to one knee and prepared to swear his allegiance. "Emperor Viserys, long live the Emperor." For a moment, the hall fell into a stunned silence. Not a single sound could be heard except for the faint whisper of the wind outside. The stillness was so complete that even the distant calls of birds and wild cats, likely stirred by the nearby young dragons, seemed amplified. The members of the dragon party were momentarily frozen, processing the weight of what had just been said. But then, as the realization hit them, they felt a pang of shame. How could they have let someone else speak first? How had they not been the ones to proclaim his title? Regret washed over them, but they managed to keep their composure. Connington, ever the loyal strategist, knew this was the moment to officially crown Viserys with his rightful title. After taking Tyrosh, Viserys had only assumed the title of regent to avoid drawing Robert's attention. There had been no coronation, no formal declaration of his true power. But now, with the free cities and the 7 kingdoms within his reach, the title of emperor was not only appropriate, it was necessary. Connington drew his sword, the blade ringing with a clear, resolute sound. He knelt on one knee and declared, "House Connington has always served and followed the true Dragon Lords. This loyalty has never wavered through the centuries. The Dragon Lords has returned, and the usurper will be reduced to ashes." With that, he performed the traditional act of submission, placing his sword at Viserys' feet, hilt toward the Viserys, point toward himself, and with his right hand clenched over his heart. "Emperor Viserys, long live the Emperor." His son, young Connington, quickly followed suit. Drawing his own sword, he knelt beside his father, mirroring his every move. "Emperor Viserys, long live the Emperor." A wave of motion swept through the hall as swords were drawn in unison, the metallic clatter echoing like a surge of electricity through the room. Connington, young Connington, feels Hoyt, Ura, Dickon, Conwira, Cago, Roth, Nyesos, Aelios, Malario. Dozens of high-ranking officers and officials fell to their knees, voices rising to "Emperor Viserys, long live the Emperor! Emperor Viserys, long live the Emperor! Long live Emperor Viserys!" Viserys, standing tall amidst the fervor, chose to accept the title. It was only a matter of time before the banner of the 3-headed dragon would fly over every city-state. The Targaryen name had once again become the most powerful and valuable in the world. However, this impromptu coronation had been somewhat hasty. Representatives from the other city-states would need to return home and spread the news. Fortunately, These were all influential figures, and there was no doubt about their recognition of Viserys as emperor. The next step was to hammer out the details. Questions like how much tax should be paid to the emperor, the division of obligations and responsibilities between Viserys and the major free cities, and the structure of his rule over the 9 free cities. Take slavery, for example. On the surface, Bravos and Pintos officially condone slavery, while Lorith is too small and poor to be of significant concern. Viserys himself is opposed to slavery, and even in the land of hope, more and more slaves are being legally transformed into free men. But powerful Volantis is a staunch proponent of slavery, largely because Valyria relied on it so heavily, and their economy is deeply rooted in it. Norvos and Qohor also depend on slavery. If Viserys were to rush into reforming slavery, he would undoubtedly face resistance. Moreover, since he plans to plunder Slavers Bay himself, the masters there would be wary of dealing with someone openly hostile to slavery. The most pressing issue is that Viserys currently lacks the reliable officials needed to implement his own system of governance. Ideally, he would want to jump straight to a more centralized system, such as a county system or even a more structured imperial bureaucracy. But for now, the best course of action is patience. When he has consolidated enough power, he can then introduce whatever systems he prefers, be it an imperial examination system, a county system, or a vassalage system. For now, however, despite his title as emperor, he lacks the established classes and bureaucrats necessary to fully exercise his authority. Building his own bureaucracy will be a long and gradual process, involving the creation of schools, the dissemination of knowledge, and the cultivation of loyal officials. This cannot be achieved overnight. Time is what he needs most. So, for the moment, Viserys can only implement a relatively loose form of rule. After dismissing the nobles of the free cities, Viserys turned his attention to Westeros. By now, Robert and Ned should have arrived in King's Landing, and the tournament Robert organized for his dear brother should be underway. Viserys couldn't help but wonder how they would react upon hearing that he had declared himself emperor and hatched dragons. Westeros, Old Town, the Citadel in the Scribe's Hearth. The Scribe's Hearth is where the Citadel's assistant maesters offer letter-writing services to the residents of Old Town. Here, commoners seek help with reading their correspondence, drafting wills, and other clerical tasks. It's also a place where books and maps are bought, contributing to the scholarly and serene atmosphere that usually pervades the area. Even doves often fly peacefully about the square in front of the Scribe's Hearth. Today, however, the Scribe's Hearth has abruptly ceased all services to the public. Every maester has been summoned to address a pressing matter, an urgent and significant order from across the narrow sea. This order was delivered by the Flowers' bastard brothers from House Tyrell. Per Viserys' request, they bypassed Highgarden entirely and came straight to Old Town. Their prestigious lineage lent gravity to the message, prompting even Archmaester Norrin, the head of the Citadel, to take immediate notice. Upon reading the letter, Archmaester Norrin wasted no time in summoning nearly all the Archmaesters he could locate. Among them were Archmaester Theobald, whom he viewed as a successor, Archmaester Abrose, the historian Archmaester Peristan, and the astronomer Archmaester Valen. In total, nearly 30 Archmaesters, arguably the wisest minds in all of Westeros, gathered in the Great Hall. Long tables were arranged to accommodate nearly all the Archmaesters and Maesters, creating an atmosphere charged with anticipation. Archmaester Norrin, the seneschal of the Citadel, passed around a piece of parchment that had traveled from across the narrow sea. The moment the Archmaesters saw the letter, their thoughts immediately turned to the proclamation Aegon the Conqueror had sent to all the lords of Westeros nearly 300 years ago. The original decree, still preserved at the Citadel, had declared in no uncertain terms, anyone who claimed the title of king must lower themselves and pledge allegiance to Aegon or face the loss of their lands. Those who defied him were warned to prepare for the wrath of Dragonfire. Viserys' letter carried a similar tone, but with a more menacing edge. He began by introducing himself, asserting his identity as the rightful ruler. Then he issued a stark demand: the heads of King Robert and Lord Tywin. He's demanding the heads of King Robert and Lord Tywin. One of the archmasters murmured, the gravity of the situation sinking in. It's practically a declaration of war. Historian Archmaester Peristan passed the letter to Archmaester Zarabillo, who was seated beside him. He now commands 7 dragons, Peristan noted, albeit young ones, but combined with the power he holds over the entire disputed lands, it's more than enough to start a war. Archmaester Theobald chimed in. The return of the dragons to the world is hard to believe, yet the confirmation from the Flowers brothers and the rumors circulating among merchants leave no doubt. Viserys' defeat of Drogo's 50,000-strong army with fewer than 10,000 men should make it clear to all. Storm clouds are gathering. Are we on the brink of war in Westeros again? It's only been a little over a decade since Robert's rebellion, remarked an archmaester with a gold ring, his voice tinged with concern. The archmaesters present were mostly over 50, with an average age around 60. Many had served under King Aerys for far longer than they had under Robert. Some of the older archmaesters still referred to Aerys as the late king. The senile Archmaester Walgrave, an expert in ravenology, sometimes even mistook the present day for the past, asking whether Rhaegar was still the current king. For these elderly scholars, a slip of the tongue was not uncommon or unforgivable. Archmaesters, the elderly Norrin began as he stood. We are the first in all the 7 kingdoms to learn of this news. Should we send this message to the lords by Black Raven or White? Norrin's question, while seemingly mundane, carried weight. The Citadel traditionally used white ravens to deliver critical messages to the lords of the 7 kingdoms, such as the changing of the seasons, plagues, droughts, or invasions by foreign enemies. Recently, white ravens have been dispatched to announce the changing of the seasons. But now, Viserys' message from Lys was clearly a declaration of war against the 7 kingdoms. At the very least, a declaration of war against the Iron Throne. The complication lay in the fact that, while Viserys' forces were composed of foreigners, he himself was of Westerosi blood, a local heir to the throne. This made the Maester's choice of messenger raven a bit more complex. Use black, suggested Peristan, since Viserys' return is essentially a continuation of the War of the Usurper. It's appropriate. If he succeeds, it could even be seen as a new conflict, the War of the Restorer. Should we consult Lord Leighton? Proposed Archmaester Burrows, the healer. The Citadel, after all, was funded by the wealthy House Hightower, and sending a black raven might be perceived as taking sides. Consulting their benefactor seemed a prudent step. In the end, Norrin made a compromise. Send white ravens to the north, and black ravens to the south. The letter from Viserys was brief, and the maesters at the Citadel quickly made copies. Soon, black and white messenger ravens were flying in all directions, from the far north at the Deepwood Motte to the southern Arbor Islands, from the driest desert to the lush Rainwood, from bustling King's Landing to abandoned hills. Within days, the lords of the 7 kingdoms came to a stark realization. Across the narrow sea, the Targaryens had risen once more. What? The dragons have returned? 7 of them? You must be joking. In a tavern near the harbor, sailors gathered during their rare free time, enjoying drinks and conversation. The scent of grilled fish mingled with the aroma of beer, and the salty smell of the sea clung to the sailors' clothes. "Why would I lie to you?" said a sailor who had just returned from Tyrosh. "His Grace Viserys is auctioning off the naming rights to a dragon at the port. Nearly 2 million gold dragons raised. He's using the money to build the Small Folks Welfare Granary." Small Folks Welfare Granary? What's that? Another sailor asked, leaning in closer. Basically, when there's a grain shortage, ordinary people can buy low-priced grain from these granaries. I heard Prince Viserys even issued an edict that any merchant caught hoarding grain to drive up prices will be executed. No exceptions. The sailor's words drew the attention of the entire tavern. That's incredible. If King Robert had set up something like that, my sister might not have starved to death, murmured a skinny sailor, his voice thick with emotion. His words brought up painful memories for many. In times of famine, everyone had lost someone, a frail child, or a parent who starved so their children could eat. The specter of hunger was etched deep in their minds, a haunting memory that lingered even at death's door. "What are you talking about?" Another sailor scoffed. "King Robert owes Lord Tywin a mountain of debt. He can't even afford to build his own granary. But I heard the king is hosting a tournament for the hand of the king." "That must cost a fortune," said a young man, barely out of boyhood, who was working as a wine waiter. He still held a tray in his hands. "Kid, let me tell you something," said an older sailor with graying hair but sharp eyes. "No noble cares about the lives of commoners. But isn't Prince Viserys looking out for the small folk? He's a Targaryen, after all. Shouldn't he be the one in charge?" "Pop!" The tavern owner cut him off with a slap to the back of the head. "Enough of that. Get back to work." Viserys wasn't content with merely telling the lords of Westeros that he intended to reclaim the Iron Throne. He hired thousands of singers to spread his praises, not just in the ports of Tyrosh, Pentos, Lys, and Myr, but far beyond. Captains and sailors who traded in these cities became his best messengers. It might not be obvious for a month or two, but give it 3 months, 5, or perhaps a year or two, and all of Westeros would come to know Viserys as a wise ruler. They would long for the return of the Targaryens and secretly curse the usurper. The Westerosi nobles had no idea of the power of the common people. King's Landing, Chataya's brothel. Chataya's brothel was the largest and most luxurious in all of King's Landing, famed for its noble clientele. Even now, as a grand tournament was being prepared to celebrate Ned Stark's appointment as Hand of the King, Robert Baratheon could be found enjoying himself daily at Chataya's, reveling in the indulgences it offered. But Robert's good spirits evaporated the moment he received a letter from the Citadel, delivered by his young and eager squire, Ser Lancel. His jovial demeanor shifted instantly to one of shock. "Where did this come from?" Robert demanded, his voice cracking. "Your Grace, this was brought by the hand of the king," Lancel replied. "He's waiting for you in the next room." Moving with a speed unusual for a man of his size, Robert hastily dressed and joined Ned Stark in a private chamber. The king's face, flushed from both exertion and alarm, reflected the disbelief in his heart. "This is real? Is this really happening?" Robert asked, his voice tinged with both fear and incredulity. His heavy breathing, a result of his obesity, made it seem as though he was trapped in a nightmare. "Yes, Your Grace," Ned replied, his expression as cold and unyielding as ice. Not a single emotion flickered across his face. Even the fine lines at the corners of his eyes remained still. Robert, clutching the letter, stared at it for what seemed an eternity before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Ha ha, good boy, you on my head? My dear brother, it looks like we'll be fighting side by side again." His booming laughter was so loud it seemed to shake the very rafters. "But Your Grace," Ned began with a slight sigh, "our financial situation is dire." Robert dismissed Ned's concern with a wave of his hand. "What are you worried about?" "Just ask Littlefinger," he said. About 6 months before Jon Arryn's death, Robert had appointed Littlefinger as Master of Coin, and since then, Littlefinger had managed to get everything in order. Military expenses? A mere trifle. Robert was confident Littlefinger could find the funds. Besides, it wasn't Robert's style to stay on the defensive. He was already thinking about going on the offensive, perhaps even marching to— "Your Grace, we're facing more than just military and financial problems," Ned sighed heavily. "Once war begins, the Iron Throne will have to contend not only with Viserys, but possibly with the Reach and Dorne as well. Even the Crownlands, which the Targaryens ruled for 300 years, might see households flying dragon banners again. In other words, the conditions for launching an offensive simply weren't there. The alliance of the stag, hawk, wolf, and fish might seem formidable, but once they begin to march, who knows what might happen, especially with Jon Arryn gone. Moreover, Ned's father-in-law, Hoster Tully, Lord of Riverrun, was gravely ill. During the War of the Usurper, many lords and nobles in these regions were staunch royalists. Now that the Targaryens were returning, wouldn't they be tempted to rebel? Anyone who dares defy me will taste my hammer. Robert roared, his voice echoing through the room. Outside, Lancel flinched at the sound. Ned, ever measured, held back the urge to point out the impracticality of Robert's threat. If someone like Tyrion Lannister or Oberyn Martell had been present, they would have surely mocked Robert's bravado. The image of the rotund king charging into battle-clad in armor was almost too absurd to contemplate. The sudden grand announcement also meant that the upcoming tournament, intended to celebrate Ned's appointment as Hand of the King, would have to be postponed. However, there was a silver lining. Most of the Sellswords in the kingdom had already gathered for the tournament and could now be recruited on the spot. By the way, where's the Red Viper? Robert growled, his suspicion deepening. He had long suspected that Oberyn Martell might be colluding with Viserys, and this declaration of war only fueled his certainty. Your Grace, imprisoning the Red Viper will only push Dorne further against us. Ned cautioned. Damn it, then he'd better have a good explanation for this Ring of Dorne alliance. Not just him. Bring everyone out and have them meet me in the throne hall. This was not to be a secretive meeting like the previous one, which only Ned had attended. This would be a general assembly, gathering nobles and lords from across the 7 kingdoms and beyond. Since Viserys had sent letters to nearly every lord of rank, secrecy was no longer an option. Robert wanted to confront the situation head-on, to show his strength openly. At the same time, he sent orders to the lords of the 7 kingdoms, demanding they bring troops to the capital. While he could count on the 5 northern kingdoms, the Reach and Dorne were another matter. After all, they had been the targets of his wrath during the rebellion, where he had shown no mercy in crushing the king's party. Ah, my dear brother, Renly said cheerfully as he made his way to the throne hall, accompanied by his personal guard, Loras Tyrell. He greeted Stannis with a broad smile. Stannis, however, was accompanied by the Onion Knight, Davos Seaworth, whom he had knighted himself. Though they were brothers, Stannis and Renly could not have looked more different. Stannis stood like an impregnable wall, while Renly resembled an ornate carpet. Stannis' response to Renly's greeting was lukewarm at best. As the master of ships and master of laws, respectively, the 2 brothers spent most of their time in King's Landing, despite their fiefs being in Dragonstone and the Stormlands. Renly, in particular, had left most of his responsibilities to his maester, preferring to devote himself to his role as the court's flamboyant peacock. It seems war is inevitable. I believe we will emerge victorious this time, Renly said, his tone filled with enthusiasm. Yes, we will be victorious, Stannis replied, his voice flat and devoid of emotion, as if merely going through the motions. After all, they weren't yet rivals for the throne, so appearances had to be maintained. Despite his deep resentment over Robert giving the Stormlands to Renly, Stannis still upheld the facade of familial harmony. Renly, however, had never experienced the horrors of war firsthand. His views were steeped in romanticized notions, fed by the legends of bards and the grand narratives of the theater. As the 2 brothers exchanged words, 2 ambitious men happened to cross paths in the castle's corridors, though it seemed one had deliberately sought out the other. Lord Varys, came the smooth, slightly mocking voice of Peter Baelish as he sauntered over to the spymaster. Thin and long-fingered, Littlefinger looked at Varys, who stood rotund and composed. At first glance, they seemed as mismatched as a cucumber and a zucchini. Lord Peter, Varys replied with a polite nod. Littlefinger's lips curled into a teasing smile. It seems the gods have decided to make things interesting again. Who would have thought that a displaced, exiled prince could come this far? A true miracle. Varys had known from the start that Littlefinger was an ambitious man. Peter wasn't here just for idle conversation. Yes, and I must take responsibility for not warning King Robert in time, Littlefinger said, glancing over his shoulder to ensure they weren't overheard. The nearest noble was dozens of paces away on the winding garden path, and the colorful bushes lining the way offered no cover for eavesdroppers. Feeling confident, he continued, Lord Varys, I've come to realize that advisors like us aren't so different from prostitutes. The main difference is that we serve only one customer. By customer, he of course meant King Robert. As you know, I own a brothel, and sometimes the girls there meet a customer they actually like. When that happens, they work even harder. Littlefinger's gray-green eyes sparkled with amusement. Lord Peter, you are indeed a boss who understands the psychology of his girls, Varys replied smoothly. If you're interested, Lord Varys, I can always arrange something, Littlefinger offered with a sly grin before briskly making his way toward the throne hall. Varys watched him go, knowing full well that Littlefinger had likely guessed his contact with Viserys. However, Varys's true loyalty lay not with Viserys, but with young Aegon. He knew he would soon face Robert's wrath for the situation with Viserys. But how could anyone have predicted Viserys' swift defeat of the Horse Lord in under 3 months and the hatching of dragon eggs? The unexpected chain reaction had caught everyone off guard. Even the brightest minds in Westeros couldn't have devised a solution in time. Varys also realized something else. Viserys' growing power was increasingly overshadowing Aegon's claim to the throne. The throne room was now filled with hundreds of knights and dozens of lords and barons, all buzzing with talk of Viserys' rise and the dragon's return. Both events felt surreal to them. Many had received letters from the Citadel, and Viserys' demand for only the heads of Robert and Tywin had prompted some to consider staying neutral, preserving their strength for the storm that was coming. Not everyone had the desire, or the stomach, to be part of the prince's grand revenge. King Robert Baratheon the First arrives. Queen Cersei Baratheon arrives. Ned Stark, Lord of Winterfell, Hand of the King arrives, the herald announced, signaling the start of a fateful assembly. In the throne hall of the Red Keep, the decor had once featured the skulls of dragons, a grim reminder of the Targaryen dynasty. But after Robert Baratheon ascended the throne, the dragon skulls were replaced with towering banners emblazoned with crowned stags and golden lions, symbols of his new reign. At the center of the hall loomed the massive, twisted, and grotesque Iron Throne, a relic of conquest and power. In its shadow, lords and ladies gathered, their robes resplendent with embroidered house crests, while the noble women flaunted elaborate hairstyles and glittering jewelry. For some time now, these ladies had taken to carrying bars of soap as tokens of favor, unaware that the inventor of this small luxury was now their enemy. The air was thick with the scent of various incense, giving the hall an aroma reminiscent of a bustling market. Yet, unlike common folk shouting over petty bargains, these nobles spoke with careful intonation, every word measured and deliberate. Sansa Stark, with her striking maroon hair and vivid green eyes, stood out among the noble women. Sitting with the poise of a future queen, she reveled in the attention, playing her role as the princess consort with perfection. The ladies around her were eager for any tidbit of information about events across the narrow sea, assuming that as the daughter of the Hand of the King, Sansa would be privy to such secrets. And Sansa, the Rose of the North, was more than happy to indulge their curiosity, weaving together fragments of conversations with Cersei, sprinkled with a touch of her own imagination and speculation. She was relieved that her father had not allowed Arya to attend the meeting. Her younger sister, with her tomboyish ways and affinity for common folk, was a source of constant embarrassment to Sansa. Arya's presence would have been as unwelcome as that of their bastard brother, Jon. As Sansa basked in the attention, she suddenly felt a gaze lingering on her from across the room. She looked up to see Peter Baelish, known to her as Uncle Peter, watching her. Her mother, Catelyn, had mentioned him often. Peter met her gaze with a bland smile before returning to his conversation with the other nobles. King Robert of House Baratheon I, Queen Cersei of House Baratheon, Ned Stark, Lord of Winterfell, Hand of the King. The herald's announcement echoed through the hall, bringing it to a hush as everyone straightened up in respect. After some struggle, Robert had managed to squeeze himself into his armor, which strained against his bulk like a web ready to snap. It was a clear sign that the king was preparing for war. He wore a stag's head crown and had a sword strapped to his waist, striding forward with exaggerated pride. His deerskin boots, thick and broad, seemed like sturdy stakes, making his stride even more lumbering. His girth nearly pushed Cersei out of the way as he passed. In truth, Robert found the armor unbearably uncomfortable. The cold steel constricted his bloated body, and even the slightest movement left him drenched in sweat. His groin was particularly damp, made worse by the fact that he hadn't quite finished his business with his little Robert, which now added to his discomfort. Beside him, Ned Stark wore a somber black coat, with the golden hand of the king badge pinned to his chest. His face, ancient and expressionless, seemed to carry the chill of the north, as if he had brought the breath of winter into the hall with him. A bit further back from Ned stood Barristan Selmy, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. With his white hair and beard, Barristan was the very embodiment of chivalry, a living legend whose mere presence lent Robert's reign a semblance of legitimacy it sorely needed. Behind Barristan, the rest of the Kingsguard followed in formation. They were not only the king's personal bodyguards, but also seasoned officers capable of leading armies. Among them was Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, his golden hair gleaming beneath his helm. Today, all the Kingsguard were fully armored, the clanking of their steel blending with the sound of trumpets and drums to form a martial symphony, the sound of impending war. As the procession reached the Iron Throne, Ned and the Kingsguard halted. All eyes were on Robert as he climbed the steps, each one forged from the swords of vanquished foes, and took his seat upon the Iron Throne, a relic tempered by dragon fire. Joffrey stood nearby, nearly trembling with excitement at the sight, lost in dreams of the day when he too would ascend the throne forged by Aegon the Conqueror. But Joffrey was not the only one in the room who coveted the Iron Throne. "Long may he reign," intoned Barristan Selmy, his voice carrying the weight of duty. "Long may he reign," echoed the nobles, though Barristan could sense the lack of conviction in their voices. Barristan's mind was troubled. He had once petitioned to sail to the narrow sea to reason with Viserys, only to be blocked by Varys. He had believed that no matter how formidable Viserys might become, raising an army and reclaiming the throne would be nearly impossible. But now, just over a year later, his worst fears had materialized. Though neither he nor the Iron Throne had a clear picture of Viserys' strength, the mere fact that the exiled prince had issued such a bold ultimatum meant that a bloody conflict was inevitable. Barristan's loyalty wavered. He had sworn fealty to Robert out of gratitude after the king spared his life and treated his wounds following a battlefield defeat. But now, the thought of drawing his sword against the bloodline of the late king tore his soul. "I believe many of you have received a letter from that dragon spawn, haven't you?" Robert's voice boomed through the hall. The gathered lords and nobles nodded, their expressions betraying hesitation. Just then, the door opened, and in walked Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper of Dorne. A flicker of displeasure crossed Robert's face at the sight of him. "Forgive my lateness, your grace," Oberyn said with a bow, before making his way to stand beside Ned. As the Prince of Dorne and the Master of Foreign Affairs, Oberyn held a place of prominence among the highest nobility, and he took his place in the front row. "Red Viper, tell us about the dragon spawn," Robert said, his voice dripping with disdain. The fact that he didn't address Oberyn by his title, position, or even his name spoke volumes about his mood. But Oberyn didn't seem to mind. He had received a letter from Viserys shortly after the dragons hatched, and it had taken him by surprise. In just 3 months, Viserys had defeated the Horse Lord, united the power of the entire Confederation, and hatched dragon eggs. Each of these feats was the stuff of legend. To accomplish all 3 in such a short span seemed beyond belief. If anyone had boasted of achieving even one of these feats, Oberyn would have dismissed them as mad. "Your Grace, these developments have come about rather suddenly, and I am still investigating," Oberyn Martell replied with measured calm. "Investigating?" Robert's voice turned cold, his anger reverberating through the throne hall. "Shouldn't you be involved?" After the lords of Westeros read Viserys' letter, suspicion toward Dorne had grown intense. The fact that Dorne had participated in the siege of Tyrosh only deepened that mistrust. Not long ago, it was discovered that the exiled Viserys now ruled Tyrosh, a revelation that set the realm on edge. Your Grace, I understand your suspicions, Oberyn continued, unfazed by Robert's ire. But Sunspear cooperated with Lys, Myr, and Pentos. The man we dealt with directly was someone named Griff. I'm as much in the dark about this as you are. Oberyn's response was composed, almost disarmingly open. Viserys had informed Oberyn of his plans beforehand, giving him the option to leave King's Landing. But the Red Viper had chosen to stay, confident that Robert had no concrete evidence of his secret dealings with Viserys. And even if there was some proof, it wouldn't be enough to sway the Reach or Dorne into Viserys' camp. After all, even the nobles whom Robert had slighted during the rebellion might be secretly reaching out to Viserys. This was why Robert had taken grim satisfaction in hearing that Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, had slaughtered Rhaegar's children. Viserys, as a Targaryen, had a strong claim to the throne, one that Robert could not easily dismiss. For now, Robert had to tolerate the situation and ask the gathered lords for their counsel on the looming war. Your Grace, we have a formidable fleet, the Dragonstone Fleet, the Royal Fleet, the Westerlands Fleet, and the Arbor Fleet. Perhaps we can engage Viserys in a grand naval battle. The suggestion, predictably, came from Renly, his enthusiasm betraying a lack of understanding of the gravity of the situation. Renly's impulsive suggestion even risked offending Stannis, the true commander of the Navy, who was more suited to such strategic discussions. Stannis, what do you think? Robert asked, his tone as cold and hard as ever when addressing his older brother. Your Grace, we should begin active preparations for war while simultaneously gathering intelligence on Viserys' true strength, Stannis replied. His lips pursed as he considered the situation. Be specific. How do we prepare? Robert demanded. Stannis didn't flinch. We should position our fleet along the narrow sea and request the lords to send troops to reinforce us. Stannis had proven his skill in naval warfare during both the War of the Usurper and the Greyjoy Rebellion. His advice carried weight, particularly in matters of defense and sea battles. At the same time, Stannis continued, we must prevent those who are disloyal from contacting Viserys. Anyone who did not support House Baratheon during the rebellion should be placed under close watch. Their children should be sent to King's Landing as hostages to ensure their loyalty. No one could find fault with Stannis' proposal. It was a sound strategy for containing potential dissent. Next, they turned to the matter of military funding. Peter, Robert called. Yes, Your Grace. Littlefinger stepped forward, his demeanor polished. I need you to raise 2 million gold dragons in military funds within a month. Yes, Your Grace. Littlefinger replied without hesitation. He knew this was not a moment to negotiate. His methods of managing the kingdom's finances often involved borrowing, and the Iron Bank had always been optimistic about Robert's rule. Littlefinger saw no issue with securing another loan. Of course, 2 million gold dragons wouldn't be nearly enough to fund an entire war. Robert had already sent a request for additional funds to his father-in-law, Tywin Lannister. Despite his dislike for the Lannisters, Robert needed their wealth now more than ever. And since Viserys had specifically named both Robert and Tywin for execution, the Baratheons and Lannisters found themselves as unlikely but necessary allies, closer than Robert had ever imagined, even more so than his bond with Ned Stark. Lord Mace Tyrell, often derisively called Lord Puff Fish, and his mother, the formidable Lady Olenna, known as the Queen of Thorns, sat before 2 letters. One was from the Citadel, containing Viserys' great announcement, a declaration so brimming with murderous intent that it nearly leaped off the page. The other letter was from King's Landing, bearing Robert Baratheon's order for Highgarden to muster troops in support of the Iron Throne. One letter was from the former king, the other from the current king. The Tyrells faced a difficult choice. To our east are the Stormlands, and to the west is House Florent, both of which remain loyal to the Iron Throne, Lady Olenna noted, casting a sharp gaze at her son. Does that mean we should side with the Iron Throne? Mace asked, uncertainty in his voice. If that's your decision, how many men are you prepared to send? Olenna inquired, her tone measured. 10,000, maybe 12,000. Mace replied hesitantly. House Tyrell wasn't fighting for Margaery's claim to the throne, so they had little incentive to commit their full strength. Moreover, Robert had always regarded House Tyrell with suspicion, so Mace was reluctant to offer more than a token force. 10 or 12,000 is too few, Olenna said, straightening her sleeves with a look of mild disdain. Robert may be many things, but he's not a fool. Then what about 30,000? Mace asked, still uncertain. During the War of the Five Kings, Doran Martell had sent only 10,000 men to support Aerys, and that was because he was using Rhaegar's marriage to Elia as leverage. Olenna couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment in her son's indecisiveness. Fortunately, her grandchildren were much sharper. She ordered a maid to deliver Viserys' great announcement to Garland and Willis and Robert's letter to Margaery. Grandmother, Willis said thoughtfully after reading Viserys' letter, it seems Viserys didn't specify when he plans to attack Westeros. Willis's sharp mind immediately picked up on something amiss. When Aegon announced his conquest of Westeros, he gave a clear time frame of 3 months. But Viserys' announcement was different. It introduced him, then hastily demanded the heads of Robert and Tywin. Grandmother, there's something odd about this announcement, Garland added. Though not as well-versed in grammar, he sensed that something was off. Willis, who was more learned, quickly identified the issue. Viserys hadn't directed his demand for the heads of Robert and Tywin to any specific recipient. The sentence lacked an object. Was he addressing Robert and Tywin directly? That didn't seem plausible. Viserys wasn't yet powerful enough to demand their lives so openly. A grammatical error? Unlikely, given that Viserys had penned popular songs like Bravo's Lover, The Sailor, and Phalia, showing he was far from a fool with words. No, there was only one explanation. Viserys was demanding the heads of Robert and Tywin from all the lords and ladies of Westeros. In essence, he was forcing them to choose sides. Willis and Olenna exchanged knowing glances, the realization clear in their matching brown eyes. Viserys was setting the stage for Westeros to divide itself, and each noble would have to declare their allegiance. After quickly reviewing the announcement, Garland voiced his thoughts. Grandmother, it seems Viserys is waiting for something. Lady Olenna nodded, her expression one of satisfaction. The two brightest of her grandchildren had already grasped the key point. Waiting for what? What's the problem? Lord Mace Tyrell asked, his confusion evident. Lady Olenna, the Queen of Thorns, turned her sharp gaze toward the Flowers brothers. Garrett, tell us about your experiences in the disputed lands. Yes, my lady, Garrett began, stepping forward and gathering his thoughts. Believe it or not, we arrived in Tyrosh just in time for Viserys' triumphant return. Although we didn't meet him personally, we witnessed the events that followed. The duel with the Horse Lord, the hatching of the dragon eggs, the punishment of traitors, and Viserys' coronation. As the brothers recounted the tale, Lady Olenna's bright brown eyes sparkled with intrigue. Even Willis and Garland, who usually remained level-headed, felt as if they were hearing a myth come to life. He really emerged from the wildfire unscathed? Mace asked, his skepticism clear. My lord, it was witnessed by many. We wouldn't dare speak falsely, Garrett assured him. Willis was more intrigued by the 7 young dragons, but he knew this wasn't the right time to press for details. Garland, meanwhile, was fascinated by how Viserys had managed to defeat Drogo's 50,000 warriors with less than 10,000 cavalry. He knew that leading a cavalry charge on the open plains was challenging enough. Finding and defeating the barbarian leaders was an extraordinary feat. The elder and younger Tyrells reached the same conclusion. Viserys was formidable. Did Viserys give any instructions for us? Margaery asked. To answer Lady Margaery, yes, Garrett replied. First, Viserys instructed that we follow Robert's orders and support the Iron Throne. This suggests he has no immediate plans to attack Westeros, which keeps Highgarden out of a difficult position for now. It's less of an order and more of a gesture of goodwill. Second, Viserys requested that Highgarden stockpile at least 2 million pounds of grain. And third, he proposed that Lady Margaery marry him and become his consort. Margaery covered her mouth in surprise. Garrett quickly added, Viserys said the third request did not require immediate action. Lady Olenna, her shrewd mind working, saw the wisdom in Viserys' conditions. The first condition was designed to appear considerate of House Tyrell, ensuring they weren't forced into an immediate decision. The second, though curious, wasn't a significant sacrifice. But the third, marrying Margaery, was the key. Viserys likely knew the Tyrells intended to marry her to Renly, and this proposal was his way of preventing them from binding themselves to the Iron Throne and House Baratheon. By delaying the marriage, Viserys was effectively demanding that the Tyrells choose his side. The room fell into a contemplative silence. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting patterns on the green pound stone, while the only sound was the distant chirping of birds. Will my children have the right to inherit? Margaery asked, breaking the silence. Margaery. Willis looked at his sister, surprised by the question's timing. I'm just asking, she replied. With dragons now a reality, it was only a matter of time before Viserys reclaimed the Iron Throne. Garrett hesitated, then answered. Viserys mentioned that he plans to rule not only the 7 kingdoms, but also the 9 free cities and even the Dothraki Sea. I see. Then he would truly be the master of the world. Margaery mused, understanding that while her children might not inherit the title of king, they would still be heirs to vast territories. The Tyrells understood that while it seemed they had a choice between Robert and Viserys, in reality, they didn't. Aegon had conquered Westeros with 3 dragons and 2,000 troops. Viserys now had 7 dragons and 100,000 troops. The outcome was clear. And what of Dorne? Lady Olenna asked, her mind already racing ahead.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.